Chapter 1251 The 5 Last Stepping Stones. Fruit Thief. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. It was the first time he heard such a statement. However, seeing the somewhat panicked time, Qin Yu understood that there might be people like him who were different from the Otsutsuki clan but had the samsara eye. Moreover, there might have been things like killing gods. However, since it has come to this point, Qin Yu didn't mind. He would deal with him and then find a way to leave this place. The huge battlefield fell into an inexplicable silence. Facing Qin Yu, who casually raised his hand and directly absorbed Im's ultimate move through the air. Whether it was Sengoku or Kaido and others, their spines were chilled. They had speculated that Uchiha Qin Yu, as a rising star, was very strong. However, in their eyes, Qin Yu's strength is still manageable. However, the scene before them now undoubtedly tells that Qin Yu's strength has transcended this world. Even Yumu, who is the mastermind behind the rule of this world, was shocked. Moreover, from Yumu's words, it can be inferred that Qin Yu may not only have a connection with the Otsutsuki clan. He also stole the energy fruit that Yumo had just taken. Thinking of all the targeting and challenges in the past, they can't help but feel lucky that they are still alive. No. It should be said that Kaido has died once. It's impossible. What's going on? Lady Yumu is the master of this world. She is the god we are willing to sacrifice our lives to serve. She is definitely not comparable to a thief. A monk suddenly woke up and roared hysterically. Lord Yim, can't you absorb the power of others to strengthen the power of the fruit of the sacred tree? Since this thief has stolen the power of the gods, he can also serve as fertilizer. As the 5 elders, he is the spokesperson of Yim in this world. When planning to expose the final island raftal plan, whether it is Yiseng or the other 4-5 elders, they are all in a winning mentality. They even regard the Navy headquarters, which is not obedient, as abandoned. However, they never expected that the appearance of Qin Yu would overturn everything. Use this thief as nourishment. Yim's distorted face could not help but stagnate, and suddenly turned back to look at Yiseng. Facing Yim's response, Yiseng first showed a hint of joy, and was about to speak again, telling his thoughts, intending to use this to boost Yim's morale. The strange pair of 6 Megatama reincarnation eyes flashed a trace of coldness. You are right. I can steal all the power of this thief. Then the energy fruit I have planted for 800 years will not only mature earlier, but also become more powerful. Didn't you say that you can sacrifice your life for me? In this case, you will completely become a part of my life. Puff. A dark tentacle pierced through the rock layer in front of the monk without any warning. In full view of everyone, it plunged into his chest. There was no splash of blood, only a shocking chill, and a sucking-like movement. In a short moment, the monk's originally plump body suddenly became shriveled. No. No, it's possible, Lord Yumu, I am your most loyal. Yiseng looked down at his chest with disbelief, feeling the vitality in his body quickly disappearing. In the end, before he could finish his words, his body was sucked out by the black tentacles, leaving only a human skin, and he died. Yiseng. Yim, why did you kill Yiseng? He is the most loyal person to you. Hoya's face changed and he roared in a hurry. The moment before, they still vowed that they would not be squeezed out of the last bit of nutrients like the others present and become a human skin. Unfortunately, they never expected that the slap in the face would come so quickly, and they didn't even have a chance to fight back. Humph, I want not only him, but also you. You are just puppets that I created to facilitate my rule of this world. Since you are useless, you will become my last nutrients to help me further transform my strength and turn this fruit thief into a force for me to continue to grow. Originally, I thought that even if this energy fruit matured and helped me transform, I would not be able to soar to the sky and become a truly superior person after returning to the Otsutsuki clan. But now you are here in person. As long as I swallow you, my strength will increase several times. By then, when I return to the Otsutsuki clan, I will also be the best. Speaking of this, Im's expression became more ferocious and he roared again. As my dogs, you all act as stepping stones for me. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, black tentacles, with the 5 elder stars as the center, broke out of the ground directly. Hundreds and thousands of them gave people a dense feeling, like a black ocean, making people's scalps numb. Lord Yim, you. Elim's expression changed drastically. As Yim, the only direct descendant of blood in this world, He never thought that he would fall to this point one day. Elim, don't waste your breath, we still have to find a way to break through, we must not die here, don't forget, we still have power. Hoya roared in a hurry. At the same time, he quickly communicated with the dormant devil fruit ability in his body. However, as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, the empty feeling in his body made Hoya's raised hands suddenly stiffen in mid-air. Puff! Blood was splattering, and dozens of black tentacles instantly pierced Hoya's chest into a hornet's nest. Looking at the blood gushing out, it was swallowed up by the tentacles in an instant. Under the rapidly shriveling human skin, his face was full of disbelief. It can be said that at this moment, whether it was Ilum or Hoya, they never thought that would turn his face and take back their power in a moment. As an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years, he is also a devil fruit ability user. They have long been familiar with all this, and it is also the source of their strong confidence. Unfortunately, they did not expect that this powerful source could not resist the thought of others. Puff puff puff. The sound of air piercing rang out one after another. At this moment, the people who were killed were not only Hoya. Even the injured Grey, as his descendants, Elim and Hira, could not escape this fate. Lost the devil fruit ability, as the source of their own strength. Facing Im's sudden attack, it was undoubtedly like paper, and there was no escape at all. The only one left was a face full of resentment. At the same time, it was completely unexpected that the monk's kind reminder would be repaid with ingratitude. Let them become the last 5 stepping stones. Chapter 1252 I am a god killer. Puff puff puff. The sound of air piercing rang out one after another. At this moment, the people who were killed were not only Hoya. Even the injured Grey, as his descendants, Elim and Hira, could not escape this fate. Lost the devil fruit ability, as the source of their own strength. Facing the sudden attack of Im, they were undoubtedly like paper, with no place to hide. The only thing left was a face full of resentment. At the same time, they never expected that the kind reminder of a monk would be repaid with ingratitude. They became the last 5 stepping stones. The huge battlefield fell into a dead silence. Looking at the last 3, which were sucked out by the black tentacles and turned into human skin, they fell lightly to the ground. Finally, they turned into a piece of flying ash and dissipated between heaven and earth with the wind. Whether it was Zhang Guo or Whitebeard and others, they couldn't help but reveal a trace of sadness. They have always regarded the 5 elders as difficult opponents. They even tried their best to play games with them. However, they could not imagine that these beings, whom they regarded as lifelong opponents and could not get rid of no matter how hard they tried, would eventually end up like this. And they died at the hands of their extremely worshipped master. Perhaps, they would never believe until their death that they, who have always called themselves spokespersons, would be ruthlessly killed by the people they represent. Haha, my power is finally enough. Fortunately, I have prepared early. You hateful fruit thief, let me show you my true power form. Im roared hysterically, and the third eye on his forehead showed a hint of gold, and then quickly occupied by gold. Boom! An even more powerful force, like a raging tide, it exploded towards his body, and the hurricane it raised rushed straight up to the sky, directly shattering the accumulated clouds. In the sky, because of this force, the airflow flowing all over the sky directly turned into a huge vortex funnel. As the endless dazzling golden light bloomed, it made him look like a little sun. However, unlike the luminous body that had been incarnated before, the golden light at this moment gave people a sense of destruction like tears of despair. The nerves of many people present were suddenly tense. After landing on the final island, Raftel, everything they encountered had completely overturned their cognition. It was for this reason that they knew clearly that every transformation meant that Im would become stronger. Bang! The dazzling golden light seemed to rise to the extreme with the breath, and the next moment the light shell shattered. When everything was completely restrained, Im, who appeared in front of everyone again, had transformed into a strange man with an eagle face and a sharp horn. The 2 pale eyes and the third eye on the forehead also completely turned golden. When the eyes closed, a crazy taste bloomed. The breath released was like a vast ocean, causing the air flowing in the world to stagnate. Compared with before, the feeling that Yumua gave them now, it was undoubtedly more dangerous. Just a glance made people feel an inexplicable suffocating shadow of death. It seemed that their lives could be taken away in a moment. Faced with this weird feeling, whether it was Whitebeard or Zhang Guo and others, their nerves were tense to the extreme. They knew clearly that if Qin Yu could not fight against Yumu, who had undergone drastic changes. Then the fate waiting for them would probably be the same as the 5 elders, becoming the nutrients of Yumo's power, and staying in this world, they would probably only have a human skin left. Haha, kid, did you see that? This is my final form. I was just playing with you just now. Anyone who has seen me like this has already died. Feeling the tremendous power in his body, was the first to laugh fiercely. He was eager to see what expression this arrogant young man would show when he saw his appearance. Is it an eagle? I thought you would be like Kaguya, Kinshiki, and Momoshiki, at least a human animal. Chinyu raised his eyebrows and said lightly. I forgot to tell you that I am not a thief, nor a fruit thief. I am a god killer who killed them all. 6 Paths Mode. Boom. The long-lost power erupted like a volcano. Like an 18-level hurricane, it swept across the world. The golden light that was originally shrouded in was also shattered by this violent power in an instant. At this moment, whether it was Whitebeard or Sengoku and others, even Yumo felt like he was in the midst of a raging tide and could be overturned at any time. Facing the sudden change of Chinyu, compared with the eagle-headed human body that Yumo transformed into, the chakra coat with golden light and 9 seeking the way jades hovering on the body surface, coupled with that cold and arrogant face, it gives people the feeling of an inexplicable urge to worship. Looking at the sudden change of Chinyu, whether facing this overwhelming momentum, or the words that Chinyu just said, Yumo was stunned. He finally understood why Chinyu felt disdainful when he saw him undergo the second stage of transformation and transform into an eagle-headed human body. Facing Chinyu, who was shrouded in golden light and entered the 6 Paths mode, the comparison between the two showed that Chinyu had obviously undergone a qualitative change in strength. Yumo, however, achieved the goal of enhancing his strength through the changes in his body. Who is stronger and who is weaker, the two are even more obvious at a glance. What Yumo didn't expect the most was the series of names Chinyu mentioned just now. They are well known in the Otsutsuki clan. One is the princess of the Otsutsuki clan, and the other 2 are high-level fighters who are regarded as pursuers. For Yumo, who is just an ordinary tree planter, they are all unattainable. However, the young man in front of him can name these people like a treasure. If Yumo hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would never want to believe that all this is true. You said that you killed Princess Kaguya, and the high-level fighters Kinshiki and Momoshiki, and absorbed their power. This is impossible. You are just a low-level mayfly, and you should not even be qualified to shake the tree. I don't believe all this is true. I will kill you and then go back to the clan to verify it. Yumo roared with a twisted expression. The violent power dormant in his body was once again detonated. 5 Emperors. Boom. The power of the 5 elements was once again driven to the extreme, turning into a huge black ball and vortex, spreading rapidly in the void. This time, the power that Yumo burst out was obviously several times stronger than before. The situation that covered the sky and the sun made people feel that they could not breathe. What was even more shocking was that the power that surged out like crazy had a taste of rampage. Chapter 1253. The masts and oars were destroyed in a wave of the hand. As time went by, this feeling became more and more intense. Go to hell! Yumo roared with a twisted expression. The 5 fingers of the raised right hand suddenly tightened, and grabbed through the air, and the violent power in the sky, like a raging tide, crushed down. Boom! The world was shaking violently, and the entire island was shaking violently. It can be said that at this moment, the scene presented in front of everyone was as if the whole world was swooping down. It gave people a feeling like the end of the world. Whitebeard and others, their expressions suddenly tensed up. Not to mention being deprived of the power of the devil fruit, even in the heyday, facing this scene in front of them. They also felt powerless. When their eyes fell on Chinyu, they revealed a trace of urgency. They were eager to see what Chinyu would do in the face of this massive attack. However, as soon as this glance fell, Chinyu, who was standing in the void, raised his right hand again. Shinra Tensei. Bang! The invisible force, centered on Chinyu's palm, exploded. The violent power that was swooping down and crushing down first showed a trace of stagnation. The next moment, it was as if the sky was pierced and torn apart directly. The high-level spiritual masters that were crushing down from the sky collapsed like a hurricane. The people on the battlefield had an inexplicable illusion of suffocation. More importantly, they were shocked by the scene in front of them, which was like parting the clouds and seeing the sky. It could be that from the beginning, Yumo's desperate posture made people feel like the god of death was calling for death. The attack methods he used in succession gave people a posture like a god who could destroy everything with a wave of his hand. However, the response from Uchiha Chinyu made them feel caught off guard. Whether it was before Yumua fought desperately or after Yumua fought desperately, facing any kind of attack, Chinyu gave people a posture like waving his hand to destroy the masts and oars. Compared with Yumua's almost violent hysteria, it formed an extremely sharp contrast. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that all this was true. The power in the sky dissipated like fireworks, and a figure that looked a little embarrassed was directly thrown out. He turned dozens of somersaults in the void, and then flapped his wings and barely stopped. Originally, his face, which looked extremely fierce and tearful, was full of disbelief. It's impossible. This is Momoshike's trick. I don't believe you really killed them. Yumo roared again like crazy. 3 golden vertical eyes burst out dazzling golden light, turning into laser beams, piercing through the void and attacking Chinyu. Bang! Scarlet light appeared on Chinyu's body, turning into Susanoo, instantly blocking all attacks. At the same time, Susanoo, which was in a powerful state, swung his huge right hand to the side. A black shadow lurking in the void and swooping down was instantly pulled out. Boom! The huge impact force made a big pit in the earth. Originally, the figure of Yumu, who was lingering in the void, was twisted and disintegrated between heaven and earth like a mirage. The deep pit in the earth, after the dust was cleared, revealed her extremely embarrassed figure. Good, very good, I didn't expect you to be able to see through me hiding in the space at once, but I have gained enough time to buy this little bit of time. Yumo rushed out of the ruins directly, roaring hideously. Today, I will see how long you can use that hand. Kill him for me. Boom. The whole island was shaking violently, and the rock layer collapsed. One after another, dark tentacles pierced through the earth as far as the eye could see. Looking around, it was as dark as the ocean, making people's scalps numb. The only thing that made Zhangguo and others feel fortunate was that these black tentacles did not harm innocent people, and all of them locked onto Uchiha Chinyu in the void. They turned into black streaks, piercing through the void and shooting towards Chinyu. Looking at the entire island, there were countless tentacles. The huge momentum was enough to show that Yumo's mentality at this moment was completely broken. From the beginning, Chinyu made a move and slapped 3 times in a row. The killing moves that were performed in succession were directly resolved by Chinyu with just one hand. This short fight not only made people see the gap between the two sides. In Yumo's eyes, it made her feel crazy. Now, she completely used the sacred tree, and she was eager to see whether this arrogant person in front of her could always resolve her attacks with such a light attitude. Only in this way, she could regain some ground and restore her seriously unbalanced mentality. Bang bang bang! The black tentacles quickly gathered in the void, turning into an ocean, and crushed Chinyu from all directions. In just a few breaths, the black tentacles that broke out of the ground under Chinyu approached first. Without any fancy or hesitation, in full view of the public, they first wrapped around Susanoo. This situation is simply out of control. The black tentacles from all directions enveloped Susanoo in the blink of an eye. For a moment, Chinyu and Susanoo, standing in the void, were like a huge cocoon, which was shocking to watch. Haha, you arrogant guy, there is no way to break my attack, then die with these tentacles. Yumo showed a trace of ecstasy on his face, and his right hand grabbed the void. Down. Blazing flames were generated out of thin air in the void. The next moment, it turned into a huge firebird hundreds of meters long. Burn to ashes, let's die together. Bang! As Yumo waved his hand, the firebird fluttered its wings and cut through the sky and shot towards Chinyu. The speed was so fast that a distance of 10,000 meters was just a blink of an eye. In Yumo's eyes, Chinyu was now trapped by the black tentacles and was undoubtedly a bird in a cage. There was only one way to end him, death. 8 gates of Dunjia, the 6th gate Jingmen opened. Bang! The indifferent voice uttered lightly, and a violent force exploded in the giant cocoon in the void. In the 6 paths mode, the 8 gates of Dunjia were performed. Counting the power blessing of various character templates obtained in this world, Chinyu didn't know what level of power he would reach when he performed the 8 gates of Dunjia again after such a long time. But his intuition told him that it was enough to deal with the scene in front of him. Bang! In the void, the black cocoon, like a balloon, suddenly swelled up. The next moment, while the scarlet airflow rushed out, the cocoon formed by the black tentacles gave people a feeling that it would burst at any time. Chapter 1254. If one punch doesn't work, then a kick. A strange scene appeared without any warning. Watching the scarlet airflow leaking out crazily in the cocoon wrapped by the black tentacles. The constantly expanding volume made people feel nervous. Faced with this sudden scene, Yumu, who was originally in excitement, was the first to lose his temper and roared hysterically again. "No, there is no possibility, you absolutely cannot break my attack. Go to hell." The dark tentacles seemed to have taken stimulants at this moment, and they became agitated all of a sudden, and their speed became extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she once again attacked Suzanu's body with 3 layers inside and outside. At the same time, the firebird that flapped its wings and came crashing into him head-on with a diving posture. Seeing that this series of backhands were working, Yuma was eager to see that this attack could only hit Chinyu completely. After all, from the beginning to the end, Chinyu was the only one who was hitting her. All her attacks were like thunder and rain. They didn't even qualify to fall on Chinyu. 8 gates of ninja formation. 7th gate Jingmen open. Boom. The huge black cocoon suddenly shrank in full view of everyone. Then, as if it was infused with endless power, it expanded to the extreme in an instant. Bang! The huge black cocoon shattered with a sound. It turned into debris all over the sky, and quickly rolled back to the surroundings with the violent red airflow. The attacking firebird also paused in its diving attack posture. The next moment, a ghostly figure rushed to the front of the firebird. Without any fancy moves, he raised his hand and punched. Bang! The hundreds of meters long firebird seemed to be hit by a huge force in an instant. Its huge body twisted slightly. In full view of the crowd, it exploded. Bang! The flames were flying all over the sky, as bright as fireworks, and scattered between heaven and earth. The hurricane it brought up rolled back to the surroundings in a crushing manner. Looking at this sudden scene, everyone present suddenly contracted their pupils and their faces were full of disbelief. They thought that Chinyu would use various means to deal with Yumu's almost violent attack. But they never expected that Chinyu still only punched. He blasted Yumu's attack. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that all this was true. No possibility. I, Yumu, will never lose. You forced me to do this. Although I don't have enough power yet, I will not hesitate to destroy the world in order to kill you. Yumu suddenly woke up. The third eye on his forehead burst into a dazzling light. A violent force burst out of his body. The sacred tree rooted in the earth at the end of the earth in the distance also changed. A huge golden mark appeared on the trunk. The earth centered on the sacred tree roared like an earthquake. The next moment, before they could react, a hideous mouth and scarlet eyes tore open on the trunk. The thighs composed of 4 tree roots broke out of the rocky ground. Roar! Looking at this towering giant monster, its huge body cannot be described by numbers at all. How big is it? It can be said that it gives Zhangguo and others a feeling now. Looking at the giant tree monster in the distance, they feel extremely small. It seems that as long as the opponent raises a finger slightly, it will be enough to kill them. 10 tails. Chinyu raised his eyebrows. It seems that behind every sacred tree, there is a 10-tail, as the basis for condensing energy fruits. However, the only regret is that you are the only one who can't control the sacred tree perfectly after killing so many people from the Otsutsuki clan. This is really a bit disappointing. In the original work of Naruto, the existence of the 10-tail is crucial. Every time it is summoned, except for the seriously injured Nagato, who can't control the 10-tail perfectly. Others, whether it is Obito or Uchiha Madara, treat the 10-tail as a toy playing like a fairy. Now that I'm summoned the second 10 tails, Chinyu was surprised. He never thought that he would be so weak. Looking at the 10 tails that had just been pulled out of the ground and was still recovering, he turned into a golden stream of light, used the time-space pupil technique, tore the void and quickly chased the 10 tails, intending to use the fusion with the 10 tails. To enhance his own strength and defeat Chinyu, I'm standing in the void. Chinyu clenched his hands slightly, exhaled a deep breath, and said, "You are very good, and finally forced me to use my feet." After fighting with Kagaya Otsutsuki, Momoshiki, and Kinshiki. For the natives of this world, the Otsutsuki clan gives people a feeling of being high above, looking down on all living things like a god. However, in front of Uchiha Chinyu who has a plug-in, it seems a bit insignificant. In particular, the current Chinyu has gathered the power of various character templates, and he has undergone many transformations. In his eyes, Yumo's attack was very good. But it was impossible to kill him. If he could really use a slightly more powerful move. According to Chinyu, if one punch doesn't work, then add another kick. 8 gates of Dunjia formation. 8th gate, Death Gate, open. Boom. The ferocious blue veins instantly covered Chinyu's body. The violent power exploded in Chinyu's body, and it also brought up a larger, suffocating storm. At this moment, it felt like being in a stormy boat that could capsize at any time, and it could suffocate at any time. It formed an extreme contrast with Chinyu's words just now. Yumo, who was rushing towards the 10 tails at a high speed, intending to use the fusion to save some confidence, was stunned. Just now, her very trusted offensive could not withstand Chinyu's punch. Even the hundreds of meters huge firebird was blown up by a punch. In Yumo's eyes, all this was already the limit for Chinyu. She never thought that Chinyu would explode again in just a turn. Looking at the violent red air waves emanating from Chinyu's body, an even more absurd thought emerged in Yumo's mind. Facing the 10 tails she desperately summoned, will he be blown up by a punch? A panicked thought emerged in her mind, and she looked back at Chinyu, who was slightly bent and taking a running start. Yumo's nerves were tense to the extreme. She didn't want Chinyu to look down on her, so she had been using her hands from beginning to end. However, when she saw Chinyu making other moves, she felt a little panicked. Chapter 1255. Respect you as the most trashy person. Hurry, I must be faster than him. Imo was anxious. The golden light from the third eye on her forehead became stronger and stronger, and even her pair of vibrating wings frantically flapped. Her only thought now was to merge with the 10 tails as soon as possible. Imo might not have a way to completely control the 10 tails. But she knew clearly that this was the only way to defeat Uchiha Chinyu. While she was approaching quickly, she kept giving orders to let the 10 tails get closer to her, in order to increase her strength to the extreme as soon as possible. However, this idea just sprouted in Imu's mind. The simple 4 words came out like thunder, which shocked Imu's nerves. Without time to think about it, she hurriedly turned back to look behind her. Thunderstorm Night Kai. Bang! Chinyu suddenly raised his head, kicked his feet suddenly, and the air was like a big explosion. The next moment, everyone just felt a flash before their eyes. A red streak pierced through the void and shot towards the 10 tails. The speed was so fast that the space along the way seemed to be distorted. By the time everyone reacted, Chinyu had already passed Yumo and appeared in front of the 10 tails. Bang! Without any fancy moves, Chinyu's right foot muscles were tightened and kicked towards the 10 tails. Boom! The lightning was surging, and there were dragon-shaped air waves entangled together. With a devastating posture, it penetrated the void of thousands of feet and directly hit the torso of the 10 tails. Roar! The 10 tails roared in pain. The dry tree trunk on the surface of the body, under the strong attack of the air wave, made a crisp cracking sound. The next moment, before they could react, the shocking cracks spread with Chinyu's feet as the center. Bang! The trunk with a diameter of several thousand meters, accompanied by the sound of thunder, was shattered in full view of the crowd. The huge upper half of the body, with the impact of Thunderstorm Night Kai, flew thousands of meters away like a sandbag, and slammed to the ground. Under the rolling dust, the scene in front of people was so shocking that it made people feel as if their eyes were cracked. Whether it was Sengoku, Whitebeard and others, even Im who was rushing towards the 10 tails. In an instant, they were petrified on the spot. Crazy. At this moment, they simply thought that this world was really crazy. A tree with a diameter of several thousand meters could be kicked in half with just one kick. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Facing the absurd idea of the previous moment, it was realized again in front of you. Imes with a distorted expression, the unstable aura on his body collapsed inch by inch. No, it's impossible. I am Otsutsuki Im, from the chosen gods, the real master of this world. It's all you. You destroyed everything for me. Even if I die, I will kill you. The hysterical roar sounded like thunder, rolling and spreading in this piece of heaven and earth. Looking at Im, who was disheveled and completely crazy. While the nerves of everyone present were tense again, there was a little more sigh in their hearts. In the past, everyone present regarded Uchiha Chinyu as an opponent. But at this moment, they finally understood that the other party had been teasing them like a child. Even Im, the biggest behind-the-scenes manipulator in this world, was forced into a corner of despair by Qin Yu alone, not to mention them. If they were asked to replace them, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to match even one finger of Qin Yu. Little ghost, go to hell. I forgot to tell you that my pupil technique is a spatial reflection. When the soul is burning, I can summon 2 clones with the same power as me at once. This means that you will have to face 3 of me. I'm roared with a ferocious face. With the help of the more powerful power I get from burning my soul, it will be easy to drag you to death. Open it. Bang. The third eye on Im's forehead instantly burst out with dazzling golden light. The next moment, it exploded, and the scarlet blood rushed out. A more powerful force rose in her body, and the surrounding space was distorted rapidly. The next moment, with her as the center, the left and right sides seemed to appear like mirrors, and then 2 identical figures walked out. The 3 figures suddenly flapped their wings and made a sharp cry, forming a harsh sound wave that quickly swept around. Looking at the lineup that was originally just 1 person, it turned into 3 people in the blink of an eye. Whitebeard and others were confused. They didn't know what the burning soul and clone pupil technique mentioned by Im meant. But they just wanted it, and now Im was fighting desperately. Moreover, not only did the power increase, but it also became 3 people fighting desperately. It can be said that this kind of power addition is probably not as simple as 1 + 1, right? Clone technique. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and touched the tip of his nose helplessly. You really have a lot of tricks. I originally thought that your samsara eye was a decoration, but now it seems that it is just an embroidered vase. If there is a so-called ranking in the Otsutsuki clan, I am willing to respect you as the worst one. If this so-called space clone technique is only useful for this, I am 10,000 times stronger than you. Bang! The vibration of the air sounded without warning. With Qin Yu as the center, a white mist that covered the sky and the sun rolled up. Before they could react, the first thing that came into view was the figures that were looming in the white mist. Compared with the 3 clones of Im, the densely packed figures were simply unbearable. Stunned. Whether it was Sengoku or Garp and others, Im was no exception. One Uchiha Qin Yu was already too much to handle. Now there were 9,999 more. This was a nightmare for anyone. Watching, as if crazy, burning his soul, and then copying another 2 of his own Im. Everyone present finally understood why Qin Yu had just said that Im was the most rubbish. Compared with the tens of thousands of figures, her 3 figures undoubtedly gave people a feeling of being like dust. Enough to be easily crushed. No possibility, I am burning my soul. You, who are you? I am a member of the Otsutsuki clan, the best among the gods. Why do you want to destroy my plan and prevent me from collecting energy fruits and returning to the Otsutsuki clan? Yumo roared to himself. Facing the tens of thousands of Uchiha Qin Yu who covered the sky and the sun. Her last desperate resentment disappeared in an instant. Chapter 1256 I Caught You. Hysterical roars rolled and scattered between heaven and earth. However, compared with the arrogant just now, the words at this moment were mixed with full of unwillingness and resentment. Facing the overwhelming figures in front of them, even Whitebeard and others couldn't help but smile bitterly. After all the efforts and burning souls, they completely risked their lives, but only copied 2 clones. I thought that I could turn the tide of the battle in an instant with this method. Unfortunately, the result was a surprise. 3 people against tens of thousands of people. This is really a comparison between people, which is really infuriating. At this moment, even Whitebeard and others knew clearly how aggrieved Yumo was. Okay, it seems that this is really all you have, so this drama should end. Qin Yu said lightly. In fact, the magic of Yumo's space clone pupil technique is indeed far superior to the shadow clone performed by Qin Yu. The shadow clone technique is just to divide one's own power equally among each clone. Whether it is 1,000 or 10,000 clones, the clone power is the sum of the power will not exceed the power of Qin Yu's body. And the space pupil technique clone that Im used actually tripled his power. According to Qin Yu's understanding, Im is now using the samsara eye to summon himself from other parallel dimensions. In the clone technique, he is definitely qualified to be rated as the top existence. However, it is precisely because of this reason that Qin Yu saw the opportunity to leave this world. If the power of Im's samsara eye can be taken away, who knows, he can tear the space out of thin air like in the Naruto world and return to the original world. No, I don't believe you can kill me, I must kill you today. Im roared hysterically. The dazzling golden light blooming between his eyebrows became stronger and stronger, like the sun, and the golden light exploded directly. Bang! The golden light all over the sky gave people an extremely dazzling feeling. The rolling airwaves turned the world into a golden world, and everyone's vision was taken away by the scene in front of them. Little ghost, go to hell! You probably never thought that a sacred tree was guarded by two people from the Otsutsuki clan. Buzz! A space crack tore open behind Chinyu without any warning. The sharp blade that emitted powerful and unparalleled space fluctuations flashed and stabbed directly at Chinyu's back. The speed was so fast and the distance was so close that it only took a blink of an eye to approach. Bang! A clone took the lead and blocked behind Chinyu's body. The light red wind and thunder armor wrapped around the body were penetrated without any warning. Even the clone was pierced directly. However, the feeling of piercing immediately made people see the clues the next moment. This space blade did not really break through Chinyu's body defense and penetrate into the body of his clone. Instead, at the moment of contact, the space blade escaped into another parallel world, bypassing the object that blocked the attack. In this way, it realized a space jump, past Chinyu's clone, and stabbed Chinyu's body. It can be said that this attack made people feel caught off guard. If it were any other person, facing such a strange attack in front of them, they would probably subconsciously reach out to grab the space blade like Chinyu. Haha, arrogant kid, this thing is not something you can catch if you want, but I want to kill you in a moment. In the space crack, a face covered with black scales appeared in the golden light. Watching the dimensional blade created by the unique pupil technique of the Samsara Eye, it passed through the clone smoothly and stabbed directly into Chinyu's back. The subconscious action of reaching out to catch it made Heilin even more ecstatic. In fact, when Yumu summoned the 10 tails, he had already woken up. He had just been sleeping, and his strength was actually not much different from Yumu. When he saw Yumu being completely beaten by Chinyu, he chose to hide. In order to paralyze Chinyu and let Yumu create a chance to kill him with one blow. After the brief fight just now, Heilin heard that Chinyu only mentioned Kagaya's name alone. He and Yumu thought of a loophole at the same time. From the time the opponent appeared to now, all his actions were aimed at Yumu. It feels like they don't know that the most basic condition for the guardian of the sacred tree is a group of two. One person is responsible for planting, and the other is responsible for supervision. This speculation was made from the fact that Chinyu only mentioned Kagaya and did not mention another person. Although they had been gambling from the beginning. But they never thought that this time they really made the right bet. A chaotic thought flashed through Heilin's mind, looking at the hand that was about to catch the space blade. He knew clearly that as long as he had a thought, the space blade would jump through space again. Then the arrogant man who assassinated the self-proclaimed god killer would die here. I caught you. 5 simple words were uttered without any warning. Looking at the Chinyu in front of him, who smiled like a boy next door. Heilin's spine suddenly became hairy, and while the pores of his body enlarged, an incredible and dangerous aura rolled over his body. Looking at that big hand, which should have been directly pierced by his thought. Now it stood straight and grabbed his space blade. This scene was simply terrifying for Heilin. He fell into a trap. The only thought flashed through Heilin's mind. He didn't have time to think about it. He quickly withdrew and retreated, then tore the space, intending to directly replace the dimension. This seemingly cumbersome scene was just a thought for Heilin. He knew clearly that the moment his body sank into the space crack, he would be able to complete the dimension replacement and perfectly avoid the pursuit. There was a white light in front of his eyes, and a space crack bloomed again in front of him. The dazzling white light made Heilin feel inexplicably warm for the first time, as if he had survived a disaster. The sneak attack just now was seen through in advance, and it was even more ineffective, which also revealed his existence. However, according to Heilin's idea, as long as he escaped the disaster, everything else would be easy. He firmly believed that as long as he could rush out of the space crack, he would have escaped at least thousands of meters away with the help of the dimensional space jump. At this distance, no matter what type of opponent he encountered, he could spare enough time to deal with it. Taking a step back even if he really couldn't win, he could still buy enough time to escape. However, this thought just emerged in his mind. The next moment, the exclamation from Yumu fell in his ears, which made Heilin stunned. Chapter 1257 You are teasing me. Heilin, you are running in the wrong direction. The sharp roar was hoarse. It can be said that at this moment, Yumu was shouting desperately. In addition to the fact that Chinyu saw through his plan for the two of them, he didn't expect that Heilin, who was proficient in space dimension jump, would run in the wrong direction. This is a fatal result. At least in Yumo's eyes, Heilin rushed out of the space crack and was trying to use his old face to collide with Qin Yu's thundering fist. Heilin was stunned, and suddenly woke up, and the dazzling white light was directly suppressed by him. No. It should be said that these dazzling white lights were instantly dispersed by the violent thunder rushing in front of them. Like a thunderstorm, the day tiger smashed into his face with a posture that tore through the void. Bang! The thunder rolled, and the purple lightning arc splashed, which gave people a sense of raging space. The huge impact force turned the black scales that had just rushed out of the space crack into a stream of light, and smashed directly towards him in the distance. The speed was so fast and the power was so strong that even the space along the way was rippled. I'm. Save me. Most of the scales on the black scale's face were directly broken. With blood splashing and his cheeks collapsed, he now hoped most urgently that could take him down. At the moment he was smashed away, he had tried to frantically activate his samsara eye to tear a space dimension along the way to jump. Unfortunately, all his efforts made him feel futile. No matter how he activated his own spatial pupil power, the space in front of him felt like a solid wall of iron, completely motionless. At this moment, Heilin felt a chill under his feet. Not only did the opponent have the means of spatial dimension jump, but the pupil power he possessed was also stronger than his. Otherwise, there would be absolutely no way to imprison the entire world and give him no chance to tear the space. Imu, I'm annoying you. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Heilin's mind. Looking at Im, who decisively withdrew and dodged with two-dimensional clones, Heilin couldn't help but swear. Accompanied by a thunderous collision sound, Heilin finally turned into a perfect parabola, smashing the earth into a deep pit. For a while, the roar was like thunder. The spider web-like cracks spread rapidly around. Under the flying dust, it gave people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Damn you little devil, you are teasing us. Black scale soared into the sky. Under the violent power, the third vertical eye burst into a blazing golden light. At this moment, if his face was not covered with blood, he could definitely be called a god bathed in golden light, which was absolutely true. I teased you? Or are you too self-righteous? Qin Yu smiled warmly and said. You tree farmers, of course I know that you are in groups of two. You don't think that I don't know this because I didn't mention Otsutsuki Ikeku. Qin Yu did not fight with Otsutsuki Ikeku. However, this does not mean that Qin Yu does not know that there is still a remnant of Otsutsuki. It's just that he is too lazy to waste time with such a person who lives in disgrace and turns himself into a cell. He has no intention of directly bombing suspected targets into pieces. Then, in a pile of broken flesh and blood, they looked for his figure. You are really teasing us. You clearly know who is on the mission with Princess Kaguya, but you just don't mention it, making us feel misunderstood. Heilin gritted his teeth and roared. However, he did not forget to quickly use his strength to repair his injuries. They are both planters of the sacred tree. They don't have much intersection with Kaguya Otsutsuki, who is a princess. But facing a person who can go on a mission with the princess. Of course, they will pay special attention. But they never expected that it was precisely because of this reason that Qin Yu took advantage of the opportunity. Uchiha Qin Yu, you are teasing me too. Yumo roared hysterically. The cheeks of the three figures became distorted. Looking at Yumo who jumped out all of a sudden, Heilin was stunned. This guy didn't even block the injustice when he saw it just now. Not to mention, now he is fighting for him because he was cheated, right? Haha, it seems that your samsara eye is blind, but it can still be used. I was just teasing you. Qin Yu said with a generous smile. Your dimensional clone technique is indeed better than my clone, but I didn't mean to deceive you. It was you who had a preconceived idea and insisted on yelling. As he spoke, the tens of thousands of clones that occupied half of the sky, with a bang, turned into white mist again and dissipated between heaven and earth. In the end, only 5 clones remained, staying by Qin Yu's side. This clone really couldn't increase Qin Yu's strength by tens of thousands of times. However, with Qin Yu's current strong power, it was enough for tens of thousands of clones to squander. Now he collected these clones. It's just a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Good, very good. I thought that even if I burned my soul and paid a huge price to fall into a long sleep afterwards, I couldn't take you down. Now it seems that I still overestimated you. The 3 Yims roared ferociously. However, because they were clones copied from the dimension. The Yims in each dimension obviously have different personalities. If the Yims in this world are irritable, then the second Yims are feminine. The third Yims give people the feeling of being extremely serious and solemn. Now he is in a rage, but the distorted expressions on his face are different. Yim, stop talking nonsense, you can't support this state for long, and the sacred tree we are guarding has been destroyed because of him. What we have to do now is to kill him and absorb the power in his body to make up for this loss. The blood on Heilin's face finally dissipated. He said with a gloomy face, if we can capture him alive, we can probably make great contributions and get rid of this boring tree planting task by accusing him of killing Princess Kaguya and the others. For them who went to these barren lands and spent 1,000 years planting trees. In fact, this task seems glamorous, but in reality, it is no different from being exiled to the frontier. As for Kaguya, the princess of the Otsutsuki clan, she undoubtedly made a mistake and was sent to plant trees. Now, the appearance of Chinyu not only allows them to get rid of the boring life of planting trees. They also see the opportunity to rise to prominence. Chapter 1258 A Group of True Gods. Imu's eyes lit up all of a sudden. Black Scale's words also have a fatal temptation for her. This time, in order to deal with Chinyu, a guy who intervened halfway, even her soul burned. As time goes by, there is very little time left to support. It can be said that once the war is over, even if she wins, she will have to pay a great price. However, the words given by Heilin now undoubtedly let her see a way to recover as soon as possible. Not only can she deprive Chinyu of his power to make up for her own shortcomings, she can also use the death of Kaguya and others to get more credit. It can be said that at this moment, Yumo looked at Chinyu and felt that the young man in front of him was not as hateful as before. This look made Chinyu touch his nose helplessly. He finally understood what it meant that there must be fools under heavy rewards. At least, Yumo and Heilin are obviously at this level now. Delay will lead to changes, do it now. Heilin and Yumo looked at each other and immediately shouted. The power dormant in the two of them exploded. 3 figures disappeared out of thin air like ghosts. After learning that Chinyu's clone was just a name, Yumo and Heilin obviously planned to suppress Chinyu in terms of numbers. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking through the air, 3 figures appeared directly in front of Chinyu. This time, after experiencing Chinyu's means of confining space, they obviously gave up the convenience of tearing space and planned to use physical skills to reduce their own restrictions. However, as members of the Otsutsuki clan, the physical skills they burst out were obviously no worse than those of Momoshiki and others. It can be said that any member of the Otsutsuki clan is worthy of being called a physical skill master. The distance of 10,000 meters, when the two of them were fierce, was as close as a world away, and they reached it in an instant. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. As the distance was shortened to the extreme, the eyes of the 3 figures burst into dazzling golden light. Like a ghost, they disappeared again out of thin air. But this time, they did not simply move with physical skills, but tore the space confined by Chinyu. When they appeared again, they had already shown a horn-like posture and attacked Chinyu. At this moment, they were obviously planning to take Chinyu by surprise and strangle him as soon as possible. However, just as this idea came up, the figures that they ignored appeared in front of them. In the previous moment, in Yim's eyes, these clones had already been seen through by him, and they were just bluffing by Chinyu. So, from the beginning, they aimed at the main body to launch an attack. However, what they never expected was that these figures blocking in front of them changed directly. The hot air wave was coming towards them. The figure blocking in front gave Heilin a feeling as hot as the sun. No. It should be said that the figure blocking in front of him at this moment was holding a burning sun. Haha, I didn't expect that as the strongest man under the sun, I would be looked down upon. However, I really didn't expect that so many character templates could really appear at the same time. As the joy of the success of this experiment, I hope you can be as bright as fireworks and explode in the void. Arrogant words were uttered. With his muscles bulging and his every move exuding an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, Escanor moved first. With his right hand pressed in the air, the violent magic power, like a torrent, attacked Black Scale head-on. Bang! Black Scale's pupils suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly planned to join forces with him to break this confined space. For they didn't know what power Chinyu had with his 9 Magadama Samsara Eye. But after the attempt just now, they might not be able to beat Chinyu in terms of bloodline, but the two of them could obviously tear the space smoothly by activating the spatial power of the Samsara Eye together. Now facing the sudden intrusion of several figures, Heilun obviously didn't dare to be arrogant, and hurriedly planned to withdraw and make other plans. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, Heilun first saw that it was not Yumu's understanding eyes. Instead, it was a figure wearing a shit yellow tights, a red cloak, and red gloves, with a bright bald head. From the side, he could vaguely see that the face seemed to still have a stupid expression. It can be said that he could not feel the strong breath emanating from Escanor on this figure at all. It can be said that this figure gave people the illusion that it was out of tune with this battlefield. However, this illusion passed in a flash. When Heilun came back to his senses, the bald man's face had a serious look. The next moment, his 5 fingers clenched suddenly, without any fancy moves. He hit the incoming figure of Yumo head-on. Boom! A punch was like a thunder explosion. The violent power was vented on the fist. At this moment, an uncontrollable chill came out from the solace of Heilun's feet and rushed straight to his forehead. Looking at the figure of Yumu, who was originally blocking the fist, it twisted rapidly. Then it was directly annihilated into fragments by the violent fist wind. The remaining power of the strong wind rushed straight to the ground below. Accompanied by the rumbling explosion, it directly pierced the island in the middle. Looking at the scene of the sea water pouring back and the island collapsing, Heilun couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Is this a god? A big bald man punched the dimensional clone copied by Yumu's burning soul into pieces. So what would happen if this punch landed on him? Heilun didn't dare to think about it. No. It can be said that he has no time to think now. Everything just now seemed to be just a moment. When he came to his senses, the magic impact released by Escanor had instantly rushed him out 10,000 meters away. Merciful explosion. The arrogant words were hesitating, waking up Heilun from his trance. When he raised his head in a hurry, he saw Escanor stepping on the sun and chasing him. That face full of arrogance and contempt shook his nerves again. At this moment, looking at the sun that Escanor stepped on hard, Heilun instantly understood that the clones summoned by Qin were not fake at all. Instead, they were a group of real gods. The skeleton covered with white bones and shrouded in black robes. The demon with bat wings. The dragon man bathed in lightning. Those figures in the sky are so terrifying that it makes people's scalps numb. At this moment, Heilun clearly understood that he had misjudged again. Chapter 1259 A God King. Merciful explosion. The arrogant words came out and fell into Heilun's ears like thunder. The hot air wave woke him up as it hit him head-on. Looking at the blazing sun that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, he was forced to stay in the void by the magic pressure and had no place to hide. The only thing he could do was to watch the attack fall on him. Boom! The earth suddenly shook violently, and the hot waves of fire rolled back to the surroundings. Originally, because of the earth that Saitama punched through, the sea water that poured back was directly evaporated. Whitebeard, who was in this chaotic battlefield, just stood firm in the huge earthquake, and felt the hot wind blowing towards him, and suddenly felt dry mouth. However, looking at the figures that appeared in the sky one after another, his face was full of disbelief. They had heard that every top strong coder in the Blood Flag Pirates was played by Qin alone. However, all along, except for Kaido who was killed by Qin, no one else had ever seen it with their own eyes. Although, facing such inhuman means, they had already been mentally prepared. However, now seeing it with their own eyes, the mood is still not calm. It's him. Daoto looked at a figure in the sky, his expression couldn't help but stagnate, and couldn't help muttering. In the outside world, when Qin played several coders of the Blood Flag Pirates alone, it was exposed. Many people have speculated whether the Navy Supernova, Thunder Dragon Laxus, is also the same person as the 5 Emperors Uchiha Qin. Later, Daoto mentioned this question when she met Qin. The reply she got was that Thunder Dragon Laxus had left. It can be said that in the eyes of most people in the Navy, they absolutely do not want the rare light of hope that appeared in the dark era of the Navy to be stained black. Facing the answer given by Qin that day, they were not willing to delve into it. They just wanted to keep the best and glorious memories. Unfortunately, now Qin tried to show all the character templates in the form of shadow clones. It undoubtedly subverted the cognition of all of them. Daoto, there are already many monsters in this world. Don't think too much. Sometimes, white lies are not a bad thing. Crane patted Daoto's shoulder. As a person who has experienced it, she certainly knows what Daotuo is thinking. That day, she and Garp strongly recommended Thunder Dragon Laxus to join the Navy headquarters. It can be said that she also doesn't want to be confused. However, facing the subversive cognition in front of her, the overall situation set by the 5 elders in Im. What justice and darkness, pirates, and the Navy, all of this is no longer important. Boom! The blazing fire wave swept across the world like a tidal wave. Under the back of the dust, the ruins of the battlefield below were torn into a huge hole. An extremely embarrassed figure rushed out of the crack and roared hysterically. Come to help me quickly, I will hold him back. Rock thorns. Bang 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 bang. One after another, black rock thorns, like spears, broke out of the ground without warning. Instantly, it passed through the dusty fog and stabbed straight at Escanor's chest. Bang! With a dull collision sound, the dark rock spikes broke inch by inch. At this moment, Heilin suddenly realized that the figure chasing him had turned into a giant of more than 10 meters. Not only the body was covered with a blazing heat wave, but even the eyebrows and hair seemed to be jumping with flames at this moment. The contemptuous and arrogant look that looked down on him further shook Heilin's nerves. At this moment, Escanor, who was like bathing in the divine fire, gave him the feeling that he was looking at a dead person. This indifferent look made Heilin, who had always considered himself a member of the God clan, panic all of a sudden. After retreating 3 or 4 steps, he roared hysterically. No possibility, I am from the Otsutsuki clan, I have the power to dominate the world, you can't kill me. Red light giant shield. Buzz. The dazzling red light weapon shot out from behind Heilin. Quickly condensed a giant shield of more than 10 meters in front of him. This is the exclusive weapon of the Otsutsuki clan, which can change in thousands of ways with the power of the pupil and the mind. The strength it possesses is completely superior to the so-called black knife. Facing the situation that changed unexpectedly in front of him, Heilin obviously placed a slight chance of breathing on the red light giant shield. As long as this defense works, Heilin will have the confidence to free up his hands to perform other means. Bang! Escanor moved. He took a big step forward, and the moment he stepped heavily on the ground, the whole person seemed to shrink the earth into an inch, spanning a distance of dozens of meters, and appeared in front of the red giant shield 1 step ahead. The 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly tightened and merged, his expression was as cold as the tide, and he attacked arrogantly. Holy Sword Escanor! Bang! The fire flashed and swept across the giant red shield in an instant. It spread across the boundless land and hit the Golden City wall 10,000 meters away. Bang! The strong fire burst out on the Golden City wall. The land along the way seemed to be split by an invisible sharp blade. While the flames soared into the sky, they were also torn into a gap like an abyss. The strange scene made Heilin stunned for a moment. Looking at the terrifying scene behind him that appeared without any signs, a crisp cracking sound came to his ears. Bang! The indestructible giant red shield broke from it. As the endless flames burst, the spider web-like cracks spread rapidly. The next moment, as if unable to withstand the shock of the hot wind, the huge giant red shield completely collapsed. Being in the rear, Black Scale, who had intended to regard the giant red shield as a life-saving straw, was stunned. He raised his hand and touched the liquid oozing from his forehead. The moment the scarlet blood fell on his fingers, it burst into a blazing high temperature, and finally turned into green smoke and dissipated with the wind. The strange scene woke Black Scale up, and his expression was distorted and he was about to roar. The blazing fire, centered on his eyebrows, gushed out in response. No! A desperate scream sounded. Unfortunately, everything seemed pale and powerless. Under the burning fire, Black Scale turned into ashes in an instant. One move. Looking at the amazing scene presented by Escanor in front of everyone, let alone Whitebeard and others, even Im had a feeling of cold air coming out of the solace of his feet and rushing straight to his forehead. Even Black Scale, who had the God clan hanging on his mouth at the beginning, couldn't withstand the blow he made casually. If Black Scale is a god, then Escanor can definitely be called a god king, right? Chapter 1260 I am willing to marry you. Boom! The earth is rumbling. The blazing flames are rising into the sky. Looking at the blow, the earth is directly split, and the so-called god Black Scale is split into 2. This domineering and unparalleled posture makes people gasp. Many people present ask themselves that they are the overlords of one side. However, if they stand on the opposite side of Escanor, they may not be able to withstand this blow. Haha, this kid is really an extraordinary person. The power of those clones is really beyond our measurement. Garp laughed suddenly. Kaido, I heard that you were killed by Uchiha Chinyu once. Judging from your expression, you were not beheaded by Escanor with a knife. Many people present were stunned. Faced with the tough question suddenly raised by Garp, everyone's nerves were tense and they subconsciously looked at Kaido. When they saw Kaido, his face was full of black lines, many people nodded silently. Damn Garp, do you want to start a war with me? Kaido roared. Watching the scene of Black Scale being killed, for Kaido, it was already a scar. Now Garp's words are undoubtedly rubbing salt on his wounds. It can be said that he has always been regarded as the most powerful creature in the world. He even takes suicide as his hobby. For decades, he has been going further and further on the road of death. Unfortunately, he never thought that one day he would really kill himself. Before he died, the vivid scene made him feel cold when he thought about it now. Haha, Kaido, I really hope that you will find an old man like me to fight, so that I can have the opportunity to follow Chinyu's steps to slay the dragon. Garp laughed loudly, and found a donut from somewhere and stuffed it into his mouth. He said incoherently, don't forget, I am now the strongest existence on the island, except for Chinyu. I don't mind letting you take a punch. Kaido was stunned, and the anger on his face suddenly extinguished. Looking at Garp with a smug look on his face, there was nothing wrong with this. Facing this hero of the Navy headquarters, he didn't dare to be arrogant in his heyday, not to mention that he no longer has the ability of the Devil Fruit. It can be said that after the battle of the final island Raftel, the power of the sea without the Devil Fruit will definitely be reshuffled. Garp, who specializes in physical skills, can completely be the king of the mountain without a tiger. For a while, facing Garp's ridicule, Kaido gritted his teeth again and again, and could only turn his head like a deflated balloon and look at the battlefield. As the only 4 emperors who died in Chinyu's hands in the past, Kaido knew clearly that this battle should also end. Black Scale. Imu's face changed drastically. In a flash, the dimensional clone and Black Scale were directly killed. Without time to think, he quickly pulled away and ran away. From the beginning, it was confirmed that Uchiha Chinyu came from another world. Imu had planned to let the sacred tree absorb the power of Uchiha Chinyu to accelerate the ripening of the energy fruit. Unfortunately, after a brief fight, Imu realized that this was just a luxury. Until the appearance of Black Scale, Imu just hoped to be able to fight this mysterious guy to a draw. In this way, at least she still has a little right to an equal dialogue. It's a pity that the series of rapidly changing thoughts ended up with only one word left: escape. As the master of this world, and even more so as a god, Imu never thought that he would fall to this point one day. It's too late to leave. The deep eye sockets of the Bone King's skull burst into a dazzling scarlet light. The next moment, the violent magic power dormant in the body rolled back, and the clenched scepter in his hand stomped on the ground. Super-level magic, sky falling. Buzz buzz buzz. One magic circle after another bloomed in the void. In an instant, it occupied most of the sky above the island. While the huge magic power was stirring, the invisible pressure locked on Im, who was escaping at a high speed. Although this sky falling is just super-level magic. However, it was transformed by the sky falling. As long as the Bone King has enough magic power, once this magic is cast, the heat energy beam falling from the sky will not stop. This is the attack principle like a machine gun. Boom! One after another, the beams of light poured down like a waterfall, instantly covering the way Im escaped. Feeling the extremely hot and dangerous breath, one after another was blown up around him. Im had no chance to escape from this place. Not to mention, trying to tear the space Chinyu was imprisoned in to jump. It can be said that the Otsutsuki clan is best at and relies on the space pupil technique. This is the basis of their invincibility. Unfortunately, this time, Im and Heilin met Uchiha Chinyu, the executioner who killed many members of the Otsutsuki clan. Not only is he proficient in various space ninjutsu and pupil techniques, but he also combines the power of the Samsara Eye and the Reincarnation Eye. The pupil power he possesses has already increased exponentially. If it comes to fighting for space pupil power, Chinyu asks himself that he can definitely beat Im. Puff! A purple-black beam of light instantly tore through the void and plunged into Im's right arm, who was dodging quickly. Boom! The lightning exploded, and the violent power was released, directly knocking Im out. The piercing pain made Yumu angry and he hurriedly looked far away. There was a dimensional clone he had left behind. In Yumo's eyes, this could at least buy her some time. However, the scene she saw made her pupils shrink suddenly. The dimensional clone she regarded as a trump card had already been nailed directly to the ruins by the spears transformed by thunder. Accompanied by a dragon claw mixed with endless lightning, it came down from the sky. Bang! The dimensional clone that was nailed to the ground by the thunder spear exploded. The dust in the sky turned back, which made Yumo's face pale. For a long time, the art of dimensional clone was like a trump card for Yumo. 3 of her with the same strength were enough to sweep away all opponents. However, the scene in front of her now seemed so vulnerable. The piercing pain from her broken arm made her so-called fighting spirit collapse all at once. Especially with as time went by, the sequelae of burning souls made Yumo even more powerless. In her current state, let alone breaking through, I am afraid that even if she wants to defeat one of those terrifying clones, she will definitely not be able to do it. When she thought of this, Yumo hurriedly looked back at Chinyu for a second time, gritted her teeth and shouted, "I am willing to marry you." Chapter 1261 I welcome you on behalf of the moon. I am willing to marry you. This unexpected speech echoed in the vast void. Not to mention the crowd of spectators such as Whitebeard, even the Bone King and others who took action could not help but be stunned in place. This plot reversal is too fast. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that a proper pursuit could turn into a promise of love in an instant. Most importantly, Chinyu obviously didn't dislike forcing marriage. Shameless! Daoto couldn't help but mutter, biting down with her pearly teeth. Soon she noticed the eyes from all around, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She didn't know why she said such a thing. However, at this critical moment, this kind of suicidal rebuke from her mouth undoubtedly made people feel intriguing. However, facing Yumo who suddenly surrendered and threw himself into his arms, everyone's attention was obviously quickly attracted back again. In the eyes of most people, a series of life and death battles just happened. It seems very cumbersome, but it only took 7 or 8 minutes. Facing Yumo, he suddenly fell from the identity of the big boss behind the hidden world to a prisoner. This huge gap is undoubtedly difficult for people to accept for a while. However, it is precisely because of this reason that the people present are eager to know what choice Uchiha Kainu will make. Uchiha Kainu, I don't know why you want to kill Kagaya and others, but I think you should want to know about the Otsutsuki clan, right? Looking at the paused pursuit, Yumo hurriedly spoke again. My status in the Otsutsuki clan is not high, but as long as you marry me, you will also be a member of the Otsutsuki clan in the future. I will not only share my eye power with you. You will not be hunted down endlessly by the Otsutsuki clan because you get the Samsara eye. This is a win-win result. You should not object. As Yumo said this, he slowly approached Chinyu. His extremely cautious attitude also made many people's nerves tense. After all, they were not clear about the affairs of the Otsutsuki clan. But just based on Yumo's few words, it is obvious that many key issues have been deduced. At least, from the literal meaning, there are only benefits for Chinyu. Sorry, I have no interest in an old monster. And you haven't had a life and death battle for too long. Do you want to take me to be a ghost couple with the opportunity to get close to me? Chinyu smiled warmly. This smile made Yumo's expression collapse all of a sudden, and then he roared hysterically. I am the god of this world, and you are the old monster. However, at this distance, there is still enough time for me to take you on the road. Explode! Yumo roared continuously. The power that had been exhausted in her body exploded again. However, this time, she was obviously prepared to die. After seeing Uchiha Chinyu's methods and the strength of his clones, she knew that all resistance and thoughts were just wishful thinking. Originally, she thought that she could use the beauty trick to win Chinyu's full consent and shorten the distance. Then she would self-destruct to injure or even kill Uchiha Chinyu as much as possible. Unfortunately, Yumo never thought of it and still overestimated herself. Buzz! A series of golden beams emerged from Yumo's body. At this moment, not only did the whole world add an inexplicable dangerous atmosphere. At the same time, it also made the airflow around her flow back to her. Moreover, this countercurrent posture undoubtedly became more and more intense as time went by. In the end, it will definitely form a black hole-like swallowing ability. Are you detonating the Samsara eye? Chinyu raised his eyebrows. Yes, even if I detonate the Samsara eye, I will never leave it to you. Now I am like a powder keg. Once it starts, I will explode instantly if I am attacked a little bit. I forgot to tell you that the range of my explosion is not limited to this battlefield and island, even this sea area is no exception. As long as I use the power of the Samsara Eye to tear out the broken space, then even you will not be able to escape the fate of being swallowed by the endless black universe. Yumo's expression was distorted and he roared like crazy. This is the fate of your contempt for God. The rolling words exploded like thunder. The faces of Whitebeard and others who were watching on the scene turned pale. Faced with such a crazy attack method, let alone they can't escape now, I'm afraid they can't do it in their heyday. Feeling this overwhelming and powerful attraction, they tried their best to stabilize their bodies. The only thing they could do was to look at Qin Yu. Facing this life or death moment, they were indifferent to life and death. However, if there was a life-saving straw to grab, no one would refuse it. Most importantly, they would never believe that someone like Uchiha Qin Yu would capsize in the gutter. Sorry, did you just call yourself a god? Qin Yu smiled warmly. He raised his right hand and pressed it towards Yumo through the air. I can't fulfill your wish, but I can at least give you the eternal body of the moon. I welcome you on behalf of the moon. Yumo was startled at first after the inexplicable words came out, and then his face suddenly changed drastically. She felt that the power that was originally overflowing wildly was pouring back into her body. However, before she could react, 9 black spheres cut through the sky and fell around her. 6 paths earth-shattering star. Boom! The air flowing around suddenly stagnated. Yumo, who was in it, felt as if her own power was blocked. Her whole body seemed to be frozen in mid-air, and no matter how she struggled, it was useless. What Yumo never expected was that the rocks on the surrounding ground quickly peeled off and crushed them with a roar. Looking at the huge rock that was rolling over like an overwhelming force, his pupils dilated, and Im was completely panicked. No! Boom! Thunderous roars were exploding. The rock fragments in the sky closed up with a roar. As this world, Im, who had been hiding behind the scenes for 800 years, was completely sealed in it. Along with the 6-level ground-shattering stars, it was gradually growing. As the final island, Raftel, after experiencing many deadly battles, finally couldn't bear it, and it roared and gradually broke apart. Facing this sudden scene, Whitebeard and others' faces changed suddenly. This island was isolated from the world by Im, and the retreat was completely cut off. If Raftel collapsed now, it would mean that they would also die. Chapter 1262 Exiled to Outer Space Without a Word. Boom! Large pieces of rock were peeled off the ground and closed up towards the sky, bringing up a huge sound wave. The huge island accelerated its collapse under the 6-level earth-shattering star. Looking at the cracks that spread rapidly and looked shocking, the people present were tense to the extreme. If they continue to develop in this way, they will be in a deadly dilemma. Especially looking at the huge rock sphere in the sky that is growing rapidly and is almost as big as the island. No! It should be the moon. Everyone's nerves were tense to the extreme. If a moon can be created by human power alone, then such means are enough to be called a god. Buzz! The strange mental fluctuations made their hearts tremble. Rays of light shot out from the moon like a tide, turned into streams, and directly sank into everyone's body. The body that had become a little empty due to the loss of the devil fruit, a warm current quickly swept through the body. This is the devil fruit ability. Someone exclaimed, and instantly woke up everyone present. Without time to think, everyone's face showed a hint of ecstasy as they hurriedly communicated with the power in their bodies. Haha, this is the ability of my floating fruit. I didn't expect to get it back. I thought I would be a lonely and weak old man for the rest of my life. Tisk, Golden Lion, your heels are about to step into the grave, and you are still pretending to be young here, talking about the rest of your life. Wald, you old man, you are talking about things that are not related to the topic. I won't take you flying later. Golden Lion glared. However, facing the lost and recovered devil fruit ability, there is no ambiguity at all. The destruction of the island Raftel in the end is a nightmare for them. However, with the devil fruit ability, they can still protect themselves. As for how to escape, it still depends on Uchiha Qin Yu. Boom! The Gilosayaki, which landed on the ground, took off again under the influence of the floating fruit ability. At the same time, a huge broken island wreckage was also affected by the power of the float fruit and quickly soared into the air. Whitebeard, you guys come up too. Thank you very much, I didn't expect that I would be saved by you again. Whitebeard said with a slight sigh. Recalling the last time that Golden Lion helped, it was during the battle in the Valley of the Gods. The tremor fruit is known as the strongest fruit of the superhuman system. However, this fruit may be useful for destruction. But in terms of practicality, it is undoubtedly not as good as Golden Lion's float fruit. At present, the final island Raftel is gradually collapsing. Without the help of the pirate ship, they will obviously lose their foothold. The only way to survive is in the sky. It seems that I have to take action too. I really want to see what that kid looks like. Fujitora laughed dryly, rolled his eyes slightly, and gave up the idea. According to Fujitora's idea, at least in his heart, keep a sense of mystery. As Fujitora attacked, the remaining Charlotte Linlin and Red Hair also did not hesitate. When Charlotte Linlin used the power of the soul fruit to revive a huge cloud, Red Hair Shanks, obviously using the power of the rule fruit, quickly imitated Charlotte Linlin's attack. He transformed a cloud into homies and took off with his pirates. Damn kid, but forget it this time. Charlotte Linlin clenched her fists, not she snorted coldly. Seeing her unique devil fruit ability being stolen by others, anyone would feel unhappy. However, the current situation is unknown, and Charlotte Linlin is one of the 4 emperors. However, after witnessing Uchiha Kainu's incomparable strength, she dared not act rashly. If she was the first to shoot, she would die. Especially looking at the moon hanging in the sky, covering the sky and the sun, she felt inexplicably blocked. Recalling the past, they were on the verge of a war with the Blood Flag pirates, and even boasted to go to war with them. Charlotte Linlin's spine is still cold now. When she thought that after IM was solved, Uchiha Kainu's status in this sea would definitely rise. By then, let alone the 4 emperors, I am afraid that even the Navy headquarters and even the world government would have to retreat 3 feet. If you get a little upset on that day, I'm afraid there will be many people who will end up with nothing while talking and laughing. Charlotte Lingling couldn't help but shudder, and her gloomy eyes swept across the scene, and soon thought of a slightly vulgar method. Mom, why are you staring at me? Is my face dirty? Charlotte Smoothie couldn't help but say. Sister Smoothie, Mom is staring at me, what's wrong? I also feel that Mom's eyes are the same as when she looks at men. Mom, you won't think of anything bad, right? Facing this slightly covetous gaze, Smoothie and others couldn't help but feel a chill on their feet, which went straight to their heads. Look, the moon has stopped. Someone exclaimed. After escaping the crisis of the collapse of the final island Raftel with the help of various fruit abilities, many people breathed a sigh of relief and freed up their minds to observe the situation on the battlefield. The rock layer peeling off the ground stopped all of a sudden. Compared with the nearly shattered Raftel, the huge moon quietly suspended in the sky was already the same size as Raftel. Anyone standing in front of the moon condensed by the earth-shattering star could not help but feel a little insignificant. At least, in their eyes, if Qin Yu suddenly attacked them now. I'm afraid that the ball in front of them alone would be enough to crush them. Let's go. Qin Yu retracted his gaze indifferently, and waved his right hand in the air. The moon, which was originally quietly suspended in the air, made a roar and soared into the sky in full view of everyone. It was so fast that it disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. The weird scene made everyone in the field startled. When they looked up to the sky again, they found that there was a second moon in the sky. Crazy. No. It should be said that it was confused. Everyone present swallowed their saliva and looked at Qin Yu with endless shock and fear. At first, they all thought that Qin Yu's words about welcoming IM on behalf of the moon were just a joke. Facing the giant rock ball that was created, the volume was equal to that of the final island, Raftel. It had nothing to do with the real moon in the sky. However, they never thought that Qin Yu would really exile IM directly to outer space and make him the second moon. Chapter 1263 Separation and Leaving. The huge ruins battlefield suddenly became extremely quiet. Looking at the figure standing quietly in the void, many people subconsciously held their breath and concentrated. At this moment, they were so worried that if they breathed a little louder, they would attract the moon package exiled to outer space. He's coming! Someone exclaimed, and everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. Especially, when Qin Yu's pair of 9 Magadama Samsara eyes swept in their direction. It felt like an inexplicable chill rushed out from the solace of his feet and swept through his whole body, making people shudder. Everything is ready, don't forget what I just said. Charlotte Lingling looked around the white clouds and shouted in a low voice. Smoothie and others were stunned at first, and when they recalled what Charlotte Lingling mentioned just now, they couldn't help but blush on their cheeks. There was indeed a little awkwardness in their hearts, but when they thought of Charlotte Lingling's definition of herself, they took a deep breath and made thorough preparations. The distance of tens of thousands of meters was just a blink of an eye for Qin Yu to tear through the space after he opened his samsara eyes. When everyone present felt a flash in front of their eyes and came back to their senses again, Qin Yu had already landed on the Gyulazayaki. Faced with this method that can cross tens of thousands of meters in a single thought, everyone present had their pupils contracted, and they all put on a smile and hurriedly stepped forward. Even Whitebeard, the leader of the four emperors, was no exception. He took a bottle of good wine and threw it to Qin Yu, saying, "Boss Qin Yu, I didn't expect you to be so well hidden. This battle has completely convinced all of us. Now that I'm and the 5 elders have been eliminated, the world government has lost its highest leader. Boss Qin Yu, would you consider taking over?" The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Seeing Whitebeard, who talked about everything as soon as he opened his mouth, many people were so angry that they trembled all over. Not to mention members of the Navy headquarters such as Sengoku, even the 4 emperors such as Charlotte Lingling were no exception. A new official has 3 things to do when he takes office. What if Uchiha Qin Yu really wants to enter the world government and take over the position of I'm and the 5 elders? Then these pirates who stand on the opposite side of justice will probably be liquidated directly. It can be said that on the final island of Raftel, which was blocked by I'm in advance, they didn't even have a chance to escape. However, in this situation, they were not qualified to object. The only thing they could do was to stare at Qin Yu with an eager face. Find out as soon as possible whether he would go or stay. Don't worry, I didn't belong to this world in the first place. Now that I'm has been solved, I'm about to leave. Qin Yu dispersed the 6 paths mode and fell to the ground. Just when I'm was exiled to the moon, an ethereal prompt sounded in the system. It prompted that he had completed the test in the Sea King world and was qualified to leave this world. Originally, Qin Yu could tear the space and leave this world immediately, but looking at the many familiar faces here, he gave up the idea of leaving. "Mom, he's leaving. Do we not need to give birth to a baby for him?" Charlotte Bruley's voice suddenly sounded. Looking at the row of more than 10 older single women standing on both sides, tearing their long skirts into deep VS that reached their thighs. Especially Charlotte Bruley, who was standing in the front row with a disfigured face and looked like a witch. Qin Yu immediately realized that his decision to leave was the best choice. Qin Yu had no luck with the group of monster-like daughters on the Big Mom pirates. "Humph, Charlotte Linling, you have a good plan. Look at Kaido, he is now a bachelor commander. You should think of a way to get him and give birth to a baby together." The Golden Lion rolled his eyes and said, "You did this kind of thing a lot on Rock's ship. At that time, you even set your sights on Whitebeard." "Golden Lion, what are you talking about? I remember that Lingling broke into your room 3 times in the middle of the night." Whitebeard glared at her and immediately became anxious. Facing this sturdy woman, they obviously suffered before. "Bullshit, you 3 broke into my room together, and in the end I just chose Kaido. At that time, my figure was like a devil." Charlotte Lingling was also anxious. While talking, she also gestured at her slender figure that day. However, looking at this pile of meat, the people present suddenly shuddered, obviously feeling that they were not blessed to enjoy it. "This behemoth, if you are not careful, it may be easy to break." The ancients were honest, after giving birth to a monkey, the body shape will really be out of shape. "Okay, if you want to argue, let's talk about it later. Let's see what Qin Yu plans to do first." Zhang Guo suddenly spoke. As the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, he was undoubtedly relieved after hearing that Qin Yu was leaving. But it was precisely because of this reason that Zhang Guo had to figure out when Qin Yu would leave and what he would do before leaving. If he turned back and directly wiped out their Navy headquarters, it would be a nightmare for them. "Don't worry, I have moved this island back to the original world. You can leave by passing through the fog. At the same time, each of you will be sent to the next sea area. As for what will happen in the future, it depends on your choice." Qin Yu said lightly. That day, when Qin Yu was the Thunder Dragon Laxus, he received a lot of help from Zhang Guo, and today he was also repaying a favor. Hearing this, everyone in the field secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, there were not many disputes between them. However, once they leave this place and lose Qin Yu's check and balance, the situation will undoubtedly change. If they are not careful, there may be a melee. This is undoubtedly good news for everyone who has experienced the test of life and death. Well, it's getting late, and I should leave. As for the Blood Flag pirates, you can stay if you want, Golden Lion. I will come back to visit you when I have time. Qin Yu patted Golden Lion on the shoulder and said. Don't step your heels into the grave so quickly. Tisk, Wald hasn't come yet, how can it be my turn, but you, kid, have an amazing background and can come back at any time. Just bring some wine to me when the time comes. Golden Lion kicked Wald and responded hurriedly. Faced with this kind of fight, the slightly depressing atmosphere in the field also dissipated a little bit. Qin Yu smiled helplessly and shook his head, then looked up at the sky. He knew clearly that the time had come. However, whether he could return to his original world smoothly next was still unknown. Chapter 1264, Everything has changed after coming to his senses. Boom! The earth suddenly shook violently, and a beam of light fell from the sky, causing huge wind and waves, rolling back and forth. The strong impact made a big hole in the earth. The big tree surrounded by several people could not escape the disaster and was directly broken in half. Ahem, I didn't expect that this way of appearance would be more exaggerated than the previous one. Qin Yu coughed dryly and walked out in the dust. After patting the dust on his body, he looked up and looked around. After parting with Jin Shizi and others, the system directly teleported him away. When he came to his senses, Qin Yu found that he had turned into a meteor fell from the sky. The whole process was like flowing water, and Qin Yu had no time to react. At the same time, because of the tearing of space, Qin Yu could not use all his strength. The only thing that made people feel fortunate was that the system used its power to wrap Qin Yu up. Otherwise, in the process of turning into a meteor and cutting through the sky, he might be fine, but his clothes might not be safe. Appearing in a bald posture, I am afraid that his image has been ruined before he even appeared on the stage. Is this Konoha? Qin Yu's expression could not help but stagnate. When leaving the world of the Sea King, Qin Yu was still thinking about whether he would end his reincarnation journey. However, he also thought about appearing in other reincarnation worlds. It was just that he never expected that he would return to the world of Naruto. Looking at the end of the earth, the guarding gate standing at the end, Qin Yu seemed a little sad. On that day, he walked out of Konoha and became a proud existence in the ninja world step by step. Afterwards, the 5 major countries seemed to have given him the ultimate title of the movie Emperor, which made Qin Yu have the urge to destroy it again and again. After more than a year, Qin Yu returned to the world of Naruto again. He couldn't help but feel a little bored and wanted to visit those old friends in the past. Let's go to Konoha first. I don't know what the situation is now. I don't know if the old 3rd generation is still alive. Who is the Hokage now is also a curious thing. Qin Yu muttered, but he was a little inexplicably looking forward to it. When looking at the sealed gate in the distance, Qin Yu took a big step and disappeared directly on the spot. This time, the system was very moral. In addition to consuming 60% of Qin Yu's power, it was not suppressed by the laws of this world. As for the means he had, it was obviously not restricted or interfered with. Swoosh, swoosh. Several sounds of breaking through the air rushed out quickly in the forest and finally landed where Qin Yu disappeared. The meteor impact site should be here, but there is nothing here except a ruin. A light voice sounded in the field. At the same time, with veins protruding, the Byakugan was urged to the extreme, and quickly scanned the surroundings. No trace of people was found. From the explosion just now to the arrival of our special handling team, it took less than a minute. If someone really wanted to escape, I'm afraid they would not be able to escape far. I also agree with this analysis. It seems that the meteorite may have disintegrated. Now there is not much time left before the Chunin exam. If there is a wrong guess at this juncture, it may not be a good thing. Don't forget what happened during this period, even the Hokage was busy running for his life. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the field was shrouded in an inexplicable depression. The 4 people fell into silence at the same time. Only the headed girl with white eyes spoke again after a moment of silence. Don't worry, the Hokage has contacted the cages of other ninja villages, and they will soon discuss a response strategy, so there is no need to worry. Since there is no trace of people here, I will go back to report first. After leaving these words, the girl disappeared directly on the spot. The remaining 3 did not continue to neglect and dispersed to the surroundings. Although no trace of people was found in the ruins at the original place, the Chunin exam was about to be held, and for the sake of caution, a carpet search was still needed. With the departure of the 4 people, the huge ruins returned to peace again. If Chinyu saw these people, he would definitely be shocked. What is it like not seeing each other for 3 years? We are here. There is a seal of Konoha here, but it should not be difficult to pass it. Chinyu landed in front of the gate in an instant. Feeling the barrier hidden in the void, he reached out and pressed into the void. Buzz! The barrier shook slightly, and soon it was agitated like a wave. Seeing this scene, Chinyu did not hesitate and stepped in directly. When he disappeared from the spot, the girl with the white eyes also appeared in front of the sealed gate. Looking at the barrier that gradually disappeared into the void, her face could not help but change slightly. While the white eyes were urged to the extreme, they quickly swept through the void. Hanabi, what happened? A figure jumped down on the sealed gate. If Chinyu was there, he would definitely feel shocked. This is a grown-up version of Konohamaru. No. It should be said that after sneaking into the Konoha village, looking at the Hokage rock in the distance, Chinyu also felt a sense of being in the wind. The first, second, third, and fourth generations of Hokage are all fine. But the 5th generation of Hokage was replaced by Hotaki Kakashi. The 6th generation of Hokage became Uchiha Itachi. The 7th generation of Hokage is still the familiar face of Naruto. Looking at the 3 Hokage rocks that suddenly appeared, Chinyu believed that he did not enter the wrong dimension, but the time was disordered. According to the appearance of the 7th generation Hokage rock, at least 20 years have passed since the time Chinyu was originally in. After a hurried separation of 20 years, even Chinyu's face also had a faint sigh. Although Chinyu is a reincarnated person and does not belong to this world. However, when he came to his senses, everything has changed and he felt sad. However, Chinyu never expected that Uchiha Itachi would appear on the Hokage rock. It seems that after he left that day, the dispute about the Uchiha clan in Konoha village was also resolved. Uchiha Itachi's ability to sit in the position of Hokage can be regarded as untying the knot of the Uchiha clan for many years. As for because his intrusion caused a huge change in the plot of Naruto, Chinyu dared not imagine what the world would be like now. At least, facing this hastily changing situation, Chinyu's sigh in his heart was dissipated. There is a little guy on the Hokage rock. It seems that the time point is similar to what I know, but I don't know what changes will happen in the end. Chinyu raised his eyebrows and soon saw the young figure standing on the Hokage rock. He had some calculations and guesses in his mind, but he still walked away from the spot. It's a rare trip back. In addition to visiting those old faces in the past, it's inevitable to have some fun. Chapter 1265 Official 3rd Generation. The Hokage Rock is one of the most important places in Konoha village. It is also the most majestic place, and few people have ever set foot in it. Most importantly, in the eyes of everyone in Konoha village, the Hokage Rock is the most sacred existence. Naruto, why don't you come back quickly? You are not allowed to mess around here. A loud shout suddenly broke the silence in the field. 2 slightly young figures appeared above the head of the 7th generation Hokage. The girl who led the scolding was Uchiha Sarada from Sasuke's family. Following closely behind was Orochimaru's artificial son, Yuzuki. However, at this moment, the 2 of them were staring at me and looking at Uzumaki Naruto who was tied with ropes. Especially looking at the paint bucket in his hand, Sarada felt even more furious. In her eyes, this so-called prank was simply an extremely childish behavior, which was completely inconsistent with her mature and ambitious dreams. Sarada, just watch over there. Who made my bastard dad not even have time to accompany me? What a shitty Hokage, he is not qualified at all. Naruto said disdainfully. For him, this kind of thing is simply a piece of cake. Most importantly, he is the 3rd generation of an official. After doing this kind of thing, there is no big consequence except for being symbolically scolded. Moreover, this time, seeing his father, the Hokage, having a headache, made him feel happy. Naruto, if you don't come back and insult the title of Hokage, I will do it. Sarada clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Tisk, this is not the first time you have said this. If you want to do it, do it. Am I afraid of you? Naruto rolled his eyes, holding the paint bucket and snickered. Today, I will do something new, a fairy scattering flowers, so that my stinky father will be so angry that he will come out to chase me. Sarada, don't worry, I won't touch your uncle's Hokage rock. I was just careless last time, and you don't have to beat me to death. Okay, let's get started. After saying this, Naruto jumped up with the paint bucket. You bastard, I'm going to beat you up. Sarada clenched her fists and exploded in anger. However, she rushed out a few steps, and her face suddenly changed. Naruto, be careful, there's someone behind you. Someone? Naruto was stunned. In his eyes, this place is regarded as the most sacred place in Konoha village, and basically no one comes here. Every time, he patted his butt and left directly after he was done with his troubles, and then someone arrived. Now it's ahead of time, which inevitably makes Naruto a little curious about who is so quick to ruin his good deeds. However, in Naruto's eyes, even if someone really came ahead of time, it would not hinder his work. At most, they would just talk back at him. As for those who took action against him, there were very few. Messy thoughts flashed through his mind, and Naruto looked at it with interest. He wanted to see who came this time. Bang! A stinging feeling came on his face. Naruto only vaguely saw a thigh sweeping across. When he came to his senses, his eyes were already dark, and the huge impact force directly made him fly out. He fell heavily on the rock not far away. The paint bucket in his hand changed hands with a clang, and fell into Chinyu's hand. The sudden scene made Sarada and Yu stunned. It can be said that this kick, in their eyes, can be called fast, accurate and ruthless. In particular, they never thought that someone would give up talking and kick the third generation of officials. Most importantly, the force of this kick was obviously not small, and Naruto flew more than 10 meters away. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that the kick would make him faint and cripple. It hurts, who dares to attack me, I'm angry. Naruto covered his red cheeks and shouted anxiously. He had been playing pranks on the Hokage rock for so long, but this was the first time he was treated like this. In Naruto's eyes, he was the third generation of officials, his grandfather was the fourth generation of Hokage, and his father was the seventh generation of Hokage. Just based on these two identities, people should give him enough face. However, now he was kicked as soon as he met him. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would never believe that he, a third generation official, would be treated like this. Naruto, you have a nosebleed. Do you need to call the medical team? Yayu spoke first. This person doesn't seem to have the identity mark of the Konoha village. In my memory, he doesn't seem to have appeared. He may be a ninja from another village. We must report it as soon as possible. As the only most perfect artificial man in Orochimaru's hands. In addition to believing that he has no heart, Yayu's personality is set to be calm and composed. Facing Naruto's scream of pain as soon as he opened his mouth, Yayu obviously saw more problems in the details. It can be said that the three of them are in a group, which is similar to the setting of Team 7 when Naruto was there. However, compared with Naruto, Naruto has a little more clever personality of a second-generation official. In the original work, it is not very pleasing. Okay, you shouldn't die like this, so why don't you stand up quickly? Who asked you to play a prank? Sarada shouted anxiously. However, her eyes were more on Chinyu. The kick just now really made Sarada feel relieved. However, Naruto is her partner after all, and he is also a third-generation official. Being kicked head-on without mercy is also a slap in Konoha's face. I know, I'm being beaten now, and I don't care at all, and I'm still shouting here. Naruto rubbed his nose and looked at Chinyu. You dare to attack me, don't notify anyone for now, I want to get back at you. Get back at you. Sarada was startled, and before she could react, Naruto had already rushed out. Don't worry, I can deal with this kind of opponent in an instant. Don't forget who I am. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang! White mist rushed into the sky, and three figures rushed out directly, showing a horn posture, and attacked Chinyu together. The distance of more than 10 meters was approached in just a blink of an eye. Without any fancy moves, 3 shurikens were thrown out with the backhand. Attacked Chinyu head-on at a tricky angle. Looking at this series of flowing attacks. As expected of the son of the 7th Hokage and the grandson of the 4th Hokage, the basic training is very solid. Yu said with a smile. Humph, just a reckless guy. Sarada raised her eyebrows. The next moment, her expression changed. Looking at the shuriken approaching quickly, the pupils of the motionless figure, who looked like a statue, suddenly shrank. She knew clearly that Naruto's attack was no joke. Chapter 1266 Everyone present is garbage. The shuriken shot out, showing a posture of combined attack. Looking at Chin-yu, who stood there like a statue, Sarada's face changed and she shouted in a hurry. Naruto, be careful that he is weird. Is there something weird? Naruto was slightly startled, and 3 shurikens had already landed on Chin-yu. Ding! Sparks flew, and the shuriken was directly bounced out, giving people the feeling that it hit an iron wall. The weird scene made Naruto's face change. Before he could react, he had already arrived in front of Chin-yu. Facing this close distance, there was no doubt that the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. I don't believe you can really stay still. Naruto gritted his teeth and kicked out. Bang! 3 figures attacked from top, middle, and bottom. It hurts. Naruto's expression changed suddenly. He finally knew why the 3 shurikens seemed to hit an iron wall. The motionless boy in front of him gave him the feeling of being rooted in the earth. Is this the strength of the 3rd generation of officials? It seems a bit too bad. Chin-yu smiled warmly. His right hand suddenly reached down and grabbed Naruto's right leg. The speed was so fast that it was impossible for the naked eye to keep up. The other 2 clones were about to help, but Chin-yu's left hand had already moved. Finger gun. Bang! The 2 clones exploded and turned into white mist and soared into the sky. At the same time, Chin-yu grabbed Naruto with his right hand and swung him out. Yayu, hurry up and save people, I'll stop him. Sarada rushed out first. While her hands were flying quickly, she shouted in a hurry. I don't care who you are, but as long as you dare to act wildly in Konoha village, as someone who wants to become Hokage, I have the obligation to defeat you. Fire style, great fireball technique. The hot chakra was swallowed and spit out from Sarada's mouth. It gathered into a fireball with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters out of thin air, and it rolled over Chin-yu across the sky. The distance of more than 10 meters was just approached in the blink of an eye. Compared with Naruto's shadow clone, this move is obviously more lethal. As expected of Sasuke's woman, the speed and power of this spell are good, but I want to tell you that only little brats want to be Hokage. Chin-yu smiled warmly and slapped his right hand forward again. Bang! The hot fireball, like a balloon, was smashed. The airwaves were as dazzling as fireworks. Sarada was stunned. In her eyes, this was a sea-level ninjutsu, not a trick she learned in the ninjutsu academy. However, it was so vulnerable now, which was beyond his cognition. Who would believe that the fireball was smashed with bare hands if they didn't see it with their own eyes? Sarada, I'll cover you. You should have a stronger attack. My lightning has the ability to paralyze instantly. Yiyu's voice suddenly sounded behind Chin-yu. The ground behind him was penetrated at the same time. A big hand like a venomous snake, soft and boneless, quickly wrapped around Chin-yu's body. Snake thunder. Bang! Blue electric light instantly emerged from Yiyu's body, and quickly spread to Chin-yu's body. In an instant, the lightning directly submerged Chin-yu in it. At the same time Sarada was already rushing towards him. She clenched her right hand with 5 fingers, without any fancy moves, and smashed down towards Chin-yu. Sakura charge. This was the strange power inherited from Haruno Sakura, which completely gave Sarada a strength that was not suitable for her age. One punch could instantly shatter the rock. It can be said that if she had a choice, Sarada would never want to use this last resort. However, after seeing with her own eyes that Chin-yu easily resolved the attacks one after another, she had to cooperate with Yiyu. After all, in their 3-person team, Naruto always acted on his own, and only Yiyu could understand a little human language. In Sarada's eyes, Chin-yu was now entangled by the snake mine, and under the paralysis, he could easily take it down with one punch. Good cooperation, but the people present are all garbage, too weak. Chin-yu smiled and raised his right hand again. That smooth posture was not affected by the paralysis of the snake mine at all. He grabbed Sarada's fist. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed like thunder. Feeling the huge airwave that was directly overturned, Sarada was stunned. This was a blow that could easily break even rocks, but it was taken by someone casually. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that all this was true. Especially after hearing Chin-yu's comments just now. Sarada had an absurd idea in her mind. Are they really so rubbish? Sarada, you are not rubbish, get out of the way quickly, he is not someone you can deal with. A figure fell from the sky, grabbed Sarada first, and quickly retreated. At the same time, Konohamaru instantly landed behind Chin-yu, and after forming a series of spells with his hands, he slammed them on the ground. Binding technique Vajra binding. Bang! A series of curses, as if alive, quickly wrapped around Qin Yu. The next moment, before everyone could react, it had covered the whole body, forming a powerful shackle. Even Qin Yu's right hand, which was raised to block Sakura-chan, was frozen in mid-air. Teacher Hanabi, Teacher Konohamaru, why are you here, who is he? Sarada's face changed involuntarily, especially when she remembered the scene where Sakura-chan was blocked by one hand just now. She felt that it was hard to accept. I don't know who he is, but if our guess is true, this guy will be very scary. Hinata Hanabi suddenly glared, and blue veins spread rapidly in the corners of her eyes, and she shouted in a hurry. Were you the one who just tore open the sealed gate and sneaked into the Konoha village? Also, was it you who caused the meteorite that fell from the sky? Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows after hearing these two questions in a row. He said, no wonder you showed up earlier than I expected. It turned out that you haven't used ninjutsu for too long, and you are not proficient in tearing the barrier of the Konoha village, so you made a mistake. In the past, for Qin Yu, who often climbed over the wall to go out, this sealed gate had been in and out at will. But more than 20 years have passed, and the barrier of the sealed gate has obviously changed. Qin Yu has become familiar with the combat system of the Sea King, and he has also neglected the proficiency of chakra. It is undoubtedly a bit uncomfortable to climb over the wall to enter for a while. However, this seemingly light talk fell into the ears of Hinata Hanabi and Konohamaru, but the faces of the two suddenly changed drastically. At first, this was just their simple guess. No. It should be said that they absolutely do not want someone to break through the barrier of the sealed gate without anyone noticing. Chapter 1267 Do you overestimate yourself or underestimate me? The sealed gate is the most important place for every ninja village. It is also the first door to protect every ninja village. It can be said that this barrier covering the entire ninja village cannot be lost. However, now someone almost broke through the seal without anyone noticing and entered the ninja village. If this matter is spread, it will definitely cause panic. For a while, Hinata Hanabi and Konohamaru's faces were a little more solemn, and their eyes were fixed on Qin Yu, not daring to relax at all. You are the little girl of the Hyuga family, and the grandson of old man Sarutobi. It seems that time has passed so quickly. You were not born at that time. Qin Yu said with a warm smile. However, this so-called emotion, falling on the ears of others, felt a little inexplicable. In their eyes, Qin Yu's age is about the same as Hyuga Hanabi and Konohamaru. But now he pretends to be deep and recalls here, which undoubtedly makes people a little overwhelmed. Teacher Hanabi, what is going on? You said he broke the seal of Konoha village. Sarada's face changed. The current Hokage is not the original one. Because of Qin Yu's intrusion, the plot has already changed. Uchiha Itachi became the 6th generation Hokage, which not only resolved the dissatisfaction between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village. It also made the Uchiha clan completely become the guard of Konoha village. It can be said that the security of Konoha village is now the responsibility of the Uchiha clan. If there is a problem here, Uchiha Sasuke, as the highest person in charge of the guard, will be jointly responsible. Sarada, don't think too much. If I didn't happen to return to the village, I would never find any traces of someone sneaking in. Hyuga Hanabi comforted in a deep voice. She certainly knew Sarada what is thinking, but if Sarada continues to get involved in this matter because of emotion, that will only make their situation more passive. Hanabi's intuition tells her that the person in front of her is definitely not simple. Yahu, quickly notify the guards and the Anbu, and ask them to come over for support. My binding technique can only last for 3 or 4 minutes at most. Konohamaru ordered in a hurry. It is not very difficult to perform a ninjutsu if it lasts for a moment. However, if it is to be maintained for a long time, it is definitely a test for Konohamaru. I know. Yayu responded and turned around to leave. However, as soon as he turned around, the words that fell into his ears shook his nerves again. Sorry, are you overestimating yourself or underestimating me? I can't let me stand here and wait for you for a few minutes. Qin Yu smiled faintly. This smile fell into the eyes of Hinata Hanabi and Konohamaru, and their faces changed drastically. Konohamaru, get out of the way. Hinata Hanabi shouted in a hurry. 8 trigrams empty palm. Without any fancy moves, Hinata Hanabi stepped down with her left foot, unfolded her soft fist posture, and turned her right hand into a palm, slapping directly through the air. Bang! The invisible air wave impacted, turning into a streak of silk, spanning more than 10 meters. Konohamaru's face changed, and he was still planning to continue to hold on for a while, letting the binding technique block Chinyu. Unfortunately, the scene he saw was that Chinyu moved as if nothing had happened. The binding seal covering his body was like paper, breaking apart inch by inch. Looking at the 8 trigrams empty fist coming towards him, Chinyu's right foot swung out like an iron whip. Storm kick. Puff. The air was torn apart in an instant, and the tens of meters of strong wind were kicked out by Chinyu in an instant. The 8 trigrams empty fist coming towards him was cut in half, and then dissipated in the void. The slashing blow transformed by the storm kick attacked Hanabi with undiminished power. The sudden scene made Hanabi's face change drastically. This Bagwakong Chuan is the strongest long-range attack method in the Hyuga family. Moreover, Hyuga Hanabi is known as a person with talent far beyond Hyuga Hinata. The attack she launched was so powerful that it could instantly shatter rocks. However, this attack was easily broken. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this was true? However, facing the oncoming attack, Hanabi's pair of Byakugan was pushed to the extreme. She was able to withdraw and retreat, using the Byakugan to avoid the attack. But Sarada and Boruto standing behind her might not be able to escape unscathed. Bagwahushin. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Hanabi's mind, and chakra from both hands surged out. As soon as the legs were spread out, they spun quickly like a gyroscope. At the same time, with the advantage of the Byakugan, the best attack angle was quickly locked. Bang! The storm kick instantly hit the sky rescue. However, with the help of the angle and soft force, the storm kick's wind was directly lifted up. It brushed the sky rescue and quickly shot backwards. Seeing this scene, before Sarada and the others could be happy, the wind blade, which had lost its target, plunged into a huge rock pillar of more than 10 meters. Bang! The rock pillar of more than 10 meters was cut off. As the large rock collapsed and slid down, many people present were stunned. They had never thought that Chinyu's casual kick would cause such a big momentum and power. If Hinata Hanabi had not used the sky rescue in a hurry, I'm afraid that this blow would fall on them and break them in half. Hanabi, is this a simple physical attack? Konohamaru's face changed and he asked anxiously. He had a judgment in his heart, but he still wanted to confirm it with his Byakugan. Yes, there is no reaction of chakra. His attack is pure physical skills. But only Mr. Kai can perform physical skills to this extent, right? Hinata Hanabi nodded solemnly. In her eyes, this attack was indeed beyond her expectations, and her eyes looking at Chinyu became more solemn. In fact, they had arrived a long time ago. After Chinyu kicked Boruto away, and then Sarada launched an attack. He had not appeared until he arrived, just to find out the details of Chinyu. It's a pity that the boy in front of him, from his appearance to now, has only used simple fists and feet. But it is precisely for this reason that Hinata Hanabi felt that Chinyu was not simple. An existence that can fight against ninjutsu with fists and feet alone. If he really uses his real strength and performs ninjutsu, what kind of existence will he be? If he doesn't know ninjutsu, it's okay, but if he really has the basics of ninjutsu, then she and Konohamaru alone may not be able to stop him. By the way, I have something to mention again. I want to take back my comments about these 3 brats. Now I want to say it again, all of you here are garbage. Chapter 1268 Killing 1000 enemies and losing 800 of your own. All of you here are garbage? Sarada and the other 2 were stunned. No. It should be said that even Hinata Hanabi and Sarutobi Konohamaru were stunned. Faced with this, Kuong's irrelevant words, it felt like he couldn't react. In Konoha village, the 2 of them are ranked first. A genius with a high ranking. The Sarutobi family and the Hyuga family are both big families. When have they ever been looked down upon like this, and called trash in public? Most importantly, the young man in front of them compared them with 3 little brats who had just graduated from the ninja school. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would never have believed that all this was true. You bastard, you dare to look down on us Konoha ninjas. We were just planning to keep you here. Don't blame us for being violent this time. Hyuga Hanabi's face darkened as she stood up first. However, she quickly gestured to Sarada in secret. As the next candidate for the head of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hanabi has always been calm and composed. She is doing this now just to delay time, trying to anger Chinyu and delay. Do it! Konohamaru was the first to shout. After biting his index finger with his backhand, he quickly flipped his hands and made a series of seals. Summoning? If you want to delay time, you have to see if you have the ability. However, I haven't relaxed for a long time, so I'll play with you. Chinyu smiled warmly. These words immediately changed the faces of Hinata Hanabi and Konohamaru. They thought that the other party would run away immediately after seeing their intention. Now they are still teasing, which is probably because they are confident. Especially, this is in Konoha village, and the other party dares to show such an attitude. Could it be that he really has unfathomable strength? However, this idea just emerged in the minds of Hinata Hanabi and Konohamaru, and it was quickly annihilated. In the past 20 years, Konoha village has produced many strong people, especially because of a predecessor. It has always felt like the top of the 5 major ninja villages. At the same time, after many predecessors' cultivation, there are many strong people in Konoha village now. Not to mention the 7th generation Hokage in power, the 4th, 5th, and 6th generations of Hokage are still alive. Being able to sit in the position of Hokage in the Konoha village where strong men are born, his strength is definitely unique in the ninja world. With so many Hokages in the world at the same time, this power gathered together is definitely a deterrent force that cannot be underestimated. Therefore, in the eyes of Hyuga Hanabi and Konohamaru, as long as the two of them delay enough time, it will be easy to deal with the unknown boy in front of them. Summoning Technique Monkey King Saru. Bang! A white little monkey rushed out of the smoke and landed directly on Konohamaru's shoulder. Before everyone could come to their senses, he had already opened his eyes and looked around. Konohamaru, I haven't seen you for a long time. This time you summoned me out. I hope you didn't encounter any difficult characters. This is rare. Saru said first. The current ninja world is not like it was more than 20 years ago. Even Ju, who was hiding behind the scenes and really causing trouble, was sealed by Chinyu. The disputes between the 5 great powers have long been resolved, so there have been few so-called large-scale wars. If there are any small conflicts, they will be quickly resolved by the 5 great powers. In this peaceful time, the ninjas of the 5 great powers accept some small commissions. This commission is not difficult, and even if they really encounter enemies, they are like kittens and puppies. There are very few people who can make an elite ninja like Konohamaru really move his strength. Saru, now is not the time to reunite. This time I let you out, and you really met a difficult guy. Konohamaru looked at Chinyu and said, transform into the Vajra Ruyi stick. We should get serious too. He used the Vajra Ruyi stick right away? It seems that this person is really not simple, which makes you so cautious. Saruro looked at Chinyu and said, however, since it is your request, let's do it and let him see the bond between the Sarutobi clan and the Sarumo clan. Vajra Ruyi stick, change. Saru jumped into the air and clasped his hands together suddenly. Bang! The white mist was swirling and steaming, and soon a black Ruyi Vajra stick with 2 golden ends fell into Konohamaru's hands. Is this the summoning beast? I didn't expect that Konohamaru's summoning beast is a monkey, but it looks very powerful. Burrito's eyes lit up. Now he has just graduated from the ninja school and has not even participated in the Chunin exam. For Genin, the summoning technique is undoubtedly very attractive. Hey, Burrito, don't you have any common sense? This is the Sarumo clan, and the Sarutobi clan where the 3rd Hokage is located. They are partners who have signed summoning contracts for generations. They are known as the strongest summoning beasts and have an indestructible body. Just watch, this battle will be suppressed by the 2 teachers soon. Sarada rolled her eyes with contempt, but she did not stop. According to Hyuga Hanabi's order, she spread everything that happened here as soon as possible. The moment the Vajra Ruyi stick fell into his hands, Konohamaru and Hyuga Hanabi subconsciously looked at each other. The next moment, without any fancy moves, he attacked directly. Bang! Konohamaru took a big step, and the whole person used the instant body technique to the extreme, like a ghost, spanning 7 or 8 meters, and appeared on Chinyu's left side. The distance between the two was indeed 8 or 9 meters, but Sarutobi Konohamaru clenched the Vajra Ruyi stick with both hands, and swept forward without any fancy moves. Ruyi Vajra stick, stretch it out for me. Puff! The sound of the explosion tore up, and the Ruyi Vajra stick, which was originally nearly 2 meters long, suddenly swelled up. Not only was it stretching, but it was also rapidly expanding, turned into a diameter of tens of centimeters, like a huge pillar, sweeping towards Chinyu. Facing this sudden change, Naruto and others were surprised. The attack had already mixed with a posture of 10,000 pounds, and fell with a bang. Bang! When the thunder-like collision sounded, the huge Ruyi stick sounded with a burning sound. Soon, the detonating talisman attached to the Ruyi Vajra stick was the first to catch everyone's eyes. Looking at this hidden backhand, Naruto and others' faces changed. The summoned beast secretly carried the detonating talisman as a backhand sneak attack. This method, when used on other summoned beasts, is simply killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of itself. However, for Saru, who has an indestructible body, the problem is obviously not big. It can be said that Konohamaru did not use this unexpected move many times, but every time it had a miraculous effect and could defeat the enemy with one blow. Chapter 1269 So fast that the body can't react. Boom! The thunderous explosion sounded, and the air wave rolled and spread, directly submerging Chinyu. Hinata Hanabi, who was standing aside, obviously did not rest, for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A pair of white eyes were urged to the extreme, and the blue veins were prominent. He took a big step forward and performed the soft fist starting style again. Hanabi style soft fist 8 diagrams 64 palms. A huge 8 diagrams quickly bloomed with Hanabi as the center. Just as Chinyu's range was covered, Hanabi jumped up like a tiger and leopard. Bang 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 bang! 6 palms, 8 palms, 12 palms, 36 palms, 64 palms. The dull collision sound rang one after another. Once the 64 palms were performed, it gave people a feeling of heavy palm shadows. Judging from the perspective of Naruto and others, the current Hyuga Hanabi gives people the feeling of a thousand-handed guanyin. In just a few breaths, 64 palms were struck, directly covering the acupuncture points of Chinyu's body in the range of the attack. When the series of attacks fell and the smoke and dust of the explosions in the sky were dispersed, Konohamaru held the Ruyi Vajra stick in his hand and smashed it down again towards the talisman on the ground. Vajra seal Saruyo seal. Bang! The talismans hidden by Sarutobi Konohamaru early in the morning were instantly moved. With the help of Saruro's power, the sealing force formed turned into a translucent monkey hand and went straight to Chinyu in the smoke. Bang! The big hand suddenly clenched and instantly dispersed the last dust. Chinyu, standing in place, was the first to appear in everyone's eyes. The scene just now looked very complicated. However, it was only a short period of 10 breaths before and after. Faced with this kind of joint attack, like a storm, ordinary people are simply exhausted from parrying. However, the scene now presented to everyone's eyes, makes people's pupils shrink. In the sealing hand, Chinyu still has a warm smile. His whole body is covered with a deep armed color domineering like steel, giving people an indestructible feeling. Facing the huge Ruyi stick sweeping across, the explosion of the detonating talisman, and the sudden attack of the 8 diagrams 64 palms. All those fierce and unparalleled attacks fell on the boy in front of them. It gave them the feeling that it was a waste of effort. Teacher Konohamaru, I have notified my father, he is coming, but he seems too strange, Sarada said anxiously. Now she has not opened the Sharingan, so she can't see the changes in Chinyu's body at all. In their eyes, Chinyu's steel-like, indestructible posture now makes them think of this as a special blood limit. Is Senior Sasuke coming too? It's only 3 or 4 minutes away from the guard headquarters. With the seal of the Sarutobi clan and the cooperation between Hanabi and me, it shouldn't be a problem to delay until then. Sarutobi Konohamaru said in a deep voice. As the most outstanding genius of the Sarutobi clan, he has joined forces with the best juniors of the Sarutobi clan. Konohamaru believes that these few minutes are not difficult. Sasuke? It's really curious. What's the difference between him now? Chinyu said with a warm smile. However, your methods are really a bit childish. I was tired of this attack when I was 3 years old. Lightning escape armor. Boom. The violent lightning exploded on Chinyu's body. The long-lost chakra dormant in the body erupted like a volcano at this moment. The talismans scattered on the ground around, which were the location of the sealing array, exploded directly like firecrackers the next moment. The semi-transparent illusory monkey hand was directly torn apart by the violent lightning. Such a powerful chakra, comparable to the tailed beast, Konohamaru, retreat quickly. Hanabi's pretty face turned pale. Unlike others, she not only saw the lightning that shot up into the sky, but also the huge chakra in Uchiha Chinyu's body, which was like a volcanic revival. The feeling she felt through the white eyes was simply indescribable. "Konohamaru, my chakra is exhausted, I'll leave first, but this guy is too strong, and the chakra alone can tear the seal, you should retreat quickly." The Ruyi Vajra rod transformed by Sara was directly shaken into the air by the power of breaking the seal. He only had time to leave these words, and because of the exhaustion of chakra, he was directly released from the summoning technique, disappeared into the void. Konohamaru's face also changed. He had never thought that the sealing technique that he had made a promise and placed high hopes on just a moment ago would be so weak and easily broken. The scene before them gave them the feeling that it was like a huge slap in the face. However, facing Chinyu who suddenly exploded, Konohamaru no longer dared to be arrogant and shouted in a hurry. "You guys retreat quickly, I'll cover the rear." It seems that only that trick can be used. Although it would be a bit excessive to use it here, it is the only way to subdue him. Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. Konohamaru's right hand was bluffing, and the words that fell in his ears were like a huge bell, shaking his nerves. "Do you think that the wind escape rays Nan alone can solve me? It seems that I have really been underestimated." Whoosh! A figure wrapped in lightning appeared in front of Konohamaru in an instant. Looking at the figure bathed in lightning, Konohamaru only felt a flash in front of his eyes. The next moment, a huge force, like a raging tide, vented on him. Bang! A punch! Konohamaru bent his back like a shrimp. With the roar of thunder, the whole person turned into a cannonball and flew backwards into the distance. With the deafening sound of collision, the high platform built on the Hokage rock collapsed. Konohamaru rolled his eyes and almost fainted. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he collapsed on the ruins. Not only was the injury caused by the huge force of the punch, but also the paralysis caused by the violent thunder made him unable to move at all. Konohamaru. Hyuga Hanabi's face changed drastically. She had the Byakugan and caught Chinyu's movement trajectory earlier than Konohamaru. Unfortunately, with her body reaction, it fully shows that the attack was so fast that even the body could not react. Facing such a fierce man, Hyuga Hanabi finally understood what it meant to judge people by appearance and lead to misjudgment. The strength of the young man in front of them was beyond their cognition and they were completely unable to fight against him. What they had to do now was not to stop Chinyu, but to find a way to get out of here. Chapter 1270 Differential Treatment of Men and Women. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Hyuga Hanabi's mind, and her Byakugan was pushed to the extreme in an instant. After seeing Chinyu's methods with her own eyes, the slight resistance in Hyuga Hanabi's heart had long disappeared without a trace. The only thing she could do now was to try her best to retreat. At the same time, she felt fortunate that Chinyu attacked Konohamaru at the beginning. This made her Byakugan and body slightly adapt to Chinyu's extremely fast speed. If the next moment, Chinyu attacked her, Hinata Hanabi was confident and reacted in an instant. "Sarada, take them away quickly. Senior Suzuki should be here soon. I'll cover you here." Hinata Hanabi shouted in a hurry. However, as soon as these words similar to Konohamaru came out of her mouth, Hinata Hanabi felt something was wrong. When she raised her head in a hurry, a voice suddenly fell in her ears. The figure surrounded by lightning was already close at hand. "Hanabi-style Bagwahushin." Hinata Hanabi suddenly jumped up. Facing Chinyu who was as fast as thunder, she could hardly react at all. However, it was precisely because of this reason that her 360-degree, no dead angle Hushin was undoubtedly the best means of defense. Hinata Hanabi believed that no matter how powerful Chinyu was, he would never be able to attack her directly. "I found your blind spot. It seems that you are hiding well." The light voice sounded all of a sudden. Hyuga Hanabi's face turned pale. She is the genius of the Hyuga family and the next head of the family. However, it does not mean that at her age, she can make up for the last flaw of the Kaiden. It can be said that this is a secret that Hyuga Hanabi has always kept. As the most powerful defense of their Hyuga family, if this weakness is seen through, it is like being naked on the battlefield. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Hanabi's mind. Facing the high-speed rotating Kaiden, she had no time to stop. The only thing she could do was to drive the chakra in her body frantically and use jutsu to release chakra from the acupuncture points all over her body to barely form a layer of defense. After seeing with her own eyes that Sarutobi Konohamaru was knocked away by a punch and his life and death were uncertain, Hyuga Hanabi did not dare to be arrogant. Snap! A crisp slap sounded suddenly. The burning feeling was on her buttocks, and it rolled back quickly. The next moment, Hanabi was stunned. No. It should be said that even Naruto and others who were retreating were stunned and stood there in shock. Looking at Kaden, who was directly pierced by Chinyu, the big hand raised and patted her butt lightly. This subverted everyone's cognition. This is unfair, right? Sarutobi Konohamaru had just come back to his senses after fainting. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was the first to lose his temper and spit out a mouthful of blood. In his eyes, he thought that Hinata Hanabi would also encounter a thunderous punch. He never thought that what was waiting for her was such a light spanking. Although, this slap was a bit blasphemous to the goddess. But it was much better than being hit hard. Even Konohamaru envied this kind of treatment. You pervert, how dare you tease me? Hinata Hanabi's face suddenly showed a little anger. As the next head of the Hyuga family, she has always been a cold goddess. When has she ever been treated so lightly? However, now she was spanked in front of a group of students. If Hinata Hayashi saw this overly intimate behavior, he would definitely bite the handkerchief in his hand. Soft step double lion fist. Hinata Hanabi shouted in a hurry, and her hands turned into fists, and chakra gushed out, turning into lion-like chakra fists, without any fancy, and attacked Chinyu head-on. Bang bang bang! As soon as the two fists fell, they were easily blocked by Chinyu's hand. In full view of the crowd, he reached out and gently scraped Hinata Hanabi's nose again. The people present were gasping for air and their pupils were dilated. This was a naked teasing. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that the aloof goddess of the Konoha village would be treated like this. You're looking for death. Hinata Hanabi suddenly came to her senses and shouted in a hurry. In her eyes, being teased one after another was simply unbearable. Most importantly, in her eyes, this slightly blatant action, which should only be done by a boyfriend, was completely done by Chinyu. If she hadn't experienced it personally, or was present, Hinata Hanabi would have felt that she was dreaming. Haha, don't lose your temper, don't you want to delay time? It's almost time now, they have arrived, your mission has been completed, and you can retire. Chinyu said with a warm smile. Hinata Hanabi's expression could not help but stagnate, and she was obviously a little slow to react to Chinyu's words. After all, the series of events just now seemed very complicated. However, it did not reach the length of time they wanted to delay. Now Chinyu suddenly said that support had arrived, which might be a coincidence. But it was precisely because of this reason that Hinata Hanabi was eager to know who had arrived in advance to support her. If the strength was weaker than her, or about the same as her, then Hinata Hanabi didn't want anyone else to be in Chinyu's hands and get into trouble. Hanabi, follow me. Raise Nan. Two loud shouts sounded without warning. I saw a figure wearing the cloak of the 7th Hokage, like a ghost, appeared beside Hinata Hanabi, grabbed her shoulder, and disappeared again. Looking at the kunao left on the ground, Chinyu's face showed an interesting taste. At the same time, the powerful chakra in the sky surged wildly. Another Naruto was obviously casting a raise Nan and falling from the sky. This is the fighting style of the shadow clone, one to save people, and the other to attack. Not only can it stop the enemy from chasing, but it can also achieve unexpected attack effects at critical moments. However, facing this sudden and fierce attack, Chinyu suddenly merged the 5 fingers of his right hand, and the next moment, violent lightning shot out with crackling. Rakuri! Boom! The lightning spewed out on the tip of the finger, instantly tearing the air along the way, stirring up ripples of thunder. Before Naruto could react, Rakuri had already collided head-on with the raise Nan. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded, and the raise Nan was torn apart. The madly compressed chakra inside exploded like a frenzy. The storm air wave brought about directly tore apart the Naruto clone that was swooping down from the sky. Chapter 1271. You hit me with a palm and I hit you with a punch. Bang! The violent explosion wave rolled back like a tidal wave, directly crushing the swooping Uzumaki Naruto clone. The air wave almost knocked the people around him out. However, at this moment, they were shocked and looked at Chinyu with disbelief. In their eyes, the person who just made the move was the current Hokage of Konoha village, and his means were unfathomable. With the support of his huge chakra, the ninjutsu he performed could achieve a qualitative change. According to the description of Uchiha Madara in the original work, as long as it is strong enough, the sea-level Great Fireball technique can also reach the existence of a forbidden technique. And Chinyu, as the most powerful existence in this world, has obviously practiced it. However, the raised nan that Uzumaki Naruto, now the 7th Hokage, used was torn apart by a boy, and even one of his clones was severely damaged. If you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that all this is true. Sarada, isn't this Sasuke's Chidori? How could he? Boruto exclaimed. Compared with Sarada, he likes to pretend to be a Hokage, but likes to be a king hidden in the dark. And Uchiha Sasuke, as the commander-in-chief of the Konoha village guard and the strongest person in charge of the Anbu, has been wandering outside the village, exploring various things and intelligence. This is indeed very similar to Dad's Chidori, but I believe that when Dad uses it, it will be more powerful than him. Sarada clenched her fists and said. In this life, Sarada did not grow up in a single-parent family like in the original. Instead, she grew up living in the legend of Sasuke. Most importantly, she has an uncle who was the 6th Hokage. Although he was in office for a short time, Sarada's status in Konoha village is not much inferior to Boruto, and she is like a little princess. Under the mysterious existence of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke in history, the Uchiha clan is even more shrouded in glory. Let Sarada have a mysterious confidence in Uchiha Sasuke. It is indeed Kakashi's rakery. Who are you and why did you break into Konoha ninja village without permission? Naruto landed on the side with Hinata Hanabi, and his face was more solemn. As the 7th Hokage of Konoha ninja village, Naruto asked himself that he was also a first-class existence in the ninja world. Those who can take his move are not simple existences. It doesn't matter who I am, but I am a little curious whether your current strength can reach my imagination. Chinyu smiled with interest. Because of his intrusion, the current ninja world is completely different from the original. Chinyu was indeed curious about the 7th Hokage who was indirectly changed by him. However, these words, when heard by others, became a little arrogant. At least, in their eyes, Chinyu was just a young boy. He didn't even have the status of a Kage, but he was pointing fingers at a Hokage here. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that someone would seek death like this? You are looking for death. I can't swallow the breath of kicking me just now. You stay here. Boruto rushed out first. However, his hands flew and quickly formed a series of seals. As the grandson of the 4th Hokage and the son of the 7th Hokage, growing up under the care of 2 Kage-level people, Boruto's ninjutsu is obviously not as simple as Shadow Clone. A short distance of more than 10 meters, but it was approaching in the blink of an eye. Wind-style wind fierce palm. Boruto, don't be impulsive, you are not his opponent. Naruto's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in a hurry. However, facing Boruto's attack, it was obviously a bit behind. The only thing he could do was to watch Boruto's right hand, which was slapped directly at Chinyu under the hurricane. Bang! The violent air wave rolled back, and even the sand and stones on the ground were overturned. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The seemingly powerful Feng Lai palm was imprinted on Chinyu, and was directly blocked by the thunder armor. In addition to blowing away some sand and dust, it did not have any effect at all. You hit me with a palm, then I will hit you with a punch, so it's even. Chinyu smiled warmly. However, at this moment, the smile fell into the eyes of Boruto and others, which was simply a headache. They remembered the scene of Sarutobi Konohamaru being knocked away just now. Boruto, retreat quickly. Naruto shouted in a hurry. For this disobedient and unfilial son, he always felt a headache. However, this is his own son after all, and no one wants to be beaten in front of him. Whoosh! The Flying Thunder God technique was launched again. Because Chinyu changed the original plot of the former Naruto world, the 4th generation of Hokage still exists. Therefore, under his personal guidance, Naruto obviously inherited the title of Yellow Flash. In the eyes of Naruto and others, it is not a difficult task to save Boruto with the help of the Flying Thunder God technique. However, this thought flashed in everyone's eyes just now, and Chinyu, who was standing in the same place, disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. When he appeared again, he obviously passed behind Naruto who was blocking him. Under the lightning of his right hand, his 5 fingers clenched suddenly, without any fancy, and hit Boruto's abdomen head-on. Bang! Boruto felt as if he was hit head-on by a train, and the whole person turned into a cannonball and flew out backwards. The speed was so fast that he couldn't react at all. He just had time to spit out a mouthful of blood before he hit the rock wall. The huge impact force caused the rock to crack, spreading cracks like spider webs. Boruto. Naruto's face changed suddenly. He never thought that the boy in front of him not only saw through his Flying Thunder God technique, but also took the lead to pass him and directly attacked Naruto. Brother-in-law, Naruto is not in serious trouble, but what he just performed does not seem to be the instant body technique. Sister Hyuga Hanabi had already landed beside Naruto, and after checking, she hurriedly spoke. Among the people present, only she mastered the pupil technique, and could see the clues of Uchiha Chinyu in an instant at the fastest speed. Facing this method that overpowered the Flying Thunder God technique, she was surprised, and when her eyes fell on Naruto's back, her face changed drastically. Brother-in-law, there is a Flying Thunder God technique behind you. Did you perform it yourself? However, just as these words came out, another black shadow had already fallen from the sky and landed beside Sarada. This is the Flying Thunder God technique left by Naruto when he saved you just now. Who are you? Chapter 1272 I gave you your name. Dad, you are finally here. That guy just bullied your little princess. Sarada grabbed Sasuke's hand and said coquettishly. Seeing this scene, Chinyu almost stumbled and fell directly to the ground. In the original work, Sarada is a very mature and stable girl. The little girl who loves her. Her feelings for Sasuke are all hidden in her heart. When has there ever been such a clingy self-proclaimed little princess? It seems that Chinyu's intrusion has a great impact on the original work. At least, the current Uchiha Sasuke is not the one-armed divine condor hero. Under the cold aura, there is still a trace of tenderness between his eyebrows. After all, in this life, Sasuke has attacked the elder brother, to take care of him. Because of the appearance of Chinyu, there was no crazy move to exterminate the entire clan. Therefore, the current Uchiha Sasuke is completely different from the original person. I'm glad you're okay. Leave this to me and Naruto. Sasuke said after rubbing Sarada's head lovingly. What you just performed should be the Flying Thunder God technique. I didn't expect that in addition to the second and fourth generations of Hokage, you also know this secret technique, or are you the one who stole the secret technique? As a ninjutsu developed by the second generation of Hokage, it is even known as the fastest in the ninja world. The name of the yellow flash that directly created the fourth generation of Hokage. This can definitely be called a secret technique. It is also an important means for Konoha Ninja Village to gain a foothold in the ninja world. It has always been well kept in Konoha Ninja Village and there is no possibility of spreading it outside. However, when Sasuke saw the boy in front of him who looked younger than himself, he couldn't help but frown, and a vague image flashed through his mind. This figure has always been regarded as a taboo in the ninja world. Even the older generation dared not mention it much. Only those who rose to the top of the ninja village knew a little bit. However, when he thought of the age difference between the boy in front of him and the vague figure in the legend, Uchiha Sasuke still secretly rejected it. Most importantly, which one has disappeared without a trace in the long river of history and has not appeared for more than 20 years. It is a bit unrealistic to really connect the person in front of him with him. It turned out that it was Sasuke. I remember your name, or I took it. At that time, I still stunned you and played your chicks. I did and trademark expect this to do this. You even have some old things. Chinyu couldn't help picking up. At the time, Chinyu gave Sasuke at that time, when he was named by the water, he was still drinking amniotic fluid in his old mother's arms. The long-lasting Mie was a teenager and was so evaluated. Naruto, leave him to me, I will definitely suppress everything he knows. Fire style, great fireball technique. Bang! The hot chakra gathered in Sasuke's mouth. At his level, he was obviously able to ignore those complicated hand seals. He just thought about it and made several hand seals with one hand. The endless flames surged like a tide, and instantly turned into a fireball with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters, rolling towards Chinyu. Sarah, your father is indeed a strong man who is as powerful as the 7th Hokage. He is definitely a peerless genius to be able to use sea-level ninjutsu to such power. Yu had already withdrawn from the battlefield. Watching Sasuke's move, he was still curious about this man who was always highly praised by his old mother Orochimaru. Even the 4 words peerless genius that he learned from books when he recently integrated into the Konoha Ninja Village were used. Sarada's face showed a hint of pride. As a little kid, her father was praised like this, which was indeed worthy of her happiness. However, just as this hint of joy appeared on her face, the next moment, when she looked at Chinyu, her pupils suddenly shrank. Facing Chinyu, he turned his hand, formed a tiger seal, and then opened his mouth to spit out the fireball technique that was like an S-level forbidden technique. The huge size instantly annihilated Sasuke's attack. Bang! As soon as the huge fireball of nearly 100 meters appeared, the temperature around it soared. The explosion wave woke everyone up from their trance. Looking at the huge fireball of nearly 100 meters, it quickly crushed towards Sasuke with its remaining power. The deep trenches torn in the ground along the way were even more shocking. Flying Thunder God Barrier! Naruto shouted loudly, and two kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique came to Sasuke first. The space wave surged, tearing the space apart, swallowing the nearly 100-meter-long fireball. Boom! Thousands of miles away from the Hokage Rock, on the giant lake used for training, the blazing fireball was transferred here out of thin air. The next moment, it exploded. The blazing hurricane caused huge waves on the lake, and also evaporated a large amount of water vapor. What happened? Why is there a huge explosion here? Sarutobi Asuma took the lead and landed by the lake, looking at the lake surface that was torn apart and the steaming water vapor. Thinking of the huge fireball with a diameter of nearly 100 meters that appeared out of thin air just now, his face looked a little solemn. The person who can perform the fire escape ninjutsu to this extent, even the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke, can't do it. Do it. Teacher Asuma, this is the attack diverted by the Flying Thunder God Barrier cast by the 7th Hokage. It seems that he rushed to the Hokage Rock and encountered a tough enemy. Could it be those guys in the rumors? Shikamaru landed by the lake and showed a shocked expression. After all, the nearly 100-meter-long fireball just now completely overturned their cognition. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that all this was true. Shikamaru, it's rare that you don't mention the word trouble. The move just now should be the Great Fireball technique. Being able to perform a sea-level fire escape technique to this extent is probably not something that ordinary people can compare to. Asuma took the cigarette off his mouth, exhaled a deep puff of the cigarette, and looked in the direction of the Hokage Rock and said, "This time, I'm afraid that a really great person has come to our Konoha village. I heard that the 5th Hokage is back. To ensure that nothing is lost, you go and ask him to go. I'll ask the Anbu to go too. On the eve of the Chunin exam, we must make sure that the matter is suppressed as soon as possible." Chapter 1273 The Fight of a Trapped Beast. Is it too exaggerated to ask the 5th Hokage to go too? According to calculations, Sasuke should have gone there too. With him and Naruto joining forces, there may not be anyone in the 5 great kingdoms who can compete with them. Shikamaru was surprised. As a contemporary, he was known as a man of unparalleled brain power, but he knew clearly how powerful Sasuke and Naruto, who were cultivated by the Hokage, were. The combination of the two is not as simple as a 1+1 increase in strength. Moreover, as an advisor to Konoha village, Shikamaru clearly knew that the two still had a lot of trump cards. Otherwise, they would not be famous in the ninja world. Shikamaru, don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of one. What if it is the rumor? It is not a good thing for Konoha village at this stage. Asuma reiterated. Moreover, letting the 5th generation go is also for the sake of caution. It is not necessarily necessary for him to take action. Asuma teacher said it well. It is better to be cautious. Moreover, if this uninvited guest knew that our Konoha village not only has Uchiha Sasuke and the 7th Hokage sitting in, but also the 5th Hokage, when he saw it with his own eyes, I don't know what his expression would be. Will he regret running here to make trouble? Shikamaru echoed. At the end, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of urgency. This is the confidence accumulated by the successive Hokages of Konoha village. Not only is there the current 7th Hokage supporting the ceiling, but there are also the 4th, 5th, and 6th generations of Hokage, who are still alive. This is the fundamental reason why Konoha Ninja Village can vaguely become the leader of the 5 major countries. Of course, let them know that if Hatake Kakashi really arrives at the scene, he may not bring surprises, but shocks. It trademark S hard to say, even the intimate paradise in his hand was frightened and flew away. Let trademark S go, don't trademark T waste time. Asuma glanced around, and the people who were startled immediately set off first. At the same time, on the Hokage Rock, the scene was still filled with scorching heat, and on the thick rock layer, there were traces of being torn apart by the fireball. The nearly 100-meter-long fireball, with its crushing posture, makes people trademark S scalps numb just thinking about it now. Looking at Chin Yu, there is even an illusion of seeing a ghost. In their eyes, the Uchiha clan claims to be good at controlling fire. Even the current head of the family, Uchiha Sasuke, could only use the great fireball to a size of more than 10 meters. The opponent used a move that was 100 meters in size, giving people the feeling of a forbidden technique. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe that all this was true. It was precisely because of this reason that Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto looked at Chinyu with a little more solemnity. At the beginning, in their eyes, this young boy would definitely be captured as long as they made a move. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that Chinyu's move would subvert their cognition. Dad, you should be able to use the great fireball to this extent. Sarada suddenly spoke. As a daughter who is a fan of Sasuke, Sarada obviously couldn't accept the scene just now. For a while, Yayu and Boruto and others also subconsciously looked at Sasuke. Especially Boruto, he was targeting Uchiha Sasuke. He didn't want to let an unknown person come out and surpass his master. I can do it, but this is only a sea-level ninjutsu. There are other really powerful fire escapes. Some people are only good at a single ninjutsu. They spend countless time honing a ninjutsu to the extreme, so when they attack, they will look very powerful, but these people don't know much. Sasuke nodded hesitantly. What he said was not without reason. Moreover, if we talk about the great fireball technique, he can indeed make it 100 meters in size. But Chinyu's method of casually performing it is obviously impossible. The only way, if you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of these juniors, is to divert attention. Sasuke is right. Some people don't know much about ninjutsu, so the only way to improve their own strength is to continue to study. This kind of single ninjutsu research will increase the power of this ninjutsu, but it will be very difficult to do it. Using this method will also make his shortcomings clearly exposed, and it is easy for others to find a way to break it. Naruto also agreed. In order to maintain his image in the eyes of the younger generation, especially in the rebellious period, in front of Boruto who has always looked down on his father, Naruto is unwilling to lose face and be ridiculed so quickly. However, Naruto feels fortunate that this time, because of Sasuke, Boruto obviously did not say anything to discredit him as a father. This is also a blessing in disguise. However, the only thing to do now is to make up for the loss. Not to mention saving the image in the eyes of the younger generation, but also to take down this guy in front of him as soon as possible before the commotion gets bigger. Otherwise, before the Chunin exam is about to be held, if the things here are spread, it will damage the face accumulated by Konoha Ninja Village over the years. Naruto, wait a minute, I will attack, you are responsible for covering me, this time I will not suppress the ninjutsu I will use, if there are any loopholes, you will intercept and divert them. Sasuke spoke first. He flipped his right hand down and grabbed the Kusanagi sword at his waist, and his expression became a little colder. Whether it was because Chinyu made fun of his name just now, or because he was at a disadvantage in the ninjutsu confrontation. This made him eager to get back on his feet. Don't worry, with me here, they won't be in danger. As for the destruction, the people from the barrier class have also arrived. I'll ask them to seal this place, and you can also let go and fight. Naruto responded in a deep voice. Soon after receiving his order, the 16 Anbu ninjas quickly spread out in all directions. Looking at these people, the positions where they stood, and the seals that were quickly formed. Is this the 6 Yang Red formation? I didn't expect you to be able to develop a method to perform it together. Chinyu looked around with interest. He was not unfamiliar with this ninjutsu, and he had used it many times. It can be said that it is the most powerful existence in the sealing barrier. Humph, you may still be able to laugh now, but you won't be able to laugh in a while. In this barrier, I can exert my full strength without fear, and you can't escape. Sasuke's face darkened and he said in a cold voice. In their eyes, after displaying this situation of trapped beasts fighting, the other party was still able to laugh, which was undoubtedly a contempt and insult to them. Therefore, Sasuke decided to take action later and strive for the fastest speed to solve the boy in front of him. Only in this way can they restore the dignity of their Uchiha clan. It can also establish a stronger image. Chapter 1274. It's all trivial. At the same time, at the moment when the 6 Yang Red formation was launched, in the secluded place of Konoha Ninja Village, Hatake Kakashi raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. Kakashi, what's wrong? In the video call, the appearance of Namikaze Minato appeared, saying, is there something wrong with the village? After more than 20 years of ravage, Minato Namikaze's face is obviously more vicissitudes. There are also some more wrinkles on his forehead and face. Compared with more than 20 years ago, Minato Namikaze is now about 40 years old. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that because of Chinyu's intrusion, he escaped and died young at the cost of his life for Konoha. I just felt that there were two very strong chakra fluctuations. Maybe Naruto is testing ninjutsu again. After all, it has been more than a year since the last attack. Those guys have become stronger. We must also urgently think of more useful ways to fight against them and get the teachers out of guarding that ghost place as soon as possible. Kakashi's face darkened and he sighed. Hehe, Kakashi, you look like this, but you will lose your reputation as the White Shun Fang. Namikaze Minato laughed dryly. Naruto and Sasuke have grown up, but they are old rivals who can stand on their own. With the two of them in charge, I am not worried that anyone can make a big wave in Konoha village. Besides, now you, the White Shinya, are still here. I don't believe that with the three of you here, there are still people who are blind and come to Konoha village to make trouble. This is completely looking for death. This is not that Namikaze Minato is arrogant, but just telling the truth. In the current Konoha village, there are 4 Hokage of the same generation, and there are also several who can fight against the Hokage. With these forces combined, it can be said that the strength of Konoha village is simply at its peak. Looking at the ninja world, it is also a first-class existence. This is the confidence of their Konoha village. Teacher, you are too kind. We are just doing our job well, but I believe that absolutely no one dares to go wild in Konoha village. Hearing the praise from his teacher, the 4th Hokage, Kakashi couldn't help but smile. Well, since Konoha has you in charge, I'm relieved. Let's talk about this. I've been feeling a little uneasy recently, and I want to go to the sealed place for a walk. Namikaze Minato looked back at the ruins behind him and was about to hang up. A rapid sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and it quickly fell behind Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi, Mr. Minato, Teacher Asuma, let me report something. Shikamaru bowed respectfully, then took out the intelligence information he had just received and handed it over. Someone is making trouble in Konoha village. The 7th Hokage and Sasuke have already gone to deal with it, but Teacher Asuma, for the sake of safety, let me come over and ask Teacher Kakashi to go. Someone is making trouble in Konoha village. Kakashi raised his eyebrows and said, with Naruto and Sasuke here, these are all minor matters. It seems that Asuma is too cautious. Yes, with Naruto and Sasuke here, and you, Kakashi, these are all minor matters that won't cause any big waves. Namikaze Minato agreed with a smile. A moment ago, they were still saying that no one would dare to go to Konoha Ninja Village to cause trouble. Now suddenly, this scene appeared, and it was undoubtedly a bit embarrassing. The only thing that made people feel fortunate was that there were no outsiders here, otherwise the two of them would brag here and be slapped in the face too quickly. Seeing the two Hokage say this, Shikamaru also showed a helpless expression, touching his nose and said, Teacher Kakashi, what Minato said is right. With them here, it's just a small matter. It's just that Asuma teacher is making a fuss. Teacher Kakashi, your hands seem to be shaking. Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Shikamaru looked at Kakashi, who was shaking like a sieve after taking the information and staring at the head photo that he had specially enlarged. He was the first to lose his temper and asked. Old teacher, something big has happened. This is not a small matter. Kakashi exploded and shouted in a hurry. Look, does the person in this photo look like that guy? Could he be back? As he spoke, Kakashi raised the photo in his hand to Minato Namikaze. This glance made Minato Namikaze feel as if he was struck by lightning, and the whole person was stunned on the spot. At the same time, his body was shaking like a sieve, and he couldn't help but say it. This guy is too similar to that guy. Although there is a big age difference, the feeling he gives people is very similar. Hurry up, Kakashi, go stop Naruto and Sasuke quickly, otherwise they will die. I will rush back immediately. After saying this, Namikaze Minato directly hung up the video call. Looking at the two cage-level strongmen who were talking about trivial matters just a moment ago. Now he is completely confused. This slap in the face is too fast, right? However, it is precisely because of this reason that Shikamaru instantly understood that this boy might not be simple. This time, Naruto and Sasuke might have hit a wall. Shikamaru, don't ask anything. I will rush over now. If it is really that adult, I hope Naruto and Sasuke will not run into him and try to survive. Kakashi clenched the intelligence file. Then he performed the instant body technique and disappeared directly from the spot. Faced with this urgent scene, Shikamaru was completely stunned. He never thought that what he saw as a trivial matter would cause such a big reaction. Most importantly, he heard the 5th Hokage praying for the 7th Hokage to survive. This is the strongest person in the current Konoha village, and he is accompanied by the head of the Uchiha clan. In this camp, Kakashi still gave such an evaluation. This is too shocking. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Shikamaru's mind, and he subconsciously looked at the photos of the past Hokage hanging on the wall in the secluded place. Finally, his eyes fell on the only strange photo without a face at the top. He remembered that when he first came here, he was also attracted by this strange photo in front of him. After asking, he only got a reply that he was not allowed to talk about it. There is also a sentence, "This is the initiator of a disaster, and also the end of it." Faced with this ambiguous statement, Shikamaru finally summarized one meaning. This person is very strong. However, he never expected that this unknown person who was thought to be very strong. In the eyes of Kakashi and other Hokage, it would endanger the lives of the 7th Hokage and Uchiha Sasuke. Even the words that were just on his lips, which were trivial matters, became a big event. This is enough to show that the matter is not simple. Chapter 1275 Forbidden Techniques that are easily mastered. Do it. On the Hokage Rock, as soon as the 6 Yang Red formation was unfolded, Sasuke was the first to lose his patience. Whether it was because of the previous defeat or to save his face, he had to fight quickly. The shuriken in the wind demon. Sasuke turned his hand on his wrist, and the scroll mark that had been prepared long ago, under the injection of chakra, quickly summoned the wind demon shuriken sealed in it. The huge shuriken fell into his hand, without any fancy, and he threw it directly at Chin-Yu. The distance of more than 10 meters was just approaching in the blink of an eye. Looking at the close distance, Sasuke suddenly put his hands together and formed a seal. Lightning release, shadow windmill. Bang! As the violent thunder splashed and bloomed on the shadow windmill, another shuriken figure quickly emerged from the shadow below. This is the shadow windmill, which is also Sasuke's favorite means of attack. Combined with the thunder release he is best at, it has the miraculous effect of attacking by surprise. The most important thing is that it can buy him enough time. Looking at the smooth and flowing attack from Sasuke's hands, Sarada and others couldn't help but brighten their eyes. In their eyes, Sasuke is a living legend. To defeat a person who is not well known, it is a piece of cake. Moreover, the shuriken of the wind demon is originally a heavy weapon among the ninja tools, and with the most powerful attribute change of thunder release. The attack power will inevitably increase greatly. I didn't play this kind of attack when I was 3 years old. Are you underestimating me for attacking? Chin-Yu smiled warmly. But his right hand did not stop, looking at the attack, entangled the shuriken of the wind demon, which was surrounded by the chakra of lightning, swept out directly. Bang! The 2 wind demon shurikens that had formed a combined attack posture were swept away directly. The lightning splashed, giving people a feeling of a kite with a broken string. Looking at the wind demon shuriken that flew out obliquely and almost brushed past Sasuke's body. Everyone's expression froze, and the cheek muscles of the Anbu ninjas who were responsible for setting up the 6 Yang Red formation were still twitching. Of course, they knew that Uchiha Sasuke was an existence that could be compared with the 7th generation. However, now being compared with the 3-year-old, this is undoubtedly a shame. However, as soon as he saw it, Chin-Yu casually slapped the wind demon shuriken away. Such means and postures are also shocking. Humph, just now it was just a cover, this is the real attack, don't be too arrogant and suffer. Sasuke snorted disdainfully. Now he is obviously different from the calm and steady personality of the broken-armed divine condor hero in the original work. On the contrary, there was a little more of the spirit before he defected from the Konoha village. Bang! Sasuke's hands flew quickly and suddenly clasped together. The hot chakra that had been accumulated in his mouth for a long time rushed out all at once. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Roar! The sound of the flames tearing the air resounded through the sky like a dragon's roar. As soon as the 100-meter-long fire dragon appeared, it brought a dignified sound of breaking through the air and attacked Chin-Yu head-on. Looking at this scene, both the Anbu and Naruto showed a trace of surprise. To be able to perform B-level ninjutsu to this extent, Sasuke did spend some time, using the Fuma Shuriken as a detailed attack to strive for the opportunity to perform. However, this attack alone was enough to completely interpret the Uchiha Fire Control clan. Most importantly, in the 6 Yang Red formation, this kind of blocked space, Naruto believed that this strange boy in front of him had no place to escape. The only thing he could do was to fight it head-on. However, facing this 100-meter-long fire dragon, it would be a bit unrealistic to raise his hand and slap the Wind Demon Shuriken away like he did just now. A chaotic thought flashed through Naruto's mind, and when he saw the seal in Chinyu's hand again, his eyebrows raised. It's also the dragon seal? Is he going to use the Great Fire Dragon to fight it head-on? Naruto muttered, and in his eyes, one was ready to go, and the other was in a hurry. It was obvious who was stronger and who was at a disadvantage. Even the younger generation such as Sarada could see the clues instantly. However, just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, facing the fire dragon that was close at hand, the last seal in Chinyu's hand fell with a bang. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon Dance. Bang! The hot chakra was swallowed and spit out from Chinyu's mouth. 100-meter-long fire dragon condensed out of thin air and instantly collided with the oncoming fire dragon. However, this was just the beginning. Endless flames rolled back in the collision. The chakra accumulated in Chinyu's mouth seemed endless. 9 fire dragons appeared at once. With the posture of a group of dragons raging, Sasuke's attack was instantly crushed. Looking at the overwhelming attack, the people present were stunned. 1 against 9. Is this a survival? If Sasuke's Great Fire Dragon technique shows the power of S level, then is the attack that Chinyu casually pinched considered a forbidden technique? At this moment, many people couldn't help but have an absurd idea in their hearts. Perhaps, the boy in front of him really knows ninjutsu at the age of 3. Otherwise, he would not be able to perform ordinary ninjutsu like a forbidden technique. Moreover, this forbidden technique is simply pinched at will. Sasuke, be careful. Naruto suddenly woke up. Feeling the blazing fire waves raging in the 6 Yang Red formation, it overturned his cognition. However, in this instant, seeing the change in Sasuke's eyes, Naruto's hanging heart could not help but let go. He knew that his old opponent finally got serious. Susanoo. Boom! 8 fire dragons, with a raging posture, rushed towards Sasuke. Facing such an attack, Sarada and others, their pretty faces turned pale. A huge purple light figure suddenly rose on Sasuke's body. Instantly turned into a Susanoo of tens of meters in size, blocking all the oncoming flames. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the huge impact force even shook the 6 Yang Red formation. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that the barrier cast this time has a large enough coverage. Therefore, the aftermath of the explosion did not cause any impact on the barrier. However, facing the attack that was like a forbidden technique just now, the Hokage Rock, which was the main battlefield, began to be unable to withstand it. In the explosion, a shocking, spider-web-like crack spread out. Looking at the damaged Hokage Rock, whether it was the Anbu or Naruto and others, their faces changed. For them, this Hokage Rock is a symbol of honor for Konoha Ninja Village. Now that it has been damaged by the attack, it feels like being slapped twice by someone. It was slapped on Konoha Ninja Village. Chapter 1276 A well-maintained tortoise shell. Boom! The hot air wave rolled back and raged in the 6 Yang Red formation. The surrounding trees were even shredded in large pieces, and even the special rock formations that used special rock formations were shattered. The Hokage Rock was also cracked by the shock, which was enough to show that this attack was definitely not simple. Dad! Sarada came back to her senses in the strong wind and spoke hurriedly. However, Naruto soon stopped her and said, "You are standing here, that guy is indeed weird. But it doesn't mean that Sasuke is not his opponent. You see, Sasuke has become serious." Naruto subconsciously looked up in the direction of Sasuke. The first thing that came into view was a Susanoo figure that gradually appeared in the firelight. The figure of dozens of meters gave people an inexplicable domineering feeling. With the pair of Megatama Sharingan, the originally defeated momentum was reversed at once. Everyone knows that the Uchiha clan is best at Sharingan. Like Uchiha Sasuke, as the clan leader, he is the best in Sharingan. This is the main Jakaya Sharingan, and the Susanoo performed with the help of the eye technique. Hinata Hanabi's face showed a trace of solemnity. As the owner of the eye technique, the Hyuga family, who have always possessed the Byakugan, have been compared with the Sharingan. Hinata Hanabi also believes that the Byakugan is not simple. However, now compared with the huge Susanoo in front of her, it is obviously a little lacking in confidence. At least, in her eyes, if she is asked to face Susanoo, how to break it, this absolutely defensive eye technique is definitely a difficult problem. Is this the Susanoo, Suzuki-senpai, who is known as the strongest defensive Susanoo? Boruto was also surprised, and there was a hint of fanaticism in his pupils. In his eyes, let's not talk about the power of this Susanoo, at least in Boruto's eyes, it can be called a crazy, cool, and awesome existence. It completely conforms to the aesthetics of his rebellious teenager. Boruto, my master said that Senior Suzuki is the best in the Uchiha clan, and he has the main Jakaya Sharingan. Once he uses this move, he is almost invincible in the ninja world. Yayu said. Unless someone can break Susanoo, no one can defeat him. But even the forbidden technique of the Great Fire Dragon technique just now can't break Susanoo. I believe this battle has come to an end. Facing the Susanoo summoned by Suzuki using the pupil technique. The huge body obviously made his image soar. At least, in the eyes of Yayu and others, it is not an existence that can be defeated casually. Even Naruto, after taking another look at Susanoo, nodded silently and said, "Young man, I don't know who you are or where you come from, but I forgot to tell you that this is Susanoo condensed by Suzuki with the help of his eye technique. Even I find it difficult to break it. Since you haven't hurt anyone's life, as long as you are willing to surrender, I promise you in the name of the 7th Hokage that I will never abuse you for private punishment. You should know that the Uchiha clan is really serious when using the Sharingan." Bang! Suzuki was obviously responding to this, and the eye technique power dormant in his body exploded. Originally, the tens of meters of huge Susanoo gave people a feeling that it was undoubtedly more majestic. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Shinyu. They were eager to know how this boy who could perform the fire escape ninjutsu as a forbidden technique would react. Susanoo? This tortoise shell does look well maintained. Shinyu said with an interested smile. Since you are serious, I should start warming up. It's almost time to finish. Let's start with you. Turtle shell? Everyone present was stunned. Even those who had just seen Shinyu's 3-year-old speech felt caught off guard. They never thought that someone would call Susanoo a tortoise shell. Moreover, in the face of Uchiha Sasuke's seriousness, he responded with warming up. Isn't this too crazy? Okay, very good. I was going to give you a chance to surrender for Naruto's sake. Now it seems that everything is your own fault. Sasuke's face sank and he was the first to explode. Susanoo, with its huge body turning, its big hand like a millstone slapped Shinyu directly. The short distance of more than 10 meters was approached in the blink of an eye. Facing this powerful attack, Naruto wanted to persuade him, but he swallowed the words that were on his lips. After all, he was also unhappy with Shinyu's arrogance. Uchiha Suzuki was said to be as powerful as him. If even Uchiha Suzuki was looked down upon, then he, the 7th Hokage, was probably no exception. It can be said that Sasuke's move now was not only to vent his anger, but also to justify his reputation as the 7th Hokage. The short distance of more than 10 meters was just a blink of an eye. When everyone's eyes fell on Shinyu, there was an inexplicable urgency on their faces. Now, they were eager to see if Shinyu could still be as arrogant as before when facing Susanoo. However, this thought just flashed through their minds, and the scene that came into their eyes the next moment made his pupils shrink suddenly. 8 gates of ninja, 7th gate, shock gate open. Bang! The violent air waves exploded in Shinyu's body like a volcano. The ferocious blue veins quickly emerged on the surface of his body. Looking at this familiar forbidden physical technique, Naruto his face suddenly changed drastically. As the 7th Hokage, he was not a fool, but knew more. At least, he was definitely not unfamiliar with the 8 gates in front of him. What shocked him the most was that the boy in front of him could open the 7th gate of the 8 gates in one breath. The detonated air wave was like a raging tide, directly flipping the big hand that was slapped out. The next moment, before everyone could react, crackling violent lightning exploded on Shinyu's body. Shinyu was the first to burst up without any fancy moves. Bang! One step forward. The moment the footsteps fell, the rock layer seemed unable to withstand this huge force and shattered. The whole person disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, Shinyu had come to Susanoo. At such a close distance, Suzuki was looking at Shinyu through Susanoo, but he could vaguely feel that creepy feeling. At this moment, an absurd idea came to his mind. This Susanoo could not protect him. Chapter 1277, One Punch Explosion. The greatest secret of Thunderstorm Day Tiger. Roar. As soon as the two fists came out, the air was directly squeezed and exploded, and the violent power was released, causing a roar like a tiger's roar shaking the sky. The tiger wrapped in lightning, with the posture of 10,000 pounds, slammed heavily on Susanoo. Powerful Susanoo. Power of the nine-tailed fox. Two roars sounded at the right time. Susanoo was suddenly urged to the extreme, and pieces of samurai armor spread on its body. At the same time, the nine-tails chakra also exploded in Naruto's body and transferred to Susanoo, forming a second layer of protection. All these actions were completed in the blink of an eye, and when everyone came to their senses. The Thunderstorm Day Tiger that fell from the sky had already fallen down with a bang. Boom! The collision sounded like thunder, and under the violent power release, the nine-tails power was like paper, and was torn apart in an instant. However, the most unbelievable thing was that Uchiha Sasuke opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Then Susanoo exploded like a crack. The invisible impact force directly took Uchiha Sasuke away and smashed him heavily on the rocky mountain 100 meters away. Bang! The rock layer was directly shattered, spreading cracks like spider webs. The aftermath of the attack that was scattered all over the sky was as bright as fireworks, annihilated between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned on the huge battlefield. Especially, those who had confidence in Susanoo and commented on it just a moment ago, now had more disbelief on their faces. Is this still the most powerful Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, which is both offensive and defensive? If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that all this is true? What's more, even their eyes were almost red. In order to see clearly, the scene in front of them. Unfortunately, this scene in front of them is like a nightmare that can't be shaken off. It's impossible, Dad actually lost. Sarada couldn't help muttering. In her eyes, Sasuke is not only her father, but also the legend of Konoha Ninja Village. However, the scene in front of her now seems to tell that the legend is falling. Sasuke, are you okay? What's going on? Naruto appeared beside Sasuke in an instant. Facing the Thunderstorm Day Tiger just now, Naruto also thought about using the Flying Thunder God technique to take Sasuke away. However, once he left, it meant that Susanoo would be broken, and the others standing behind would also be affected by the aftermath of the battle. Therefore, Naruto took the risk of transmitting the remaining power of the Nine Tails in his body to Uchiha Sasuke to completely consolidate his defense. Unfortunately, he never expected that Chinyu's 8 gates of ninja technique could blast the power of the Nine Tails and Susanoo's powerful state with one punch with only the 7th gate. This completely overturned Naruto's cognition. After all, Might Guy in this era is in an intact state. In this relatively peaceful era, Naruto often studies some ninjutsu. For example, the 6 Yang Red Formation is a special SEAL class created by him personally training a group of Anbu. In order to avoid the battle that occurs in the ninja village, it can be blocked in the fastest posture. At the same time, Naruto will certainly not let it go, and use the strongest physical technique to temper the strength of the SEAL in his own defense. However, the 8 gates of ninja technique is also a forbidden technique in the Konoha Ninja Village. Naruto invited Might Guy to perform the 7th gate as a sparring partner, and he had to recuperate for a while afterwards. However, the price was very high, but it also made Naruto clearly know what level his defense had reached. However, all the test results today were in vain. The same 7th gate not only broke his Nine Tails power, but also Susanoo was vulnerable. This overturned Naruto's cognition. Don't worry, I won't die, but that guy's attack contains airflow, ignoring Susanoo's defense. Uchiha Sasuke struggled to stand up. However, looking at Susanoo that had already collapsed and disappeared into the void, his cheek muscles twitched and he didn't say anything. He knew clearly that even if Chinyu did not perform the 6-style physical technique, his Susanoo might not be able to withstand this blow. This slap in the face was a bit pain. This person is indeed beyond our expectations, especially in physical skills, which is stronger than Might Guy. At least he broke all our defenses with one punch. Naruto couldn't help but say. Also, in addition to the forbidden 8 gates of our Konoha Ninja Village, the lightning ninjutsu he used seems to be similar to the lightning armor used by the 4th Raikage of the Cloud Ninja Village. It seems that this person's origin is not simple. If we want to defeat him, we may need to use those methods. Hyuga Hanabi and others' faces changed suddenly. They highly praised the appearance of the 7th Hokage and Uchiha Sasuke. They subconsciously thought that it would not be difficult to defeat this guy in front of them who was about the same age as them. However, they never expected that Naruto would give such a high valuation. In particular, after seeing the change in Uchiha Sasuke's expression, they finally understood that this matter was definitely not simple. Those methods don't seem to be stable yet. Uchiha Sasuke's face changed slightly. After subconsciously looking at Jinyu, he immediately gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Forget it. Anyway, we have to test those methods. There is a ready-made target here, so let's try it in advance. If you want to blame him, just blame him for being too unlucky. Naruto also nodded secretly in agreement. This is the power transformation plan formulated by Konoha Ninja Village in response to the attack that occurred a year and a half ago, and requested Orochimaru. Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, as the two strongest people in the contemporary era, were the first to be selected as recipients. The purpose is to use this technology to allow Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto to improve their strength as soon as possible in a short period of time, to deal with various major events that may endanger Konoha Ninja Village. During this period, Sasuke did not leave Konoha Ninja Village to perform the tasks of the Anbu, in order to adjust and polish this force. Facing Chinyu's strength and contempt, there is also the confidence in their hearts. In the eyes of Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, Chinyu was now completely rushing into their guns. Chaotic thoughts flashed through their minds, and they looked at each other again, just as they were about to attack. A cry of surprise sounded without warning. "Show mercy, please show mercy!" A figure suddenly flashed out, bringing Shikamaru quickly. Looking at Kakashi, who was in the lead, not to mention the members of the Anbu, even Hyuga Hanabi and others, and even Naruto and Sasuke, could not help but look happy. Chapter 1278 I'm going to fight you. Looking at the appearance of Kakashi, many people on the scene were full of joy. This is the 5th generation Hokage, known as the White Shun Fang. Possessing the unparalleled swordsmanship passed down by Konoha White Fang, he stood out in that era and became the 5th generation Hokage. It can be said that this is definitely a shadow-level powerhouse. In their eyes, Chinyu is very strong, but with two contemporary geniuses and an old Hokage, it would be easy to deal with Chinyu. Teacher Kakashi, don't worry. With you here to help us, we won't use those powers. They are the trump cards left to deal with those guys. Naruto said with a smile. In their eyes, Kakashi's mercy was obviously directed at them. After all, thinking of the special powers he and Sasuke had obtained. This is definitely the top secret in the Konoha Ninja Village. If these trump cards are leaked because of a young man with unknown background, this is definitely not what they want to see. Moreover, in the eyes of Naruto and others, no matter how strange and difficult Chinyu's methods are, as long as they join forces with Kakashi, everything will come naturally. Hurry up, open the barrier for me. Kakashi shouted as soon as he landed. Looking at this anxious posture, the Anbu who maintained the 6 Yang Red formation was surprised, but they didn't dare to delay for a moment. They also wanted to see Kakashi and Naruto and Sasuke join forces to teach this ignorant boy who came here to act wild a lesson. Teacher Kakashi, don't be too nervous. Everything is under control. With the 6 Yang Red formation, he will never escape. Naruto said with a smile. As for those powers, we haven't leaked them. With Teacher Kakashi here, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Sasuke on the side couldn't help but nod in agreement. In their eyes, they just suffered a loss. But with the 3 cage levels joining forces, everything is easy to capture. Snap! A crisp slap sounded suddenly. The huge slap was directly slapped on Naruto's cheek by Kakashi. Due to the huge force, a scarlet mark was left. The sudden scene made the people in the field stunned. In their eyes, all this is unscientific. Teacher Kakashi, what are you doing? Naruto was confused. After all, he is the 7th Hokage, and he also loves face. Not only in front of the Anbu, but especially in the eyes of juniors such as Boruto and Sarada. It is also necessary to maintain the image of the highlight moment. The defeat in the previous confrontation has already made them lose a lot of face. Now Kakashi made a move and slapped him in the face in public. This made him difficult to accept. Naruto, I'm hitting you. Kakashi angrily turned his hand to Sasuke's face and pulled out another fist. And Sasuke? Don't get angry with your eyes wide open. If I beat you today, Itaki and Minato will say I beat you well when we go back to the clan. They are young and ignorant, but as the leaders of this era in Konohagakure, don't you know who this adult is? The hysterical roar came out of Kakashi's mouth, shocking everyone. In their eyes, Kakashi has always been the 5th generation of Hokage. Maybe his strength is not the strongest, but he is one of the few Hokage in history who has both brains and strength. At least, in the original work, Kakashi is known as a person who can be compared with Shikamaru's brain. However, this kind of person with a calm personality has always given people a sense of strategizing. He actually showed such a shocked attitude. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe it. However, it is precisely because of this reason. Whether it was the ninjas of the Anbu or Sarada and the others, they were more eager to know what kind of existence this boy who Kakashi called an adult was. Kakashi, you are still the same. I taught you the swordsmanship, but you didn't forget it. Chinyu smiled and stopped. Originally, this time he made a move, and he was happy to see the prey after a long time. He just wanted to have some fun and polish off the outstanding talents of these guys who lived in the peaceful era. Otherwise, facing the methods that Naruto and Sasuke had just used, he had already played with them. Chinyu was confident that he could wipe out the two legends with one blow. It's really you. Kakashi's mind roared and went blank. When he came here, he looked at the intelligence photos in his hand and had already calculated any possible situations. However, Chinyu was too young. After more than 20 years, he was still the same as Kakashi knew that day. This made Kakashi have a little doubt in his heart, suspecting whether this Uchiha Chinyu who suddenly appeared was a fake. However, facing Chinyu's greeting-like words just now, the only doubt left in Kakashi's heart disappeared. Because of the things in the village that day, he alienated his father, Konoha White Fang, and did not really accept his swordsmanship guidance. It was not until later that Konoha White Fang committed suicide and he was rescued by Chinyu on the battlefield that he learned White Fang's swordsmanship from Chinyu. Thus he became the identity of White Shun Fang. It can be said that half of Kakashi's ability to become the 5th generation Hokage now comes from Chinyu. Of course, there is no way. Chinyu wiped out Uchiha Madara who was hiding in the land of grass in advance that day. Obito and Rin are alive and well, and the character of the copy ninja Kakashi was directly crossed out in Naruto. Chinyu taught Konoha White Fang's swordsmanship to Kakashi, and he only felt a little indebted. As for being able to reach that point, it has nothing to do with Chinyu. However, now seeing Kakashi without a single eye, without the title of copy ninja, he can also become the 5th generation Hokage. This is enough to show that the genius is worthy of being a genius. Kakashi teacher, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Naruto was still dumbfounded and couldn't help asking again. 7th generation, he is the adult in the 4th Ninja World War. Shikamaru, who was almost constipated, finally found a chance to speak. On the way here, seeing Kakashi, who was the 5th generation Hokage, but was in a hurry and nervous all the way, Shikamaru had used his brain to make various deductions. At the same time, after indirect attack, he finally smelled a trace of clues, which made him know clearly. Originally thought that a battle that was a sure win was their Konoha ninja village, dancing striptease at the gates of hell. Although, not long after that battle, various things were deliberately concealed and crossed out. But it is precisely for this reason that Shikamaru understands the power of it more. Chapter 1279 Shamelessly Calling Teacher. Shikamaru was getting more and more frightened the more he looked at it. Especially, after knowing the hidden truth, he understood the horror of the boy who was getting younger and younger. As juniors, they had heard that Cho Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, had the means to maintain a youthful and energetic appearance. But most importantly, the boy in front of him was too young. The age was exactly the same as the photo of the 4th Ninja World War in the intelligence he got. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Shikamaru would not believe that all this was true. Especially, seeing the change in Kakashi's expression made Shikamaru believe that his guess was true. Shikamaru, are you talking about Uchiha Kainu from the 4th Ninja World War? Sasuke was the first to lose his temper. At this moment, he finally remembered that he had mentioned the origin of his name when he talked to his brother Uchiha Itachi once. When his elder brother, whom he had always admired, showed a face full of respect and fear, he uttered that name. It was like a dream sound that was imprinted in Sasuke Uchiha's mind when he was a child and could not be erased. In Sasuke's eyes, his brother was a peerless genius. However, when his brother mentioned the name of Uchiha Kainu, the strange expression he showed made Sasuke, a child, couldn't help but ask again. Brother, you are recognized as a peerless genius in Konoha Ninja Village. Is Uchiha Kainu also a peerless genius in Konoha Ninja Village? This was the original question Sasuke asked that day, and the answer he got instead, it was the bitter face of Uchiha Itachi. And the helpless words that had long been sealed in his mind. Sasuke, he is a demon, you don't understand the pain of your peers. When he was a child, Sasuke didn't know what the deep meaning of this sentence was. However, combined with the brief fight just now, Uchiha Sasuke finally began to understand. What are you still doing here? Why don't you hurry up and meet this adult with me? Kakashi glared at Naruto, who was still in a daze. If he hadn't taken into account the identity of the 7th Hokage, he would have kicked him out. Naruto, don't think about it for now. Let's talk about it after meeting that adult. Fortunately, Kakashi teacher arrived in time this time, otherwise we would be in trouble. Sasuke sighed heavily. There was a little more awe in his eyes when he looked at Chinyu. Especially when he learned that the person in front of him was Uchiha Itachi, who was also in awe of him. Sasuke's sharpness was also smoothed out at once. According to Uchiha Itachi's evaluation, this taboo man is a ceiling-like existence for the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for the subsequent events, they had to cover up and erase the information about the existence of this man. Let these years become a blank history. It can be said that the return of this young man in front of him will definitely shock the world. The objects of worship of Sarada and Boruto are no longer them. Naruto was stunned, and his mind is still a mess. However, his mind is not bright, but looking at the one-sided situation, he still followed quickly. Naruto doesn't believe that Kakashi and Shikamaru will sell themselves out. Chin. Teacher Chinyu, is it really you? After 23 years, you are still the same as when you left. I thought I would never see you again in this life. Kakashi lowered his posture. He glanced around and saw that only some of the Hokage rocks were destroyed, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Student thanks the teacher for your kindness. Facing Chinyu's reappearance, Kakashi undoubtedly planned to establish a relationship. At least, in Kakashi's eyes, his own white fang swordsmanship was learned from Chinyu's hands. Although he didn't teach him hand-in-hand like Minato Namikaze did. But he could at least call him teacher with a thick face. If the disaster of Konoha Ninja Village could be avoided because of this teacher, Kakashi would be willing to call him a few more times. A group of Anbu ninjas in the distance, as well as Hyuga Hanabi and others were stunned. At this time, they also realized that the boy in front of them was not simple. Even the destruction of the most important Hokage rock in Konoha Ninja Village could be passed over. Let the 5th Hokage slap the 7th Hokage in the face, and still lowered his posture to call him teacher. This is probably an ageless monster. Kakashi, those juniors are watching, don't be too restrained. This time I came back, just to take a walk and take a look, and I will leave again soon. Chinyu smiled and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Teacher Chinyu, you are too kind. This is not the place to talk. Why don't you go to the Hokage building and I will tell you what happened in these years. I think you will be interested in these past events after you come back. Kakashi said with a smile. Faced with Kakashi's proposal, Chinyu agreed without hesitation. He did not expect that more than 20 years had passed since they parted. Time can change a lot of things. At least now that Chinyu has just returned, after getting to know the tip of the iceberg, he found that this era is too different from what he knew. It is for this reason that Chinyu wants to know more about what happened during this period of time. Looking at Chinyu, who agreed, Kakashi was completely relieved. He had already seen that Chinyu fought with Sasuke and Naruto just to test their strength. Otherwise, with the strength that Chinyu had in Kakashi's memory, I am afraid that he could kill the two with one punch, and there would be no need to drag it until now. Facing this unprecedented ruthless character, Kakashi didn't want to be abused, so he practiced with Chinyu. Soon, as Kakashi's order fell, the 6 Yang Red formation was quickly lifted. With Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi's company, Chinyu was safely sent to the Hokage building. As for Hyuga Hanabi and others, after Shikamaru issued an order strictly prohibiting the spread of the outside world, they were also ordered to return to their respective residences and wait for the final decision before they could leave their homes. During this period, if you go out without permission, you will be regarded as a crime of betraying the ninja village and will be directly arrested by the Anbu who is monitoring you. Faced with these temporary orders issued one by one, the second-generation officials and rich second generations present were stunned for a moment. Especially as a rebellious late-stage Naruto, he undoubtedly couldn't accept it. However, before he could react, he was knocked unconscious by Shikamaru and taken away by the Anbu. This rude behavior only got a shocking response in the end. Worried that Naruto would commit suicide and destroy the Konoha ninja village. Faced with this series of abnormal events, Hyuga Hanabi, Konohamaru, and others were also sent home by the Anbu. But it was precisely because of such a strict arrangement that they were more eager to know who this boy was. What kind of background did he have that made the 5th and 7th generations of Hokage behave so respectfully? Looking at the gate of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hanabi couldn't suppress her curiosity and walked in quickly. Chapter 1280. This joke is not funny. The Hyuga family, as the first family of Konoha village, after decades of precipitation, it has not declined with the passage of time. On the contrary, because of the marriage with the 7th Hokage, it has once again become famous. Compared with the former Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan undoubtedly lacks ambition and knows their position clearly, which makes their position as solid as ever, firmly occupying the position of the first family in Konoha. Hanabi, you are back. As soon as she stepped into the gate, Hyuga Hanabi saw dozens of figures ready to go. The leader was the old Hyuga Hayashi, the contemporary genius Hyuga Niji, and Hyuga Hinata, who became the wife of the 7th Hokage. Following closely behind them, there were also a group of members of the Hyuga family. It can be said that in addition to its own position, the Hyuga family can firmly occupy the first largest family, and the number of family members is far beyond the reach of other families. It is completely different from the Senju family and the Sarutobi family, which are dwindling in population. Yes, I'm back. Where are you going now? Hinata Hanabi raised her eyebrows and said, looking at your lineup, I'm afraid all the family members who stayed in Konoha village have been mobilized. If you go out like this, people will misunderstand it as a special wartime situation. Sending dozens of ninjas at a time, unless Konoha village is in trouble, walking on the street like this will definitely cause a sensation. Didn't a battle happen on the Hokage Rock just now? Even Uchiha Sasuke and the 7th generation rushed there. Our Hyuga family, as the largest family in Konoha, of course has an obligation to do so. Hinata Hayashi clenched his fists and said excitedly. Puff. However, this action soon attracted Hinata Hyuga's chuckle, saying, don't listen to what Dad said. He heard that you and Naruto were trapped in the 6 Yang Red formation and was worried that you were in danger, so he prepared in advance without authorization and planned to set off immediately after receiving the distress signal. It's just that after waiting for so long, the distress signal didn't come, but you came back instead. I also told Ninkai that with Sasuke and Naruto rushing there, they can definitely deal with any emergency. Hanabi and Naruto will not be in danger of their lives. Due to Chinyu's intrusion, Ninkai Hyuga did not die in this dimension. It also made him the strongest person in the Hyuga family in this era. In fact, I was very relieved from the beginning. Naruto and Sasuke are the 2 legends of Konoha Ninja Village. Even I can't get through a few moves in their hands. I think there are very few people in the current ninja world who can defeat them, not to mention when the 2 join forces. Ninkai Hyuga said lightly. As a genius of the Hyuga family, this remark was obviously echoed by everyone. Even Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but show a trace of pride on her face. After all, this is her good husband. Haha, am I not too concerned? My precious grandson is implicated. Hyuga Hayashi laughed. But if you didn't say it, I would have forgotten that I have a good son-in-law. I think his strength has surpassed the 4th generation. Dad, have you forgotten that Hanabi is here? If you pamper Naruto like this, Hanabi will be jealous. Hyuga Hinata smiled with her mouth covered. Her husband can be respected by her father-in-law. It is undoubtedly one of the most desired recognitions for any woman. However, under this commotion, the depressing atmosphere in the courtyard, which was originally shrouded in strategic preparations, was slightly eased. Many members of the Hyuga family secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, after a long period of peace, the people present had already been worn out by the daily necessities of life. For them, the war was too long ago. In front of them were daily tasks that they would only perform because of the pressure of life. Now, someone suddenly broke into the Konoha ninja village and made a scene, which subverted their cognition. Hanabi, why are you so depressed? You are not really jealous because your father cares too much about Naruto and ignores you. Hyuga Hinata covered her mouth and teased. Don't worry, I heard that your father has started to look for a good husband for you. When the time comes, you can have more children and revolve around your father, so that Naruto can also experience the taste of being out of favor. As soon as these words fell, there was a burst of laughter in the room. However, as time went by, the laughter stopped abruptly. At least, from Hyuga Hanabi's silence, there was no doubt that something was wrong. Hanabi, did something happen? Or did the criminal who just made a scene in Konoha village hurt you? Tell daddy and I'll help you. Hyuga Hayashi was the first to lose his temper. Compared with the original work, as he grew older, Hyuga Hayashi changed from a stubborn and serious old man to a funny guy. At least, this funny attribute will be infinitely magnified in front of Naruto and Himawari. Hanabi, your brother-in-law is the 7th generation Hokage. If you are wronged, you can tell us and we will get you back. Hyuga Hinata glared with her eyes, and under the bulging veins, she had a little more domineering like protecting her cubs. Marriage will change a person. According to Chinyu, Hyuga Hinata has changed the most. Yes, Miss Hanabi, tell us anything, we will help you get back your face. Let's go and see who the criminal is. He is so bold to run wild in Konoha village. He will pay the price with blood. Let him know clearly what will happen if he offends the 7th Hokage's in-laws. Dozens of Hyuga family members, obviously hoping for chaos, shouted. Looking at this one-sided situation, Hyuga Hanabi showed an expression of wanting to say something but stopping, and finally gritted her teeth and said, the 7th generation and Uchiha Sasuke were defeated. If the 5th generation had not arrived in time, I am afraid that things would not end well. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. The voices of the people who were booing at the scene disappeared in an instant. Everyone's expression seemed a little stiff, especially Hyuga Hinata, who clenched her fists and said in a hurry, Hanabi, this joke is not funny. Right. In their eyes, whether it was Uchiha Sasuke or Uzumaki Naruto, they were all legends of the contemporary Konoha ninja village. According to Hyuga Niji, the two of them joined forces, and no one in the ninja world could defeat them. However, now Hyuga Hanabi told them that these two legends were defeated. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, no one would be willing to believe it. Sister, I also hope that this is a joke, but that boy is too evil. The 7th Hokage and Uchiha Sasuke can't stand 10 moves in his hands. His ninjutsu is as easy as a forbidden technique. Chapter 1281. An era is suffocating. Sister, I also hope that this is a joke, but that boy is too evil. The 7th Hokage and Uchiha Sasuke can't stand 10 moves in his hands. His ninjutsu is as easy as a forbidden technique. The huge courtyard echoed with Hyuga Hanabi's words, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Looking at the unbelievable expressions on everyone's faces, Hanabi's face also had a bit of bitterness. Hyuga Hanabi was also very satisfied with this brother-in-law who could become the 7th Hokage. But it was precisely because of this reason that she couldn't accept this failure even more. 10 moves, ninjutsu is like a forbidden technique? The people present were stunned. Especially, they kept repeating what Hinata Hanabi said just now, which made it difficult for them to react. In their eyes, the 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are the legends of the contemporary Konoha ninja village. Even if they are not good enough, both sides should fight to the point of heaven and earth breaking and both sides losing. At least they should fight dozens or hundreds of moves, which is in line with the status of a cage-level strongman. However, now Hinata Hanabi told them that the dignified Konoha legend could not take 10 moves. This made the positioning and huge image of the legend in their minds collapse like a dam bursting. If this place was not in public, I am afraid that those ninjas who took the 2 as their goal would have already hidden in the corner and cried. No, it's impossible, Hanabi, if you joke again, my sister will be angry. Naruto is the 7th Hokage of Konohagakure. With him, Konohagakure will definitely be safe. No one can defeat him. Hinata Hyuga was anxious and almost grabbed Hanabi's collar to interrogate her. Facing the pair of white eyes that were wide open and full of blue veins, Hanabi Hyuga still shook her head silently. When she spoke again, 2 sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the hidden Anbu appeared on both sides of Hanabi Hyuga. Miss Hanabi, please don't make it difficult for us. I hope you don't reveal too much about that adult, otherwise it will be difficult for us to explain to the 5th Hokage. A member of the Anbu wearing a monkey mask spoke first. Let Hanabi Hyuga swallow the words that were on her lips. However, the sudden appearance of the two Anbu still surprised Hinata Hyga and Niji Hyga. Their Hyga family is a first-class loyal minister. Hyga Hanabi is the next head of the Hyga family. However, as the next head of Konoha, Hyga Hanabi is actually being monitored by two Anbu. This is simply subverting people's cognition. What happened? Are they going to imprison my daughter? What did she do wrong? And who is the person who made a fuss in Konoha village? I'm going to find the 7th generation now. Hyga Hayashi was anxious. At this age, Hyga Hanabi and Boruto are obviously his Achilles heel. Now one is missing and the other is under surveillance and house arrest. How can he not be anxious? The two Anbu hesitated for a moment. Their mission is to monitor Hyga Hanabi. If Hyga Hayashi really wants to find the 7th generation, with their duties and identities, in order to keep it secret, they don't know whether to intercept or let him go. Okay, Hyga clan leader, please be patient, and you two should also temporarily withdraw. Sarutobi Asuma jumped down. Seeing this, the two Anbu hesitated for a moment and chose to retreat back to the dark. Watching this scene, Hyga Hinata was the first to lose her temper and said, Teacher Asuma, what happened? You didn't catch the people who made trouble in Konoha village, but imprisoned Hanabi instead. Also, Hanabi said that Naruto and Sasuke were defeated. This joke is not funny at all, right? The rapid questioning instantly made everyone's eyes in the field lock on Asuma. Facing these suspicious eyes, Asuma sighed helplessly and said, This is not a joke. It can be said that from the beginning, I didn't want to believe that Naruto and Sasuke would lose. However, the person they met was Lord Chinyu. Is it Uchiha Chinyu? Hyga Hayashi exclaimed in surprise. This made people who were originally unfamiliar with this name. The unfamiliar crowd was stunned. It was the first time for them to see Hyga Hayashi, the old patriarch of the Hyga family, so terrified. Dad, that boy is from the Uchiha clan. Why haven't we heard of him or met him? And why did he attack my brother-in-law and Sasuke, who is also from the Uchiha clan? Hyga Hanabi spoke hurriedly. The thought of being the next genius of the Hyga family, actually lost to a boy of the same age, and was flirted with by the other party. This breath made Hyga Hanabi more eager to find out why the 5th generation, Sarutobi Asuma, and even her old father, had such a big reaction after hearing this name. The two Anbu guarding in the dark were about to step forward again to warn after hearing this question. However, at Sarutobi Asuma's shaking head, they finally stopped. Asuma, are you sure this is not a joke? This joke is not funny. Hyga Hayashi asked again anxiously, Naruto, is he still alive? The abrupt question undoubtedly irritated Hyga Hinata's nerves. No. It should be said that the nerves of everyone present were pried. A moment ago, they heard with their own ears that Hyga Hayashi praised the 7th generation Hokage as a son-in-law. He even said that Naruto and Sasuke joined forces, and it would be hard to find an opponent in the entire ninja world. However, now the tone suddenly changed. The word still alive is too big a gap. Don't worry, that adult is just testing their strength, they are still alive and well. Sarutobi Asuma patted Hyga Hayashi on the shoulder. He also experienced that era and understood Hyga Hayashi's performance very well. It's good to be alive, it's good to be alive. Hinata Hayashi said twice in succession, and the whole person seemed to be deflated, sitting aside, with a bitter smile on his wrinkled cheeks, saying, You should be very curious, why I have such a big reaction when I heard this name. If you knew that this guy was in existence that made an era breathless, you would definitely think that it was so lucky for the 7th generation and Sasuke to survive. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Sarutobi Asuma, who was standing aside, also nodded subconsciously in agreement. It can be said that in their eyes, these little guys who have not experienced the ravages of war are still too young. Chapter 1282 The movie Emperor Above the 5 Cage. The huge courtyard, as this sentimental talk dissipated, added a few inexplicable depression and silence. Looking at Hyga Hayashi, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Many people present were stunned. This is the current head of the Hyga family, who has seen all kinds of big scenes. Now, because of a name, he was frightened and said that it was good to be alive. If this were an ordinary person, it would be understandable, but the people he was referring to were two legends of Konoha Ninja Village. Dad, what did you say that an era is suffocated? Isn't that guy a member of the Uchiha clan? Hyga Hanabi couldn't hold back her temper. At least, as she investigated further, she found that this matter seemed to be more and more complicated than she imagined. What's wrong, don't you believe it? Hyga Hayashi recovered his breath and was obviously relieved when he learned that Naruto did not die because of the defeat. I know you think I am exaggerating and belittling Naruto and Sasuke, but don't forget that Naruto is my son-in-law. How can I lie with my eyes open? Originally, these things have long been forbidden to be passed on orally, and should be erased from history, but since he is back, it should be okay to talk about it. At this point, Hyga Hayashi pondered for a moment, organized his words, and said, in fact, Uchiha Chinyu is indeed a member of the Uchiha clan, but to be precise, he is a traitor. A madman who provoked the Fifth Ninja World War alone and went to war with the 5 countries. One person challenged the 5 major countries alone? Hyga Hanabi and others couldn't help but enlarge their eyes, and their minds were buzzing, and they were all unbelievable. In their eyes, this is simply crazy. A Konoha ninja village is already a behemoth. Now, this Uchiha Chinyu who suddenly appeared, challenged the 5 major countries alone. Isn't this playing with his life? Dad, you said he challenged the 5 great nations alone. Is that because he lost, so he hid and only appeared now? Hyga Hinata said hurriedly. If that's the case, we can contact the other 4 nations. Over the past 20 years, our 5 great nations have already formed a defensive alliance line as strong as a copper wall. When he learns that Uchiha Chinyu is back, he will definitely take action. In Hyga Hinata's eyes, the 5 great nations are willing to maintain peace. The most powerful Konoha Ninja Village has become the backbone of the alliance's unity. As the backbone of Konoha Ninja Village, once something happens, other countries will never stand idly by. Hinata, you think too much. If Lord Chinyu really wants to destroy Konoha Ninja Village, I'm afraid no country will take action. Hyga Hayashi sighed faintly. That battle was lost by the 5 great nations. In Hyga Hayashi's eyes, Hyga Hinata and other new generations are still too young. Without experiencing the trials of war, it is not clear what fear of death is. Especially, under the premise of certain death. One person defeated the 5 great nations. Is this a joke? Hyga Hinata was stunned. No. It should be said that many people were stunned, even Hyga Hanabi and Niji were no exception. They have always believed that Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, the 7th generation, are legends that cannot be challenged. They never thought that there was a more terrifying legend before them. One person challenged the 5 great nations alone and won in the end. That subverted their cognition. Haha, what's wrong? It's hard to accept. Naruto, the Hokage, and Sasuke joined forces, but they couldn't beat Uchiha Chinyu. Sarutobi Asuma took a deep puff of cigarette and said. However, if you knew that there is only one movie emperor above the 5 cage, you would easily accept this fact. If the people of the 4 major countries knew that this adult was back, I'm afraid that without us saying anything, the sealed gate of Konoha Ninja Village would be trampled by him. In that battle, not only did the 5 major countries lose, but Uchiha Chinyu's ultimate goal was also revealed. He did this to force out the black hand hidden behind the scenes of the ninja world, as well as the threats from other worlds. When all these were resolved, he disappeared. At that time, some people said that he was dead, and some said that he offended the wrath of God and was exiled. Unexpectedly, after more than 20 years, he finally came back. The title of movie emperor is unprecedented. Even the first generation of Hokage called him God. Naruto and Sasuke did not lose unfairly. It was good enough to be able to save their lives. Chang's voice echoed in the courtyard. Facing the explanation of the string of words, the thick fog covering their eyes seemed to be pushed away by an invisible big hand. Especially when they heard that there is a title above the shadow in this world, this undoubtedly subverted their cognition. Teacher Asuma, are you saying that Uchiha Chinyu is a traitor who provoked the war between the 5 major countries alone, and is also a good person? Hinata Hanabi was completely confused. Especially, the last sentence of saving his life. It made her heart beat faster. Thinking of the fight just now, the slap on the buttocks. Is it time to celebrate? Okay, don't think too much. These things were not allowed to be said back then, and they cannot be spread now. Telling you these is already over. If it weren't for the reappearance of Lord Chinyu, these words and the truth of the year would have been rotten in our stomachs. Sarutobi Asuma put out the cigarette in his hand. Hyga clan leader, I think you should also want to go and meet Lord Chinyu. You lost badly back then. As a big clan in Konoha Ninja Village, more than 20 years ago, Hyuga Hayashi was still in its heyday. Facing Chinyu, a traitor, they obviously fought many times. But every time they fought, they ended up losing. Humph, Asuma, you are exposing my shortcomings, not self-deprecating. When Lord Chinyu was here, you were defeated. Your elder brother Shinosuke also returned with a broken nose. That guy dared to overturn the table of the third generation. Anyone who has not suffered a little at his hands will have an incomplete life. Hyuga Hayashi glared and said sarcastically. However, when talking about these past events, it feels as if they have returned to more than 20 years ago and become energetic. In particular, seeing that face full of spirit, Hyuga Hanabi and others couldn't help but have an absurd idea in their hearts. That was probably an era different from the present and extremely glorious. At least, in this peaceful era, it may add a lot of color, which makes Hyuga Hanabi also yearn for it. Chapter 1283 4 Cages in One School. By the way, where is Boruto? After watching Asuma and Hyuga Hayashi leave, Hyuga Hinata was the first to lose her temper. For this rebellious second-generation official, Hyuga Hinata knows clearly his ability to cause trouble. Just now on the Hokage Rock, he must have suffered a lot. Now that she did not return with Hyuga Hanabi, Hyuga Hinata immediately had a bad premonition. Hanabi, when you last saw Boruto, did you know where he was? Niji lost his temper. This is his nephew, for him, the eldest brother-in-law. He definitely doesn't want him to have any accidents. I remember that when I last saw Boruto, that guy seemed to pretend to be uncomfortable and left with the fifth generation. Do you think that guy will run to the Hokage building? Hyuga Hanabi raised her eyebrows. The Hokage building is an important place in the Konoha village. Ordinary people rarely have the opportunity to get close to it. However, Boruto, the third-generation official, is obviously not included in this list. Just relying on the status of the fourth-generation grandson and the seventh-generation's biological son, it is enough for him to pass through unimpeded. Thinking of Boruto's ability to cause trouble, Hyuga Hanabi couldn't help but said. Do you think Boruto will go to provoke that guy? Hyuga Hinata and Niji couldn't help but stagnate. Of course they knew what the guy in Hanabi's mouth was. That was a ruthless person who challenged the 5 major countries more than 20 years ago, and was called the Movie Emperor. If you are not careful, you will be killed. Don't worry, you don't have to worry too much. With Naruto here, Boruto will not have any problems. Hinata Hyuga said with a hint of determination. In her eyes, Chinyu's strength is indeed very strong, but as Naruto's wife, she knew clearly what kind of power Naruto was undergoing during this period of time. Once successful, this power will make his strength even stronger. After all, legends are legends. Compared with Hyuga Hayashi and those who lived in that era, they are more inclined to the current 7th Hokage and Uchiha Sasuke. Times are different, and thoughts are also changing. This is their concept of the new era. It is precisely because of this that most of the old people in Konoha village and even the entire ninja world have retired. Let these rising stars take up this banner. Sister, is there really no problem? Hyuga Hanabi lost her temper. Compared with Hyuga Hinata and Niji, she had witnessed that battle with her own eyes. Facing Hyuga Hinata, this rash decision was obviously a bit unsure. Hanabi, what's wrong with you? The times are different now. This is a peaceful era. You don't need to worry too much. Naruto can handle other things. Hinata Hyuga said lightly. It can be said that because of Chinyu's intervention, this dimension has long deviated from its original trajectory. Those who should have died still exist. Those who should not have died were sent to the underworld. This series of events has already subtly changed the world. At the same time, in the Uchiha clan, Obito is staying with Itachi. Because of Uchiha Chinyu, the two of them did not die as in the original work. Instead, not long ago, he stepped down from the position of the leader of the Uchiha clan and let Uchiha Sasuke take over the position of the next head of the family. Now, the two of them are only responsible for training the new members of the Uchiha clan. I'm back. Sarada's voice came from outside the gate. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi reacted immediately. The two of them, like ghosts, disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. When they appeared again, they were already on Sarada's left and right. The two of them moved almost synchronously, and directly gave Sarada a face-to-face. Sarada's little cheeks were squeezed like a meat bun. Obito, you're too much. This time I'm faster than you. Uchiha Itachi touched Sarada's head lovingly and said with his eyes wide open. In their eyes, Sarada is like the little princess of the Uchiha clan. If possible, they would like to hold her in their hands every day and take good care of every inch of her skin. Brother Itachi, you didn't keep your promise. I used Kamui and teleport directly to Sarada's side. In terms of speed, I am definitely much faster than you. Uchiha Obito retorted hastily. Don't forget, we have set a rule that whoever is closer to Sarada will have the opportunity to train ninjutsu with her. If you are planning to overturn our previous agreement, then let's fight. Let's fight, for the little princess, I will risk my life. Uchiha Itachi said without any hesitation. Looking at this scene, Harano Sakura was helpless. She was no longer surprised by this kind of daily fight. After looking around, she said, Sarada, where is your father? He just told me that someone was making trouble at the Hokage Rock and needed to go there. Didn't he come back with you? In the eyes of Harano Sakura and the others, it was very rare for someone to make trouble on the Hokage Rock. However, when they thought that this was the Konoha Ninja Village, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were still contemporary legends. With this confidence, any troubles could be easily solved. Mom, two uncles, do you think Dad is very powerful? Sarada struggled out of the meat bun and spoke first. The inexplicable question and the frustrated face finally attracted the attention of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. The two niece-loving demons piled up their faces with heartache and competed to rub their heads and said, Sarada, my little princess, what are you talking about? Sasuke is the contemporary head of our Uchiha clan. To be the head of the family, of course he must be as powerful as our two uncles. Little Princess Sarada, why are you so weird today? Who provoked you? Tell your uncles and we will find a place for you. After more than 20 years of peace, the Uchiha clan is now completely different from the past. In addition to the increase in the number of clan members, there is also the 6th generation Hokage Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Obito opened his eyes of Kamui. And the instant body Shisui was sent to perform the mission. It can be said that because of Uchiha Chinyu, the status of the Uchiha clan in Konoha Ninja Village has not only not declined. Instead, it has risen. Indistinctly, there is already a title of replacing the Hyuga clan and becoming the largest family in Konoha Ninja Village. After all, the Hyuga clan has more people than the Uchiha clan. However, in terms of top-level cage-level combat power, the Uchiha clan has a family of 4 cage-level beings. The pressure formed by these strong men alone is not only in Konoha Ninja Village. Looking at the entire ninja world, it is also a very important existence. Chapter 1284 Only qualified to be a dead dog. Harano Sakura is no longer surprised by the pampering of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. At least, in her eyes, these two uncles are indeed very strong. One is the strong man of Hokage, although he did not hold the position for long, took the initiative to step down. But in a sense, Uchiha Itachi becoming the 6th Hokage completely eased the deadlock between the Uchiha clan and Konoha Ninja Village. It broke the rumor that the Uchiha clan could not be Hokage. It can be said that under the predicament of the prevalence of prejudice in Konoha Ninja Village and the grudges with the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi was able to reach the position of the 6th Hokage. Not only does he have an extraordinary mind, but also outstanding personal ability and strength. Only when he is superior to others in Konoha Ninja Village, and even the 4 major countries, cannot find fault with him. Can he truly become Hokage? As for the strength of Uchiha Obito, Harano Sakura can see it for all. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, which can control the eye technique of time and space. This alone is enough to show that he is not simple. As for the already famous Shunshin Shisui, he was already famous during the 4th Ninja World War. After more than 20 years of precipitation, the strength has been further improved. It can be said that now the Uchiha clan, as long as they are really determined, will go all the way to the road of Hokage. Then they can definitely take turns to sit in the position of Hokage. After all, who let the Uchiha clan, strong people come out? Okay, Sarada, don't make trouble, delay the time of the two uncles, but Dad will be unhappy when he comes back. Harano Sakura reached out and touched Sarada's forehead with her index finger, smiling. In my mind, your father is the most powerful existence. No, it should be said that it is not only in my mind, but also in the eyes of others. This is a nod to kill. It is a trick that Uchiha Itachi often uses. Normally, as long as this trick is used, Sarada will be like a deflated steamed bun. Those little emotions will disappear, and she will cover her smooth forehead with a red face and retreat. However, this time, Haruno Sakura couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at Sarada, who was still unhappy, he subconsciously continued to poke with his fingers. "Mom, you hurt me." Sarada covered her forehead and stepped back, saying angrily. "You are all liars. I clearly saw Dad being knocked away like a dead dog. That guy even called Susanoo a turtle shell and blew it up with one punch." The small voice suddenly made the huge courtyard fall into a dead silence. They all knew what children's words were. However, facing Sarada's words, they couldn't hold back. A moment ago, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi still positioned Sasuke as a powerful existence as them. They praised him directly. I never thought that Sarada would spit out a sentence about being knocked away like a dead dog when she opened her mouth. Even Susanoo is a crazy word of turtle shell. Is this scolding them together? After all, just a moment ago, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi were still using themselves to measure Sasuke's strength. If even Sasuke was knocked away like a dead dog, then they are no exception, and are dead dogs. Sarada, what are you talking about? Hurry up and apologize to the two uncles. Did Dad make you angry and let you say such angry words? If these words spread out, it will damage the dignity of the Uchiha clan. Haruno Sakura persuaded softly. As the daughter-in-law of the Uchiha clan, Haruno Sakura also knows a little about the plight of the Uchiha clan in the past. It can be said that Uchiha Sasuke has also made a lot of efforts to make the Uchiha clan reach its current status. No, I am not lying. I saw with my own eyes that Dad and Uncle Naruto were defeated by a teenager named Chinyu. You are all liars, saying that Dad is the strongest. Sarada shook off Haruno Sakura's hand and shouted urgently. Sakura Haruno was stunned. After a pause, she shook her head and said, "Uncles, please explain to Sarada quickly. We didn't lie to her." However, before she finished speaking, Sakura Haruno saw Uchiha Itachi and Obito, with a look of horror on their faces. They looked at each other with disbelief on their faces. "Brother Obito, did you hear the word Chinyu just now?" Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but said. As someone who had experienced the 4th and 5th Ninja World Wars, these two words are like taboos. "Itachi, I'll call you my brother. Hurry up and slap me to see if I'm dreaming." Obito was also impatient. He grabbed Uchiha Itachi's hand and threw it directly on his face. "Pa!" A crisp slap sounded. The burning feeling came on his cheek, making Itachi's face darken all of a sudden. "Obito, damn it! Why did you hit me in the face?" Uchiha Itachi almost wanted to strangle his neck and fight a gangster. However, he was quickly pulled away by Haruno Sakura, who asked anxiously. "Uncles, who is that Chinyu? Tell Sarada quickly that Sasuke will certainly not be knocked away like a dead dog." Haruno Sakura is not a stupid person, she knows clearly the seriousness of the situation. However, if she is asked to believe that the good husband she has always admired will behave so badly, she absolutely does not want to believe that all this is true. It can be said that at this moment, it is as if he has grabbed a life-saving straw. "No, Sakura, you are wrong. You are not from that era. You don't know that the name Uchiha Kainu is a taboo." Uchiha Itachi loosened his hands and said with a wry smile. "Don't talk about Sasuke. If we meet Uchiha Kainu, I'm afraid we can only be qualified as dead dogs. That guy is respected as the existence of the movie star." The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Facing Uchiha Itachi with a bitter face, Haruno Sakura was stunned and couldn't help but retreat a few steps. As one of the 12 little strong men in this era, Sakura knew clearly that the Uchiha clan was a very important existence in the Konoha ninja village. 4 cage-level people in one family, what an honor. However, now someone told her. These cage-level strong men gathered together, and they could only be beaten like dead dogs. If you didn't hear it with your own ears, I'm afraid not many people would believe it. Forget it, I know that you haven't experienced that Dark War era, and you don't know what the name Uchiha Chinyu means. Uchiha Obito said with a wry smile. However, I still remind you, don't provoke this guy. Once you really offend him to death, you only have one way to solve it. Suicide to apologize. Chapter 1285. He is not even as good as one of my fingers. Commit suicide to apologize? Is this crazy? In the eyes of Haruno Sakura, the answer given by Uchiha Itachi was too shocking. If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, she might not want to believe that this was true. Is he really that powerful? Sarada was the first to lose her temper. She saw Sasuke being knocked away with her own eyes. But she never expected that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito would not help Sasuke get back his face. Instead, they said that he would commit suicide to apologize. Does this mean that if Sasuke offends this Uchiha Chinyu to death, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito will really make Uchiha Sasuke commit suicide to apologize? Don't look unbelieving, Obito and I are serious. Uchiha Itachi came back to his senses a little, sighed deeply and said, that guy is a legend, who can overwhelm the entire era. He did leave the Uchiha clan, but don't look at it, the Uchiha clan now has the signs of becoming the largest clan in Konohagakure. But at that time, the group of blind old guys in the clan almost killed the entire Uchiha clan. Even your uncle Shisui was almost killed instantly at that time. Recalling the past, Uchiha Itachi may not be very old, and he did not directly participate in it. However, Obito and Chinyu were in the same team. As the last one, he saw with his own eyes that the genius he had been chasing, Hitaki Kakashi, was beaten to a pulp. At that time, as the last one, Uchiha Obito firmly believed that if he had less awareness, I am afraid that now he has become a cup of yellow earth. Okay, there are some things that you just need to know a little bit. Since he is back, we should go and see why he came back, otherwise if we are not careful, I am afraid that the situation will change. Uchiha Itachi put away the playful smile on his face and regained his former calmness. After exchanging a glance with Uchiha Obito, he disappeared from the spot like a ghost. At the same time, the people who received the news gave similar reactions as Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Itachi, and others. After a brief conversation, they quickly rushed to the Hokage building. The huge Hokage building seemed a bit depressing at this moment. The two ninjas guarding the gate looked at the 5th and 7th generations, the two Hokage, who were following a young man like a tail, with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. After rubbing their eyes subconsciously, this nightmare-like scene still lingered. Okay, don't watch it either. You must not spread what happened here. Go outside first. We have something to discuss. Kakashi ordered. After receiving the order, the two ninjas stationed outside the gate were stunned at first, but they left quickly. But when they left, they couldn't help but look at Chinyu twice. In their eyes, Chinyu was too young, only about 15 or 17 years old. But he was surrounded by two cage-level people. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that all this was true. However, facing the order of the 5th Hokage, they didn't dare to say anything more and turned around and left quickly. You can sit anywhere, the office is a bit simple. Naruto pushed the door open and walked straight to his seat. However, after taking a few steps, he was quickly stopped by Shikamaru. Watching closely, Kakashi personally led the way in front and sent Chinyu to the main seat of Hokage. The sudden scene made Naruto stunned. This is the exclusive position of Hokage, and ordinary people can't touch it at all. Before the identity of Hokage, once the buttocks are related to this chair, that will be labeled as rebellion. In the original work, Danzo once ambushed the 3rd generation Hokage. I thought it was foolproof and I vacated my buttocks to sit on the position of Hokage. In the end, I didn't know when Sarutobi Hiruzen stood behind him and was frightened. This directly confirmed the crime of treason. If Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't talk about the stability of the overall situation all day long and had a good person's personality, I'm afraid Danzo would have been chopped off long ago. Forget it, I won't sit in this position, and it's not suitable for me to sit. Chinyu certainly noticed the change in the atmosphere, smiled and patted Kakashi on the shoulder, then turned to the sofa beside him. Seeing this scene, Naruto's ugly face eased a little. However, with the previous experience, Chinyu did not sit in the position of Hokage, but it did not mean that he could sit casually. For a moment, the people present could only stare blankly and stand there, looking a little at a loss. Humph, of course you are not qualified to sit in this position. Only the Hokage can sit here. I have just learned about your identity. You are just a traitor from Konoha village. The unexpected voice sounded suddenly, breaking the atmosphere in the field in an instant. Looking at Boruto, who rushed in and raised his hand to attack Chinyu, Kakashi's face changed suddenly. Naruto, don't let Boruto mess around. No need, he is coming for me, let me deal with it. Chinyu smiled warmly and extended his right index finger. Directly bounced the incoming fist. A finger? Seeing Chinyu's fighting posture, Boruto's expression froze, and then his face was full of anger. In Boruto's eyes, he was a genius anyway. He took the initiative to provoke others, but was actually dealt with one finger. This was simply a shame. However, this thought had just emerged in his mind, and before he could react, Chinyu's extended finger had already touched his fist directly. Bang! The violent power vented out like a torrent. Boruto just felt an inexplicable stinging pain on his fist. The next moment, the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang! The huge impact force smashed the door directly. The two ninjas who had already walked away looked at the figure flying backwards with disbelief on their faces. This is the prince. The existence of the third generation of officials. When has he been beaten up before? If you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one is willing to believe that all this is true. Boruto, are you okay? Naruto flashed and appeared beside Boruto, his face sank. Uchiha Chinyu, you are going too far. Boruto was just joking with you, why did you hit him so hard? I hit him hard. Chinyu was stunned, smiled, and shook his head. It's not that I hit him hard, it's that he is not even as good as one of my fingers. Also, your generation really disappoints me. I thought that after more than 20 years of peace, you would change, but I didn't expect that comfort is just a borer in life. Chapter 1286 I'm hitting you. You said we are borers. Uzumaki Naruto's face sank. He is not the last one in the original work, nor is he a second-generation official without a father. In the present world, he has the support of the fourth generation of Hokage since he was a child, and grew up under the aura of Hokage. It can be said that he is the second young Konohamaru, and it is not false at all. After all, even the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the king of deception, couldn't teach Sarutobi Konohamaru well. Not to mention that the good-for-nothing fourth Hokage could do it. It was only after he became Hokage that his rebellious nature was slightly restrained. However, for a second-generation official, it is easy to change the country, but it is difficult to change one's nature. He just kept it to himself. Naruto, shut up! Kakashi exploded all of a sudden. Facing the killing god in front of him, even he needs to be respectful. Naruto, who is a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers, simply has not experienced the beating of society. Now he is still provoking in person. Once the third Hokage knows, I am afraid that even the coffin lid will not be able to hold it down. Okay, Kakashi, ignorance is not a crime, not to mention that I just plan to come back for a walk. Chinyu patted Kakashi's shoulder lightly. I know that you are not from the era I understand. As a young generation, you have many dissatisfactions. However, if you are confident, we can take a gamble. If you win, I will take back what I said just now. If you lose, I am sorry that you are still the termites on the endless glory. Of course, if you want to ask me why I want to gamble, you can understand that being invincible is really lonely. Crazy. After hearing the last sentence, it can be said that many people have only one thought in their minds. Crazy to no limit. Looking at the entire ninja world, the only person who can say such words to the contemporary legend Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. I am afraid that there is only this person in front of him. However, unlike Naruto and Sasuke who have not experienced the 4th and 5th Ninja World Wars, Kakashi has experienced them personally. At the same time, he has also failed in the challenge. Now, the thing he is most worried about is still happening. Master Chinyu, don't be serious with these young people. Naruto, you should apologize to the master quickly. Kakashi said hurriedly. No need, it's just a joke, there's no right or wrong. Chinyu smiled and patted Kakashi on the shoulder, signaling him not to be impatient, and said. Don't worry, I won't fight in person in this gambling fight. They just need to defeat my men to be considered the winner. As for this period of time, I will stay in Konoha village, and you don't have to worry about me breaking the rules. I just came back to take a look and then left. Okay, it's getting late, so let's say goodbye here first. After leaving these words, Chinyu's figure disappeared like a ghost. For a moment, the huge office fell into an inexplicable silence. From beginning to end, Naruto couldn't get a second word in except for the first sentence. This is a passive response? Or was he tricked? Naruto, do you know that you have caused a big disaster? Kakashi sighed helplessly. You have no idea how terrifying that guy was at his peak. The once famous mercenary organization Akatsuki was established by him. Every member of it is a group of S-level, extremely vicious people. Any one of them has the ability to destroy a city or a small country. Kakashi sighed at the silent Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. It's obviously too late to say everything now. Uncle Kakashi, you are talking about a group of rebel ninjas. We are Konoha Ninja Village. Why should we be afraid of him? You are the Hokage, and there is the entire Konoha Ninja Village. Boruto was the first to lose his temper. Snap! The crisp sound of slapping suddenly sounded. Boruto was stunned, feeling the burning sensation on his cheek, his face full of disbelief. Uncle Kakashi, you hit me. Not only did I hit you, I also complained that I hadn't hit you yet. If the teacher knew that you were so reckless and had caused a big disaster, he would definitely do the same as me. Kakashi was furious. He stared at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, then angrily threw his hand down. Bang! The closed door was pushed open. Looking at the figure rushing in, Boruto rushed over with a red face. Grandpa, Uncle Kakashi hit me. As the third generation of officials, Boruto is obviously the most favored at home. At present, Kakashi, as Naruto's teacher and the fifth generation Hokage, is superior to Naruto. Let Naruto have no place to vent. But as the fourth generation Hokage, Minato Namikaze is Kakashi's teacher. This generation and identity are completely superior. Boruto complained to Minato Namikaze, and his intention was already very obvious. Pa! The crisp slap sounded again. Boruto was stunned. This guy was hit on the left cheek and then on the right cheek. The most important thing is that the person who hit him was his father's father. Looking at the panting and angry Minato Namikaze, Naruto was also stunned. It was the first time he saw his father, who was always calm and gentle, show this kind of demeanor. Dad, Boruto is still young, don't blame him. Uzumaki Naruto was anxious. He quickly stepped forward and tried to persuade him to get out of the siege. However, just after a few steps closer, the first thing that caught his eye was also a slap that quickly enlarged his pupils. Pa! The crisp slap sound, mixed with a burning feeling, stunned Naruto. He was the seventh Hokage, when would he have thought that he would be slapped in the face? Don't be silly, I'm hitting you. Minato Namikaze said angrily. I have seen what happened here just now through the monitoring equipment. Do you know who you were facing just now? You are not being a hero, but dragging Konoha Ninja Village to destruction. The hysterical voice echoed in the office and could not be dispersed for a long time. Uchiha Sasuke, who was standing aside, froze, looked around, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His father had already retired and lived in seclusion in other places, completely oblivious to what was happening outside. This made Sasuke feel lucky to have escaped being slapped in the face in public. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, two ghostly figures appeared on both sides of Sasuke. Enemy attack. Everyone present was stunned at first. Facing the abnormal behavior of Kakashi and Minato Namikaze, they were really worried that Uchiha Chinyu would come back. Directly ambush them. However, after seeing the identities of the two figures clearly, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke showed a hint of surprise and said in a hurry. Itaki, Obito, why are you here? Chapter 1287 Shadowed. The two figures that suddenly appeared made Uchiha Sasuke show a hint of ecstasy. In his eyes, these two elder brothers are living legends. They definitely participated in the 4th and 5th Ninja World Wars. They are the few in the clan who can open the Mangekyou Sharingan. Even his father admits that he has surpassed his existence. It can be said that Sasuke's ability to reach the level of contemporary legend is absolutely inseparable from the cultivation of these two elder brothers. Now he encounters Uchiha Chinyu, a thorny problem. With the intervention of these two elder brothers, there is definitely a way to reverse the current dilemma. Pa! Two crisp slaps suddenly sounded. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned. The slaps that came at the same time made him feel like he had become a meat bun. Seeing the two angry elder brothers, Sasuke lost his temper. Itaki, Obito, why did you hit me? Don't ask why, just ask why. Uchiha Obito slapped him again in a rage. The burning sensation made Sasuke simply stunned. However, thinking of Obito's seniority, Sasuke could only bite the bullet and stand there. What's wrong, do you think we hit you wrongly? Uchiha Obito shouted anxiously. If you knew what happened more than 20 years ago, you would definitely kneel here and cry for us to slap you a few more times. If the successive Hokage knew, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to hold down the coffin lid and would turn over and strangle you to death. Hebo Fengshui liked the gate, as the top fighting force in the ninja village, they had already received the temporary video surveillance shared by Kakashi. Originally, Kakashi wanted to reduce the time spent on the exchange of words when they arrived, so that he could find a way to deal with Uchiha Chinyu as soon as possible. However, they never thought that the people had not arrived yet. They directly angered Chinyu away. Feeling the tense and oppressive atmosphere in the field, Boruto felt like sitting on pins and needles. After all, it can be said that this matter was caused by him. Feeling the gazes from all around, the only thing Boruto could pray for was that someone would appear and save him. "Grandpa, why are you here too?" "Just now, Grandpa hit." Boruto's eyes lit up and rushed out quickly. However, as soon as he approached, Naruto closed his eyes helplessly. "Pa!" The crisp slap sounded, making Boruto stunned for a moment. This is the grandfather who dotes on him the most. Usually, he is held in his palm, afraid that he will melt. Now he actually hit him. If the burning feeling on his cheeks constantly reminded him that all this was true, Boruto still didn't want to believe it. It can be said that Boruto is really worried now. Once the door is opened, another person ran over and slapped him twice. This is a shadow. Okay, now is not the time to lose temper and fight. Uchiha Taka sighed helplessly. Originally, when that guy came back, I thought I could have a good reunion with him, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. It seems that God thinks that you have lived too comfortably these years, otherwise the raid a year and a half ago would not have caught the 5 major countries off guard. The main reason is that you are still too young. However, this time he came back, it can also prove that the raid that took place a year and a half ago had nothing to do with him, because with his strength, he is not ashamed to do such a thing. Thinking of the raid that took place in the middle of the night a year and a half ago, Uchiha Taka still remembers it vividly. That battle, if it weren't for their older generation rushing back to support in time, I'm afraid that Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto alone are enough to be half destroyed. At that time, they once suspected that these things were related to Uchiha Chinyu. Now thinking about it carefully, after confirming everything that happened just now, this little doubt has disappeared. What happened a year and a half ago? Uzumaki Naruto and Sasuke's faces turned a little livid. That battle was a Waterloo for the two Konoha legends. It was because of this tragic defeat that the two reached a formal cooperation with Orochimaru, in order to get more powerful power. Originally, in the battle with Uchiha Chinyu just now, they thought about using this power. Not only can they test themselves, but they can also quickly defeat the enemy. However, they didn't expect that Kakashi would arrive early, not only revealing Chinyu's amazing identity, but also interrupting their thoughts. It seems that you still remember what happened a year and a half ago, and you haven't forgotten the pain after the wound healed. Uchiha Obito sighed, sat down on the sofa, and said, I can tell you honestly that more than 20 years ago, I challenged him head-on, and he also defeated me with one finger. You can't even deal with the enemy who sneaked up on you for a year and a half, let alone defeat that guy. At this point, Obito glared at Kakashi and said, Don't tell me about the last place. At that time, you, a genius, also used Chidori to challenge this guy, but you still lost miserably and were depressed for a long time. It was not because he taught you the White Fang sword technique that you got the title of White Shun Fang. For this old teammate, Obito has indeed opened the Mangekyo Sharingan and possessed Kamui. He is known as one of the few cage-level strongmen in the Uchiha clan and even the Konoha ninja village. However, once the shortcomings are exposed, the title of the last place is inseparable from him. Obito, don't just talk about me. Whether it's my title of White Shun Fang, or you, Itaki, and even the teacher, they have all received his favor. Kakashi also sat down helplessly. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate now is that he promised not to take action, but only to fight against his men. If it's just this one condition, we have a 30% chance of winning. Naruto and Sasuke were stunned. If that guy doesn't take action, their chance of winning is still only 30%. It's hard for them to imagine where Kakashi calculated this chance of winning. What's wrong, don't you believe it? Kakashi couldn't help but glared at him. This is still thinking about the good side. He disappeared for more than 20 years and suddenly appeared again. This kind of means, no one knows what happened to him during this time. If the men he said are members of the former Akatsuki organization, we still have a chance of winning, but the most worrying thing is that the men he said are someone else. We will know nothing about those opponents. At this point, Kakashi's face has a trace of worry. It can be said that as a person who has experienced the era of movie emperors, he has never given up and has been following Uchiha Chinyu's footsteps. Especially when he took the position of the 5th generation Hokage, he established a special action team to find Chinyu's whereabouts. Chapter 1288 Actively hit the fist. Kakashi uncle, those rebels you mentioned are already in their 70s and 80s after so many years. Even if they are still alive, I think Dad and Uncle Sasuke can definitely defeat them. Boruto covered his cheeks with his hands and said unwillingly. However, after catching the gaze of Minato Namikaze, he quickly shrank his neck and hid behind Naruto. This is a shadow of being beaten. Okay, Minato, we have already beaten and scolded them. Let's discuss how to solve it in the remaining time. Hinata Hayashi sighed, still a little heartbroken, and took the initiative to smooth things over. According to the intelligence, since Uchiha Kainu disappeared, the people of Akatsuki have continued to exist as mercenaries. However, after more than 20 years, the people of Akatsuki have completely turned into legitimate mercenaries, and their strength is very good. However, if Kainu really intends to use them to gamble with Sasuke and Naruto, then our chances of winning this battle are still very high. Don't forget, Naruto and Sasuke have completed the experiment with Orochimaru. Once they master those two powers, their strength will increase dramatically. As the largest family in Konoha village, and also the in-laws of the 4th Hokage, Hyuga Hayashi knows a thing or two about some secrets. In particular, about how to deal with the big event that happened a year and a half ago. Yes, father-in-law is right. Naruto finally found a chance to speak and said hurriedly. Uchiha Kainu, more than 20 years ago, may have been extremely powerful, but in the past 20 years, whether it is teacher Kakashi or father, their strength has been improved, and Sasuke and I have also initially mastered those powers. Most importantly, our opponent this time is just Uchiha Kainu's subordinates, which also greatly reduces the difficulty. So, we don't have to be too discouraged. This battle is not difficult, and it is also a time to test our strength. Chang's voice echoed in the office. Kakashi and others were silent for a while, and then nodded in agreement. Now everything is a foregone conclusion. The only thing we can do is to ride the dead horse as if it were a live one. Uncle Kakashi, don't worry, my father and Uncle Sasuke will definitely win. Boruto hurriedly agreed. It was rare for him to come back to his senses in the depressing atmosphere, and his tense nerves also relaxed a little. I'm sorry to disturb you from discussing countermeasures, but I came here this time just to find a place in Konoha to open a small shop. The voice sounded suddenly. Boruto, who was still high-spirited just now, almost exploded. He subconsciously covered his cheeks and fled behind Naruto like a frightened bird. The scene of being slapped one after another just now was vivid. Chin. Brother. Itachi Uchiha bounced up on the sofa. Looking at this long-lost face, which had no trace of time, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. More than 20 years ago, Chinyu was often taken care of by Uchiha Fugaku because his parents died. However, no one expected that this former tail-ender was actually hiding so deeply. While shining in the 4th Ninja World War, he also achieved the title of Movie Emperor. Itachi, you are here too. Is your uncle in good health? If you have time, can you play a few games with him? Don't let that guy, who always hides his skills, not even use the Mangekyo. Chinyu casually greeted him and looked at Minato Namikaze. With one step, he disappeared like a ghost. The strange scene made Minato Namikaze's expression change. He pinched his backhand and directly performed the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! Minato's figure flashed quickly in the office. It can be said that as soon as the transfer is completed, he will quickly transfer to the next Flying Thunder God technique seal. He intended to use high-speed movement to get rid of Uchiha Chinyu's pursuit of him. And this kind of high-speed movement technique can be the homework he usually does with Naruto. This is Grandpa's Flying Thunder Flash, a game of hide-and-seek that even Dad can't keep up with. It's so fast that even the eyes can't keep up, let alone catch Grandpa. Boruto's face showed a trace of ecstasy. He was still worried about being slapped in the face. He never thought that he would see the former 4th Hokage and Uchiha Chinyu duel so soon. Especially as soon as he came on the court, he used the Flying Thunder God technique that he was best at. It made Naruto feel that he had a sure win. Dad's flying thunder flash is getting more and more proficient. As time goes by, he can't even touch the corner of his clothes, let alone attack. Naruto couldn't help but sigh. As the son of the 4th Hokage and the apprentice of the 5th Hokage, Naruto's instant body technique and flying thunder god technique are both first class. In the current ninja world, these two backup moves alone have made him invincible. Not to mention Namikaze Minato, who taught him the flying thunder god technique. Naruto knew clearly that the trajectory of this flying thunder flash would become more and more ethereal and more difficult to capture as time went by. Now, only a few breaths have passed, and Naruto has seen that after many flashes, the figure of Minato Namikaze remains at high speed. Each flash is so fast that it catches people off guard. The place where it appears is difficult to capture, and Naruto is stunned. While he was commenting clearly, he saw Minato Namikaze actually took the initiative to hit a fist. No, it should be said that in the ethereal flash. The fist that suddenly appeared and seemed a bit discordant seemed to foreshadow the location of Minato Namikaze in advance. Minato Namikaze was also confused. Unfortunately, he was so quick just now that he didn't expect Chinyu to anticipate the enemy's moves and guess where he would appear in advance, and punched directly. Bang! A dull collision sound suddenly sounded. Minato Namikaze hit Chinyu's fist like a ghost, and at the same time turned into a cannonball-like posture and flew out of the door. The door that had been broken was broken again. If Minato Namikaze hadn't reacted in time and used the Flying Thunder God technique again, I'm afraid that the speed of the throw would not be reduced, and it would hit the corridor. Hong Long, you and I seem to have seen the 4th generation break the door again just now. I swear, I'm not dazzled, I didn't see it wrong at all. The ninja guarding in the distance raised his finger to swear. No need to swear. I just thought I was dazzled and daydreaming. So you saw it too. Today is really exciting. First it was the prince, and now it's the emperor. Do you think the 7th generation will also hit the door once? Hong Long, who was standing aside, pressed down the finger of his colleague who was swearing, and said nervously. Chapter 1289 The Missing Old Friend. Boom. The dull collision sound sounded again. A figure flew out and smashed the door, making Hong Long look like he saw a ghost. If the little friend next to him also showed a face full of shock, he would never believe that what he saw was real. The 7th generation was also knocked away. However, like the 4th generation Hokage, before flying out and almost hitting the wall, Naruto once again performed the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared in the air like a ghost. For a while, the huge corridor was left with only Hong Long and the other ninjas looking at each other. On weekdays, these two are high and mighty. But today they were knocked away one after another. They suspected that it was a fight between the father and son, and the gate was in trouble. However, they were not qualified to ask about such things. After taking a closer look, they stood guard at the entrance of the corridor as if nothing had happened. There are so many powerful people in the Hokage's office now. Even if the sky falls, they can still carry it. Uchiha Chinyu, are you provoking me? Naruto said angrily. Just now, Chinyu made a move, causing Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder Flash to hit his fist. This kind of precise prediction method was originally unexpected for Naruto and others. However, facing Minato Namikaze who was directly knocked away, Naruto obviously couldn't hold back his breath, and with a full heart of anger, he planned to launch a surprise attack to vent his anger. Unfortunately, in the end, Naruto was also caught off guard and hit Chinyu's fist. He imitated Minato Namikaze and flew backwards. Naruto, don't be impulsive. Namikaze Minato hurriedly stopped Naruto's hand, he didn't want things to get worse. What's more, Namikaze Minato didn't feel any malice in the previous attack. As if relying on Uchiha Chinyu's attack, Namikaze Minato believed that he would definitely go to the underworld. Chinyu, we haven't seen each other for a long time. You are still the same as before, but it's a pity that I'm old. Looking at this person in front of him, after more than 20 years of ravage, he still feels like he is 17 or 18 years old. Even Namikaze Minato has an inexplicable trance, as if he recalls the past. As the most famous genius of Konoha Ninja Village, they are in the same era and have definitely had a lot of struggles. They can be called old rivals. The old rivals in the past, one is middle-aged and the other is still gray-haired. This gap is a bit too big. Of course, if Chinyu knew what Namikaze Minato was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes. To be honest, I, who have the system, have never disdained to regard you as a real opponent. Minato, I didn't expect that you are still alive. I heard that being a Hokage is very short-lived. It's really good to see you. Chinyu smiled warmly. As soon as these words fell, the cheek muscles of many people in the field twitched. A fourth generation, a fifth generation, a sixth generation, and a seventh generation. This is a four-generation family. It can be said that Chinyu's words directly offended all these guys. Ahem, Chinyu, you are still the same, and you don't act according to common sense at all. Namikaze Minato coughed dryly and said, however, if the third generation is still here, he might be happy to see you again. By the way, is Kushina okay? When he thought of the girl who had walked into his heart in the past, she finally chose Uchiha Kainu. This made Namikaze Minato feel an inexplicable sense of frustration. Chinyu's face changed slightly. When he left Konoha Ninja Village just now, he had already used his observation haki to cover the entire Konoha Ninja Village. He wanted to find the familiar breath of the old friends. Unfortunately, as time went by, Chinyu checked the entire Konoha Ninja Village, but did not find any traces of those old friends. At the same time, the problem in his body made Chinyu return to the Hokage office building again. Are they gone? Chinyu exhaled a breath of turbid air and asked. As soon as this was said, Namikaze Minato and others changed their faces drastically. Uchiha Chinyu has always been a fierce name in the ninja world. At the same time, that proud girl of heaven had no intersection with Chinyu. Not only Uzumaki Kushina, but also Yanohara Lin, is no exception. It can be said that a large part of the competitive relationship between them is entangled in the love affair. Of course, all this is their wishful thinking. Chinyu never admitted that he targeted them because of women. Because the women who liked Chinyu would never like them. This is the charm of personality. As for Kakashi and Namikaze Minato, they are just unrequited love and regard Chinyu as an imaginary enemy. However, now in Chinyu's reply, they obviously smell a hint of unusualness. Namikaze Minato couldn't hold back and said, after you left that day, Kushina met a girl who was also from the Uzumaki clan and wandered in the Konoha village. Later, after introducing her to me, she disappeared with Nohara Rin and others. At that time, I thought you came back and took them away. In terms of time, it was about 21 years ago. 21 years ago? Chinyu frowned. He knew that in this Naruto world, there would be other black hands belonging to the Otoji clan hidden. However, in Chinyu's eyes, that corner, like a stray dog, probably didn't even have a chance to recover 21 years ago. As for the three people, Otoji Momoshiki, they were also lured by Chinyu before leaving, and then they were killed. In this case, it is probably impossible for someone to make them disappear. When Lin left, I remember she said that there was a woman with strange power who could lead them to find your trace. At that time, I thought she was joking. Uchiha Obito couldn't hold back. I thought it was Lin's kind refusal, but I didn't expect that something would happen. Chinyu was silent. The huge Hokage office suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. As time went by, this depressing atmosphere was like an invisible big hand pressing on everyone's heart, making people feel breathless. They knew very well that this was the aura of a strong man. Only after many battles and tempered with a strong will can the invisible aura be emitted. Of course, this aura is not aimed at everyone. Otherwise, they would definitely not feel good, especially Boruto, who was hiding behind the fourth Hokage, who was already trembling. He never thought that a person who didn't speak could be so terrifying. Don't worry, I will find them, but I will stay here during this period. As for the gambling fight, it will proceed as planned. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Chinyu left these words and disappeared again. Chapter 1290. The system has mutated again. Looking at Chinyu, who disappeared from the spot like a ghost. The inexplicable oppressive aura that filled the entire Hokage's office disappeared in an instant. Boruto, who was standing aside, was like a person who was exhausted. He sat on the ground with the buttocks, breathing in the fresh air greedily. As for the others, they might not be as bad as Boruto, but they also took a few deep breaths of fresh air, and the feeling of heart blockage was slightly dissipated. However, after this moment of atmosphere change, they clearly knew that after not seeing each other for more than 20 years, Uchiha Kainu's strength might be even more terrifying. Boruto, are you okay? Namikaze Minato helped Boruto up from the ground. I have already told you that Uchiha Kainu is not simple. He still couldn't help but overflow with those auras just now. If all the auras were directed at one person, I am afraid you would have been unable to bear it and fainted directly. In the original work, during the Chunin exam, Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto encountered Orochimaru's hunting for the first time. At that time, when Orochimaru first met, he directly suppressed Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto with his own powerful murderous aura. If Uchiha Sasuke had not taken the initiative to stab himself at the critical moment, he might have been taken away by Orochimaru in one wave. Therefore, they are not unfamiliar with this method of using mental coercion to defeat the enemy. But this method is generally effective against newcomers. However, Minato Namikaze and others never thought that even these experienced people would be affected. This made them think of the same thing. They have regressed. As Uchiha Chinyu said, living in a peaceful era has made their body functions rusty. Grandpa, I am not afraid, but I was a little tired just now, so I couldn't stand steadily. Boruto said hurriedly. Next time we meet, I will definitely become stronger and defeat him. After saying this, Boruto quickly turned around and ran away. All along, Boruto has been personally instructed by Minato Namikaze because of his status as a third-generation official. He is like a little genius who regards himself as invincible. He is confident that his own strength alone is enough to defeat some experienced genin and even chunin. However, Boruto never expected that the usual pranks on the Hokage rock would not only lead to a kick in the ass. He even brought out a monster. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Boruto would never have believed that there was a being in this world that even the Hokage feared. However, Boruto was unwilling to lose the battle, but it was obvious that he had not said anything. Boruto. Looking at Boruto, who disappeared around the corner, Naruto was about to chase him, but was stopped by Minato Namikaze. Okay, let Boruto digest what happened today. There is still the Chunin exam next, which is our first task. As for Chinyu's matter, we should not leak it out. This is our internal matter of Konoha Ninja Village. It is not a good thing to alarm other ninja villages. Minato Namikaze said lightly. However, he frowned soon and said, by the way, Chinyu just said that he seemed to be looking for a place to build a small shop. What the hell is this? Kakashi, Obito, and others also changed their faces slightly. For this guy who did not play by the rules at all, it was obvious that he had a feeling of being unpredictable. However, in their eyes, Konoha Ninja Village was at the time of the Chunin exam. As long as Chinyu did not make trouble at this critical moment, it would be enough. As for what kind of small shop to open, they could not control it. Let's leave this matter to Naruto. He is the 7th generation after all. Let's arrange the Anbu people to conduct appropriate surveillance without offending anyone. Namikaze Minato said lightly. Hearing this, Naruto rolled his eyes. Since Uchiha Chinyu appeared, his sense of existence as the 7th generation has been completely deprived. No. There should be another Uchiha Sasuke who walks in the dark and has a weaker sense of existence. Facing this mess, the 3 Kages who directly acted as hands-off shopkeepers with just a word, their strength and seniority are obvious here, which undoubtedly discouraged Naruto. Okay, let me handle this matter. Next, I will also speed up the meeting with Orochimaru and let him stabilize the final weapon. If Sasuke and I have those 2 forces, it will not be difficult to fight against that guy with the strength of our Konoha Ninja Village. Naruto sighed helplessly, but at the end, there was a hint of inexplicable urgency on his face. Living in a peaceful era, under the guidance of the 4th Hokage and Kakashi, Naruto has never tasted many defeats. Even his longtime rival, Uchiha Sasuke, has never made him bow his head. Now, the appearance of Chinyu, the strength he showed, has obviously left an indelible mark in Naruto's heart. This. Namikaze Minato opened his mouth, but finally swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and said, well, since you have such ambitions, we, the older generation, don't want to pour cold water on you. However, this time, it makes people feel fortunate that the real enemy you are facing is not Uchiha Chinyu, but some of his subordinates. Now, the only hope is that the strength of this group of subordinates is within our control. Of course, if Namikaze Minato knew where those subordinates came from, he would definitely say fuck. On the other hand, Chinyu's face changed slightly after leaving the Hokage building. He quickly opened the system page and looked at the information on it, and felt an inexplicable black face. The system of the 10,000 Worlds shop. Yes. Chinyu was not wrong, and this time he returned to the Naruto world. Chinyu thought that the system had not changed, and his strength had not been weakened except for the huge loss. However, Chinyu never expected that the system had mutated not long ago. Looking at the description above, Chinyu knew that he had fallen into the pit again. According to the introduction on the page. This time, Chinyu needs to collect the store owner value to leave this world. Only by upgrading the level of the shop leading to the 10,000 worlds, he can freely open another space barrier. The most important thing is that the introduction of the 10,000 worlds shop ends here. This made Chinyu look confused, and there was no doubt that he could only say fuck for the system's anticlimactic explanation. Chapter 1291 I Killed Danzo. Looking at the system page that suddenly interrupted the description, Chinyu sighed helplessly and exited the introduction page directly. Chinyu was not sure what the Wanja shop was. But the first thing to do now was to find a place to open the shop. However, looking down from the Hokage Rock, the current Konoha village is obviously larger and more modern than it was more than 20 years ago. Those bustling commercial streets and various tourist shops are everywhere. It is obviously too difficult for Chinyu to find a suitable place to stay in such a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. After thinking about it, it seems that only that place is suitable for my mysterious shop. Chinyu turned his eyes, sighed helplessly, and disappeared on the spot. Mirai-sensei, we have finally completed the cleaning task here today. A woman in a green vest stretched and said, Mirai-sensei, why is the grave of Danzo in a remote corner? Also, who are those tombstones without names? As a new generation, this is the Firefly class composed of class leader Sumire Kage, Izuno Wasabi, and Suzuno Lei. However, during this period, Hinata Hanabi went to perform an A-level mission, so the Firefly class she managed was replaced by Sarutobi Mirai. And this time, coming to the Martyrs Cemetery in Konoha Village is to take a D-level, relatively easy mission, to cultivate the team's cooperation. After all, the Chunin exam will be held soon. Under this premise, Sarutobi Mirai obviously does not want these three fledgling guys to come into contact with two powerful enemies. As a result, they will be injured or affect the Chunin exam. The cemetery over there is a tombstone erected by the leader of an organization called Root in the former Konoha village and his ninjas. It was arranged by the third Hokage himself and buried in the Martyrs Cemetery. Sarutobi Mirai took a look at Danzo's tombstone and said lightly. As a member of the Sarutobi clan, she still knows a little about the origin of these tombstones. However, the black history involved does not need to be elaborated. At least, these are not of much significance to the younger generation. Haha, I didn't expect that old man Sarutobi still likes to be a good guy, and even Danzo can be in the Martyrs Cemetery. A sudden voice suddenly came out, instantly tightening Sarutobi Mirai's nerves. Without time to think, she reached into her ninja bag and grabbed 3 shurikens, throwing them away. Kenjin, hurry up and disperse them. Dang! A crisp metal collision sounded. 3 shurikens were nailed directly on the stone in the distance, splashing a series of sparks, flying diagonally and scattered on the ground. Looking at the empty back, Sarutobi Mirai's expression suddenly changed drastically. In the perception just now, she clearly caught that a figure appeared 7 or 8 meters behind her. It can be said that it was only a moment from discovery to attack. Sarutobi Mirai firmly believed that the other party should not be able to dodge. Mirai teacher, he is in front of the tombstone. Kenjin reminded in a hurry. Sarutobi Mirai's nerves were tensed again, and he took out 2 special chakras with his backhand and quickly locked them on Chinyu's back. Who are you? At first glance, Sarutobi Mirai quickly searched for intelligence and information about this person in his mind. However, everything is zero. There is not even a hint of familiarity. This makes Sarutobi Mirai instantly certain that the person in front of him is definitely not from the Konoha ninja village. As for tourists, they are not qualified to set foot in the Martyrs Cemetery. Chakra knife, red eyes. Chinyu looked at it with interest and said, is it the child of Hong Inazuma? I didn't expect it to be so big in the blink of an eye. Chinyu is not unfamiliar with Sarutobi Mirai. In the original work, she is the posthumous daughter of Asuma Sarutobi. It can be said that he originally planned to marry his daughter, but he never thought that he would be killed by Feijuan in the end. In the end, Sarutobi Mirai can only let Zhuhong raise her alone. However, this dimension has obviously deviated too much from the original trajectory because of Chinyu. The Sarutobi Mirai in this world obviously has a happy family. Do you know my parents? Sarutobi Mirai looked slightly depressed, and the alert movement in his hands did not change at all. Chinyu's unexpected appearance just now made Sarutobi Mirai unable to detect it in advance. This made her realize instantly that the boy in front of her was definitely not simple. However, the tone of old-fashionedness obviously made Sarutobi Mirai a little uncomfortable, and continued in a deep voice, "This is the forbidden area of Konoha Ninja Village. Ordinary people cannot come in casually. You have violated the rules of Konoha Ninja Village. Also, please tell me who you are. If you refuse to cooperate again, don't blame me for calling people to start fighting." Looking at the boy in front of her, who was about the same age as herself, Sarutobi Mirai's mind was already running fast, calculating her chances of winning. Unfortunately, as she looked at him, the boy in front of her with a warm smile gave Sarutobi Mirai a feeling that she could not see through him at all. At least, in Sarutobi Mirai's eyes, she had used many words to test him just now. Unfortunately, the boy in front of her looked as if he was not shaken at all. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Sarutobi Mirai would never believe that someone dared to act so boldly in Konoha Ninja Village. "Do you really want to know who I am?" Chinyu said with a warm smile. "If I tell you that I killed Danzo, do you believe it?" The small voice, at this moment, swept the whole place like a hurricane. Sarutobi Mirai was stunned. Looking at Chinyu's eyes, it was a bit unreal. She had expected Chinyu to have a lot of excuses. However, she never thought that Chinyu would give such a crazy answer. Those who can be buried in the martyrs' cemetery are all meritorious people who have been recognized by the Hokage. No matter how unbearable Danzo is, since the third Hokage sent him to this cemetery, all the past is forgiven. Now, Chinyu threatened that he killed Danzo. This is a big crime. In particular, as a descendant of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Mirai certainly knows who killed Danzo. However, after more than 20 years, the murderer is definitely not a teenager. "You arrogant fellow, Uchiha Chinyu is not as young as you. If you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for taking action." Sarutobi Mirai's face darkened and he shouted in a hurry. However, as soon as the voice fell, the attack in his hand suddenly burst out. The chakra knife clenched in both hands, after infusing chakra, immediately burst out with a sharp piercing sound. Chapter 1292 You were counterattacked. The huge cemetery fell into an inexplicable silence. Jingjin and other 3 students. The students were so nervous that their nerves were stretched to the limit. They had carried out many missions before. However, this confrontation was the first time they had encountered such a situation. In particular, the boy in front of them, whose origin was unknown, dared to commit crimes in the Konoha Ninja Village. This made them curious about his origins and why he dared to make trouble here. "Don't worry, the future teacher is the heir of the Sarutobi clan, and her grandfather is the 3rd-generation Hokage. It is easy to catch this person who has no background at all," Izuno Wasabi said with a little excitement. As one of the few new generations in this class, they certainly know their teachers very well. Wabi is right, the teacher will definitely win, and this is the Konoha Ninja Village. I heard that the fastest emergency mechanism only takes 5 minutes to arrive. Kanoli said timidly. "Class leader, do you think this is right?" Jingjin nodded. As a class leader of the new generation, Jingjin not only has strength, but also extraordinary wisdom. "Let's raid the future teacher. No matter what happens, don't try to get close to the target. What we have to do is to increase the teacher's chances of winning." Jingjin also took out the kunao with his backhand and took the lead in being on guard. "Good reaction, but today I will give you a battlefield response course. Don't judge the enemy's strength rashly. You should be in awe of any enemy." Chinyu smiled warmly. Sarutobi Mirai's face changed involuntarily, and he was the first to shout in a hurry, "You are so arrogant, everyone, do it." Puff. Sarutobi Mirai took the lead. The chakra knife clenched in both hands was thrown out suddenly. With the sound of breaking through the air, under the blessing of the wind attribute chakra. The speed increased by several points, and they chased Chinyu one after another. At the same time, Sarutobi Mirai's hands flew up quickly, forming a series of seals. According to Sarutobi Mirai's inference, the attack power of the wind attribute chakra blade is several times stronger than ordinary attacks. Even thick rocks can be easily penetrated and torn. Once the opponent dodges, Sarutobi Mirai's next backhand will instantly burst out. Bang! The crisp sound of metal collision sounded without any warning. Sarutobi Mirai, who was staring at the battlefield, suddenly contracted her pupils, and her face was full of disbelief. She had high hopes for the wind attribute chakra blade, but it was taken by someone with bare hands. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never believe it. It's true that the disciple is better than the master. Your wind attribute chakra is much more powerful than Asuma. Qin Yu smiled warmly. The moment the armed color domineering on his hands faded, crackling lightning quickly splashed out. Thunder escape penetration. Bang! Qin Yu casually threw out the thunder-attributed chakra blade. It was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it came to Sarutobi Mirai. Sarutobi Mirai's face suddenly changed, and the seal in his hand suddenly withdrew. He didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly pulled away and dodged. Bang! Two thunder-like explosions sounded. The 3 to 5 meter high rock was shattered, turning into debris all over the sky, swaying down, and even raising a large amount of sand and dust. The three of them were stunned, and their faces turned pale. Looking at the scene in front of them, they were full of disbelief. Even Sarutobi Mirai was no exception. Sarutobi Mirai was confident that the wind-attributed chakra blade just now could penetrate the rock in an instant. However, it was impossible to shatter the rock directly like Qin Yu did. In particular, after receiving her chakra blade, the other party directly dispelled the wind-attributed chakra on it. Then he instantly used the lightning attribute to wipe out the traces on it, and turned the tables and turned it into his own weapon. This series of actions was done in one go, and even Sarutobi Mirai believed that even his father could not do it. That was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the son of the third Hokage. He was also one of the guardian ninjas. Who was the boy in front of him? Sarutobi Mirai turned over and stood up, with a solemn look on her pretty face. She had now given up the idea of catching the boy in front of her. What she had to do now was to delay time as much as possible and create opportunities for Sumire and others to escape from the battlefield. According to Sarutobi Mirai's idea, the opponent's attack just now was in vain. But the explosion caused would definitely alarm the ninjas guarding the cemetery. What are you thinking about? Being distracted on the battlefield is a bad thing. The voice suddenly sounded behind Sarutobi Mirai. A chill ran up the spine and rushed straight to Sarutobi Mirai's head. Looking at Qin Yu, who was originally 20 or 30 meters away, disappearing out of thin air and appearing behind him. Too fast. The only thought flashed through Sarutobi Mirai's mind. She clasped her hands together suddenly and shouted in panic. Magic tree binding kill. A giant tree broke out of the ground behind Sarutobi Mirai and directly passed through Qin Yu's body, turning into a shackle. At the same time, Sarutobi Mirai disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. This is the illusion that the Xiang family is best at. It can cast spells unconsciously at the moment of contact with the enemy. Originally, Sarutobi Mirai buried an illusion mark on the chakra knife. It was just in case, to prevent the weapon from being taken away and used for counterattack. This was the suggestion of her mother Xiang Hong. It's just that the enemies she encountered so far have not allowed her to use it. She never thought that she would be forced to use it now. However, it is precisely because of this that Sarutobi Mirai feels fortunate. She is clear Chu knew that the Yui family was the second most powerful illusion family after the Uchiha clan. As long as he made good use of this opportunity, Sarutobi Mirai believed that he could turn the tide of the battle. Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. Sarutobi Mirai appeared on the tree, and a pair of ruby-like eyes had locked onto Uchiha Qin Yu, who was bound by the illusion tree. He took out the chakra knife again and stabbed Qin Yu's back. This time, the blade had been coated with nerve paralysis potion. As long as he could stab the enemy, the paralysis potion on it could knock down an elephant in an instant. A. The cry of the crow suddenly broke the silence in the field. Looking at the figure that was originally bound to the illusion tree, it suddenly turned into a large group of crows and scattered in front of him. Sarutobi Mirai's face suddenly changed drastically. Her trump card had already been discovered. Where is the opponent now? Sorry, you've been outwitted. Qin Yu's voice sounded again. A kunai was placed on Sarutobi Mirai's throat at the right time. The scene of the instant reversal made the expressions of Sumire and others in the distance stiffen. A moment ago, they were still discussing whether Sarutobi Mirai, as the grandson of the third Hokage, could overpower the young man in front of them. They never thought that the result would change in a moment. Chapter 1293 The Legendary Head-Patting Kill. Who are you? You can actually reverse my illusion. Sarutobi Mirai looked at the kunai on her neck and was shocked. I thought I could turn the tide of the battle, but I never thought that I would be outwitted. The most important thing is that her illusion comes from Yui Kurane. That is a family of illusion that can rival the Uchiha family. Of course, this refers to ordinary Uchiha people. If you encounter the Mangekyo Sharingan, it will be another matter. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that the reinforcements you are waiting for have arrived. Qin Yu smiled warmly. Sarutobi Mirai's face changed again, and she suddenly put her hands together, and the whole illusion tree exploded. At the same time, she merged into the body of the illusion tree and quickly twisted and disappeared. At the same time, large pieces of kunao shot out from the big trees on both sides, and went straight to Uchiha Qin Yu. Hurry up! Sarutobi Mirai appeared behind Jinsu Meyer and the other two, grabbed them, and quickly ran away. After witnessing Qin Yu's strange methods with her own eyes, she knew clearly that she was definitely not his opponent. If she continued to stay here, she would only lose. However, just as these thoughts flashed through her mind, a violent momentum like a tide rolled back behind her. Bang bang bang! The kunao falling from the sky were shaken away. The two ninjas hiding in the tree seemed to have encountered a heavy hammer. Their eyes rolled up, foamed at the mouth, and fell unconscious. At the same time, the momentum was like a raging wave, instantly passing Sarutobi Mirai. Ah! In this cemetery, the birds hiding in the woods were instantly knocked unconscious. Sarutobi Mirai felt that her body was fixed in place. The three women of Jinsu Meyer fell unconscious. Only Sarutobi Mirai remained awake. However, at this moment, she trembled all over. A chill rushed straight to her forehead from the solace of her feet. When she turned her stiff neck, she saw the boy who seemed to be walking in the blood sea of Shura. At this moment, Sarutobi Mirai felt the skin all over her body stinging. That murderous aura that was as real as steel needles was terrifying. At this moment, Sarutobi Mirai was stunned. She finally understood how naive her idea of capturing Qin Yu was. This boy was definitely not someone she could deal with. The murderous aura alone can paralyze people's nerves. How many battles must have been experienced? How many people must have been killed to achieve this? At least, Sarutobi Mirai believes that her parents can't do it. Okay, you can't leave this time, let me think about how to deal with you. Qin Yu smiled warmly. Under Sarutobi Mirai's gaze, he stepped out. With each step, as the distance was shortened, he felt that the steps seemed to step on her heart. 9 steps in a row, looking at Qin Yu who was close at hand. Sarutobi Mirai's trembling all over her body was completely out of control. Looking at the rapidly enlarged figure in her pupils, Sarutobi Mirai never thought that death would come so quickly. Sarutobi Mirai was stunned. Feeling the warm big hand covering her head. Her expression could not help but stagnate. The violent murderous intent that enveloped her body retreated like a wave. Raising her eyelids hastily, Sarutobi Mirai found that the terrifying boy in front of her was rubbing her head. Is this the legendary pat on the head to kill? Pat the head and then kill? Chaotic thoughts flashed through Sarutobi Mirai's mind. The amazing transition between the past and the present made her feel unreal. Lord Qin Yu, please show mercy. The familiar voice, at this moment, was like the sound of nature, which made Sarutobi Mirai show a hint of surprise. Looking at the familiar back that appeared in front of her all of a sudden, Sarutobi Mirai knew that she could finally sit down. Mom! Sarutobi Mirai exclaimed softly, and her whole body was soaked in cold sweat as if soaked in water. As the whole person seemed to be exhausted, Sarutobi Mirai couldn't suppress the confusion in her heart. Her mother actually knew this boy? Is it Hong? It's been a long time since we last met. Seeing Mirai is like seeing you when you were a kid, so I'll play with her. Qin Yu smiled and took his hand back. Play? Sarutobi Mirai was stunned. Is this just playing with his life? However, after thinking about it, the boy in front of him did not show a serious expression. At the same time, he said that he was similar to his mother when she was a child? Is this age difference a joke? Master Qin Yu, you are really a joker. Xi Hong smiled helplessly. However, you are the same as you have been for more than 20 years, without any changes, but I am old. I didn't expect that we would meet again after so many years. If they knew, they would be very happy. She was not far away just now. After hearing the explosion, she rushed here. The moment she saw Uchiha Qin Yu, she was also shocked. After all, Qin Yu of that era was too amazing. There is no woman who does not have a heroic dream in her heart. At least, Yui Kurane also had a dream in the past, but everything was too far away. I have met Minato and the others. Asuma, you are here, so don't hide. Qin Yu looked at the big tree in the distance. Soon, 7 or 8 figures walked out. Except for Asuma with a bitter smile on his face, the people following behind him were all members of the Anbu. Are you ordered to monitor me? Chinyu said with a smile. He was already used to the tricks of Konohagakure. However, with his observation haki, Chinyu believed that there was no special means to defy the heavens. No one could approach him without being noticed. Master Chinyu, it seems that you are still as wise as ever. This is the order of the 7th generation. There is nothing we can do about it. I hope you don't mind. Asuma explained helplessly. Soon, his eyes turned and he glared at him and said, Future, stand up quickly and meet Uncle Chinyu. When he was young, Asuma was a rebellious teenager. In the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was a typical thorn. It was precisely because of this that he left Konohagakure and became one of the 12 ninjas guarding the daimyo. Of course, Chinyu's beating was also inevitable in this process. Don't call me uncle, just call me Chinyu. I'm still an adult. Chinyu smiled and patted the dust off his body. This made Sarutobi Mirai stutter and couldn't answer. Indeed, in her eyes, Chinyu was too young. If it wasn't for the tone of Asuma and Yui Kurane that they were of the same generation, even Sarutobi Mirai would never believe that the boy in front of him was an old monster. This is not good, right? Asuma was helpless. Yui Kurane, who was standing aside, secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, then call him adult like us. Chapter 1294 Location of the shop. Chinyu Lord. Sarutobi Mirai stuttered. As the descendant of the 3rd Hokage, it was a bit awkward for her to call a boy an adult. However, this was obviously the best way to get out of this situation. I don't have anything good to give you. This goblin horn is a gadget. If you encounter any danger, you can blow it and it will save you. Chinyu took out a horn carved from bones and handed it directly to Sarutobi Mirai. Yui Kurane and Asuma were startled and showed a hint of surprise. It was the first time they saw such a strange object. Could it be that there was a mark of Flying Thunder God on it? As people who came from that era, and they had personally witnessed the methods of Flying Thunder God by the 4th and 7th Hokage. In their eyes, this horn was probably, once it was blown, Uchiha Chinyu would rush to the rescue. What's wrong, don't you like it? Chinyu touched the tip of his nose. Now he is a senior, just like meeting someone during the Chinese New Year and taking out a red envelope to give to someone. This move looks a bit old-fashioned, but Chinyu's seniority is here. No, Mirai, thank Master Chinyu quickly. Yuri Kurane said hurriedly. Sarutobi Mirai came back to her senses, timidly took the trumpet, and said, Thank you, Lord Chinyu, but my students. Looking at the 3 people who were still unconscious on the ground, Sarutobi Mirai knew clearly that today was an unexpected disaster. Don't worry, they just fainted. It's good for the upcoming Chunin exam to receive a beating early. Sarutobi Asuma hurriedly came to the rescue. But, Lord Chinyu, are you coming to this cemetery to worship? My father's tombstone is in the Hokage garden. As Hokage, they are generally buried in the family after their death. But at the same time, a tombstone will be kept in the Hokage garden deep in the Martyr's Garden. As the 3rd generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is obviously not immune. No, I came here this time to find a place nearby to open a small shop temporarily. During this period, I will stay in Konoha. Chinyu glanced at the depths of the Hokage garden and said. Sarutobi Hiruzen had done Chinyu a favor in the past. However, Chinyu had already repaid all these favors. Moreover, now Sarutobi Hiruzen could not escape the fate of old age and death, so Chinyu could not pursue anything. Find a place to open a store nearby. Sarutobi Asuma and the other 2 were confused, wondering if they had heard it wrong. However, looking at Chinyu's serious expression, it was obviously true. Moreover, Sarutobi Asuma was also informed of Chinyu's next move after receiving Naruto's order. But Asuma was absolutely noti didn't expect Chinyu to choose to open a small shop in such a sparsely populated place. Master Chinyu, you can see that there are not many people coming and going around here. Asuma came back to his senses and said with a stiff face. Kakashi has gone to coordinate and plans to find a good shop for you in the bustling commercial street. Chinyu's sudden decision to open a shop in Konoha really caught people off guard. However, thinking that this is a bomb that can explode at any time, Asuma and others have to take it seriously. However, in the eyes of Asuma and others, they are also very curious about what kind of goods Chinyu will sell in the small shop. It is worth him, a great god level, to commit himself to doing this little thing. If it is really short of money, Asuma believes that as long as Chinyu is willing to find that group of misers, 10 billion or 800 million will definitely be easy. Commercial Street. Chinyu frowned, but thinking that because of the system, the things to be sold in the future may be strange, so he shook his head. No, my shop is for those who are destined to see it, and those who are not destined to see it will not be saved. Let's find a more remote place. In Chinyu's eyes, the products of the system must be high quality. Since this shop is opened by the system, it is definitely not a simple product. This. Asuma's face was full of bitterness. However, after thinking about it, with Chinyu's status, it is indeed easier to find a good place than to ascend to heaven. Now choosing a special place is also in line with the status. Okay, Master Chinyu, I will tell the 5th generation about your request. Asuma said helplessly. However, if Master Chinyu wants to find a quieter place, I recommend the end of the commercial street near the Martyrs' Cemetery. There seems to be an idle vacant lot there, and the 5th generation can arrange someone to do it, but it will take some time. Oh, is there a good place? Then take me to see it. As for them. Chinyu raised his eyebrows, and 3 negative dispelling magic circles lit up under the 3 people of Jingjin. Ding! The 3 people who were originally unconscious suddenly woke up. When they saw Chinyu, they were surprised and quickly calmed down Sarutobi Mirai. However, Sarutobi Mirai was most shocked. When she touched the strange light pattern under her feet, her slightly weak body recovered quickly. Don't be surprised, Lord Chinyu is the best medical ninja in the entire ninja world. Yui Kurane also saw Sarutobi Mirai's shock and hurriedly explained. Although, she had never seen such medical ninjutsu. However, all this happened to Chinyu, which made Yui Kurane feel that it was not strange. Isn't the best one Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas? Sarutobi Mirai was stunned. In the peaceful era, they grew up listening to the legends of their predecessors. What's more, after experiencing the war era, the control of chakra by female ninjas is far beyond that of male ninjas. Therefore, Sarutobi Mirai also dabbled in medical ninjutsu. That's my teacher, but I haven't seen her for a long time, and she doesn't seem to be in Konoha village. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose. His medical ninjutsu that day came from Tsunade's guidance. Although, with the one-click full-level system, Chinyu's medical ninjutsu was learned in a flash. However, Tsunade's contribution is also in front of us. Tsunade-sama has been traveling around the world and came back some time ago. If Chinyu-sama, you want to see Tsunade-sama, I can let the 5th generation contact you. Asuma said. Chinyu waved his hand and said, no, let's meet again when we have a chance. Now take me to that place to have a look. As for these Anbu, let them go back and report to Naruto. They can't monitor me. The 7 Anbu ninjas couldn't help but stagnate. However, when they came, they already knew who the target of the monitoring this time was, and they didn't get angry, but just looked at Asuma subconsciously. After hesitating for a moment, Asuma said, okay, you guys go back and report according to Lord Chinyu's orders. If the 7th generation asks about this, just tell me to leave this place to you. Chapter 1295 I can build a Konoha in one night. Under the leadership of Sarutobi Asuma, Chinyu and his party quickly arrived at their destination. This is an area adjacent to the commercial street and the Martyrs' Cemetery, with an area of 300 to 400 square meters. Because it is close to the cemetery, it is the tail of the commercial street, so it has never been developed. Moreover, this place has a special meaning. The face of the Konoha ninja village is placed here, and those merchants have no intention of moving here. If it weren't for Uchiha Chinyu, I'm afraid this piece of land would have been left empty here. Lord Chinyu, do you think this location is suitable? If you think there is no problem, I will help you contact the construction team, and it can be completed within half a month at the earliest. Of course, if Lord Chinyu has any special requirements for the store, we can also change it. Asuma said. Sarutobi Mirai, who was standing by, saw for the first time that this usually serious old man would lower his posture so low. However, it was precisely because of these reasons and the fight just now that Sarutobi Mirai believed that the boy in front of him was definitely a very terrifying existence. Could it be a cage-level strongman? Sarutobi Mirai's expression froze, and an absurd thought flashed through his mind. A cage-level strongman in his teens, this is too terrifying. No. Sarutobi Mirai remembered that the boy in front of him was of the same generation as his parents. If he is really not as young as he looks, then the identity of a cage-level strongman is only worthy of shock, not amazing. After all, Konoha Ninja Village is vaguely the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, and there are many cage-level strongmen. In addition to the 3 living Hokage, there are Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Obito, and Might Guy, etc. If you really want to list them, Sarutobi Mirai can list 8 or 9. It can be said that this force is absolutely a huge deterrent in the entire ninja world. Such a thought flashed through Sarutobi Mirai's mind. The awe that was deep in his bones undoubtedly faded a bit. Coming back to his senses, he showed an interested expression and said, "Actually, I know Senior Yamato. If you are really in a hurry, I can ask him to go and build a simple store with wood release. However, I met him the day before yesterday. It seems that he went out to perform a mission and it takes a long time to come back. Future, this is Lord Chinyu, don't lose your composure." Ziri Kurane reminded him urgently. She didn't want Mirai Sarutobi to accidentally provoke Uchiha Chinyu. She and Chinyu did have a friendship, but she didn't want to squander it because she didn't know the limits. "Hong, don't be so polite. I decided not to use force when I came back this time. You don't have to think all day that I will weaken Mirai," Chinyu said with a smile. "You can call me anything you want, but you reminded me that the fastest way to build a house is still inseparable from wood release. Let me think about what to build." In the original work, after Pain destroyed the Konoha village, Yamato used wood release to build a house. At that time, it caused a lot of shock, and people shouted that with Yamato, the reconstruction of Konoha village was just around the corner. However, Yamato did inherit the wood release of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Unfortunately, he was not the reincarnation of Impero, nor was he a member of the Senju clan. Lack of blue is the most fatal and limiting point of his strength. It can be said that compared with Senju Hashirama, who can easily perform forbidden techniques and has infinite blue in the Sage mode, Yamato's wood release is just a drizzle, and he can breathe even if he makes a small street or a small waterfall. Unless he can solve the weakness of lack of blue, the quasi-shadow level is his limit. This is still due to the special nature of his wood release ninjutsu. If the first generation Hokage Senju Hashirama were to do it, Chinyu believed that it would not be difficult to build half of Konoha village in one night. Isn't wood release the bloodline limit of the first generation Hokage? I heard from the teacher that this is a unique ninjutsu. It seems that no one can do it except the first generation Hokage and the people of the Senju clan. Izuno Wasabi said in a low voice. Noyama Wasabi is right. Wood release is a rare bloodline limit of the Senju clan, and there is only a very low chance of being able to do it. Sarutobi Mirai nodded in agreement. Soon, she showed a suspicious expression and looked at Chinyu and said, "Are you from the Senju clan?" Sarutobi Mirai also had some doubts about Chinyu's confident tone just now. "Future you." Ziri Kurane was angry again, obviously because of her attitude, but thinking of what Chinyu had just said, she sighed helplessly and said, "Forget it, I don't care." "Don't be surprised, Lord Chinyu. After you left, many things happened in the past, and your traces of existence were deliberately hidden, so many younger generations don't know you." At this point, Ziri Kurane glared at Sarutobi Mirai and said, "This is Lord Chinyu. He is from the Uchiha clan and is the strongest of that clan." Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Mirai couldn't help but be stunned. She finally understood why her illusion was broken in an instant. "Girl, I know what you are thinking. In those days, Lord Chinyu was known as the #1 in illusion. Don't show off your little tricks here." Ziri Hong glared and continued. She is now worried that Sarutobi Mirai, this troublemaker and big mouth, will not be able to control her. "Mom, don't glare at me. If you keep going like this, I thought you were going to eat me." Sarutobi Mirai replied helplessly, but still couldn't help saying, "You are a member of the Uchiha clan, you shouldn't know would escape, right?" In Sarutobi Mirai's eyes, blood limit is an insurmountable gap. Just like the illusion talent inherited by their Ziri clan. Although there is no too deep manifestation of bloodline ability. However, it is indeed different from others. At least, in Sarutobi Mirai's eyes, her illusion talent is not comparable to ordinary people. "Are you talking about wood release?" Chinyu smiled warmly, "I haven't used it for a long time, but it shouldn't be difficult for my wood release to build a Konoha overnight." The plain words gave people a sense of arrogance. At least in the eyes of others, this was too arrogant. After more than 20 years of development, Konoha is so big that it is no less than any modern city. What's more, in the eyes of Sarutobi Mirai and others, even if they really know would release, who would have the chakra to cover the entire Konoha ninja village overnight? This is simply nonsense. However, these doubtful thoughts just flashed through their minds, and the seals in Chinyu's hands were quickly flipped and completed in an instant. Would release 4 pillars family. Boom! The earth roared, and while the rock layer was penetrated, trees broke out of the ground. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, a complicated wooden house was built in an instant. Chapter 1296 Unspeakable and Unexplainable Existence Exist. Boom! Densely packed trees broke through the ground, and finally turned into a 2-story building covering an area of 100 square meters in full view of everyone. This was built by Chinyu in the Chinese style. Although it is very simple, it reveals the flavor of time. It is obviously incompatible with the surrounding Japanese-style buildings. If someone suddenly saw this unique building behind a row of shops, they would probably feel very abrupt. What's worse, he might just turn around and leave. Mudun, is this really Mudun? Sarutobi Mirai muttered with a shocked face. Looking at his parents who quickly recovered from the shock and regained their composure, he couldn't help but said, "Mom, Dad, don't you find it strange? He is from the Uchiha clan, why does he know how to escape?" For Sarutobi Mirai, too many things happened today, which completely subverted her previous understanding. There is nothing worth making a fuss about. As long as something happens to this adult, we are already used to it. Yui Hong said with a deep breath. Also, didn't you suspect just now that what this gentleman said was false? I remind you again, Master Chinyu can really build a Konoha ninja village overnight, or this is probably his humble way of saying it. Having said this, Yui Hong and Asma looked at Chinyu's back as he walked into the room, showing deep fear. Looking at this expression that didn't look fake at all, Sarutobi Mirai really wanted someone to give him a slap in the face to see if he was dreaming. Let's go and take a look first. I also want to know what this gentleman sells in this small shop. Sarutobi Asuma came back to his senses and greeted. Facing this young man who was highly praised by his parents, Sarutobi Mirai was also curious and led Sumire Sasaki and the others to follow him quickly. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the system has been successfully activated. Start the mission, get your first Wanja store. Mission time, unlimited. The system reward countdown is 24 hours. A series of system prompts sounded in Chinyu's mind the moment he set foot in the store. Chinyu seemed a little surprised that the system had mutated again. Especially this kind of main auxiliary system, this is the first time Chinyu has encountered it, and he is still a little curious. However, regarding the system's mission description, Chinyu still frowned and said, "System, isn't this my shop?" After all, this is a small shop he built in an instant using the wood escape ninjutsu, and it still uses a Chinese style for its aesthetics. The mission conditions given by the system are undoubtedly questioning him. This is a shabby house that was looted. It doesn't even have any decent furniture. Is this a small shop? The system's mechanized prompt sounded. Looking at the empty shop, Chinyu suddenly stopped speaking, feeling that he had no way to refute. This is indeed too shabby. Not even a decent thing. However, this did not stop Chinyu, as his double surgical seals flew rapidly. The wood escape ninjutsu was activated again, reaching Chinyu's level. It's just like picking it up at random. Sarutobi Mirai, who had just set foot here, was immediately dazzled. Looking at the huge venue, the tables, stools, various types of furniture, display windows, etc. were quickly constructed. It gives people the feeling that a flower blooms just like a thought. What seems like a complicated scene only lasts for tens of seconds. By the time everyone reacted, the originally empty hall had already been filled. At the same time, Chinyu also raised his hand to cast an entry-level magic lighting technique possessed by the Bone King, making the originally dark room suddenly become brighter. For a time, the pavilions, carvings of real dragons and mythical beasts, etc., were so dazzling that Sarutobi Mirai and others were stunned. The corners of Sarutobi Asuma's mouth were twitching. They also thought that Chinyu's methods were very impressive. However, to build a mansion with just a few gestures like this is undoubtedly beyond their imagination. Dad, I feel like standing in front of him is an insult to the 4 characters of Konoha Ninja. Sarutobi Mirai looked bitter. She has always been considered a little genius in the Konoha Ninja village. She never expected that in just one day, a boy who seemed to be the same age as her would directly subvert her understanding of the world. In particular, just now Chinyu used the wood-release ninjutsu as if it was magic, and he could do it with just a thought. If you can really find a word to describe it. I'm afraid there's only one word for it: monster. You must not compare with him. Comparing one person to another will make people angry, not to mention that he cannot be described as a human being. Sarutobi Asuma warned, in our time, no one could even hope to compare with him. He is a being that makes an era unable to breathe. As the son of the third Hokage, a typical second-generation official, and a rebellious character, he provoked Chinyu Uchiha a lot and suffered a lot. Could he be at the Super Shadow level? Sarutobi Mirai's expression couldn't help but stagnate. At the beginning, she positioned Uchiha Chinyu as a shadow-level existence. In her eyes, looking at the entire Konoha ninja village, there were only 8 or 9 cage-level experts. Even her father, the son of the third Hokage and one of the 12 guardian ninjas, was only at the level of an elite jonin. There is still a long way to go before the quasi-shadow level, or even the shadow level. She already thought she was exalting Chinyu by putting him in the film-level position. After all, Chinyu gave her the feeling that he was too young. However, after seeing various methods with my own eyes, there were also changes in the demeanor from my parents. This undoubtedly made Sarutobi Mirai think that she had underestimated him. Super Shadow. Sarutobi Asuma opened his mouth, but finally shook his head and said, "This is an unspeakable and inexpressible existence. At least you have to remember that in this world, you can provoke anyone, and your dad can help you bear it, but you must not provoke him, otherwise no one can save you." At this point, Sarutobi Asuma's mind flashed through all kinds of things in the past, especially the final battle of the gods. He took a deep look at Chinyu's back and said, "But don't worry, this adult has an agreement with the 5th generation and will not take action casually. As long as you don't take the initiative to provoke, it will be fine." Unspeakable and inexpressible existence. Sarutobi Mirai was stunned. In her mind, an absurd thought flashed. Is there a stronger existence above the Super Shadow? If the boy in front of him has reached that level, is there anyone of this level in Konoha Ninja Village? Can Uchiha Sasuke, who is known as the strongest legend in the world, and the 7th generation Hokage Uzumaki Naruto reach it? Or does this exist in the ninja world? Chapter 1297 The First Batch of Strange Goods. Super Shadow. Sarutobi Asuma opened his mouth, but finally shook his head and said, "This is an unspeakable and indescribable existence. At least you have to remember that in this world, you can provoke anyone, and your dad can help you bear it, but you must not provoke him, otherwise no one can save you." At this point, Sarutobi Asuma's mind flashed through all kinds of things in the past, especially the final battle of the gods. He took a deep look at Chinyu's back and said, "But don't worry, this adult has an agreement with the 5th generation and will not take action casually. As long as you don't take the initiative to provoke, it will be fine." Unspeakable and indescribable existence. Sarutobi Mirai was stunned. In her mind, an absurd thought flashed. Is there a stronger existence above the Super Shadow? If the boy in front of him has reached that level, is there anyone of this level in the Konoha Ninja Village? Can Uchiha Sasuke, who is known as the strongest legend in the world, and the 7th generation Hokage Uzumaki Naruto achieve this? Or is there such a thing in this ninja world? The more Sarutobi Mirai thought about it, the more frightened she felt. Looking at the back of Uchiha Chinyu, she became more solemn. However, these emotions were quickly suppressed by Sarutobi Mirai. Let alone the feeling that Chinyu gave her just now, he was not too arrogant. Most importantly, her father had said that there was an agreement between Uchiha Chinyu and the 5th generation, and as long as he was not irritated, he would not attack casually. In particular, thinking of Chinyu's head-touching move just now, Sarutobi Mirai's cheeks could not help but blush slightly. This kind of move, in addition to her parents, only Chinyu has done it among the opposite sex. This is an offense. Sarutobi Mirai bit her teeth lightly and looked at Chinyu's back dimly. "Master Chinyu, may I ask you something in your store?" Ziri Kurane suddenly said. Sarutobi Mirai also came back to her senses, revealing a suspicious look. After some speculation, there are also the gold plating of Sarutobi Asuma and Yui Kurane. Chinyu has long been branded with an unspeakable and indescribable aura. Sarutobi Mirai is confused about this kind of existence. However, this kind of person will not simply sell some ordinary things, right? This reminds Sarutobi Mirai of the bonehorn that Uchiha Chinyu just gave her. Could it be that this thing is really not as simple as Uchiha Chinyu said? Can it save her life in an emergency? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Mirai looked at Uchiha Chinyu with interest. For a moment, the eyes of everyone in the field turned and fell on Chinyu. Feeling the eyes from all around, Chinyu touched his nose helplessly. He just opened the shop according to the requirements of the system, and never thought about what this shop would sell. Although, Chinyu has always believed that the products produced by the system must be fine products. However, the mutation of the system not only surprised him, but also he didn't know what the next product would be. Chinyu had just barely repaired this small shop. If even this was not in the eyes of the system, then Chinyu could only FK. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have your own small shop. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the first brush mission has been completed, you will receive a system reward. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 3 mysterious earthen jars. The mechanical prompt of the system sounded again. Chinyu raised his eyebrows and soon noticed that 3 old earthen jars appeared on the shelf. The smell of time flowed on it, and it was covered with a layer of dust. Is this a product? 3 earthen jars? What the hell is this? Host, please don't question it, the system's products must be fine products. The mechanical prompt of the system sounded. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, and he didn't expect that the system would become active after the mutation. However, if he didn't have any conditions, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to sell these 3 earthen jars for nothing. But soon, Chinyu found that his idea was just wishful thinking. The system quickly popped up a detailed explanation page. Host, please sell the 3 earthen jars for 10 million taels. After completing the task, you will get a second chance to draw goods. The goods include goods from all the heavens and worlds. The page prompt of the order made Chinyu's cheek muscles twitch. Originally, he planned to take advantage of the loophole and directly give away the 3 earthen jars for free, or sell them half and give them half, and directly complete the first stage of the task. He never thought that the system was a big pit. 3 earthen jars were sold for 10 million taels. Most importantly, these earthen jars have no appearance, no brand effect, and it is too difficult to make people believe that this is a good thing and pay for it personally. Moreover, according to Chinyu's speculation, the things that can be opened from this earthen jar are still items from the heavens and the worlds. However, if the door is black, the first jar will be a pitfall. I am afraid that no one will smash Chinyu's signboard, and this signboard will also be stinky. The most important thing is how Chinyu can convince someone to take out more than 3 million taels to buy a jar with unknown content. Although, after more than 20 years, the economic strength of Konoha Ninja Village has also improved a lot. However, an ordinary ninja family also spends hundreds of thousands of taels a year. Elite jonins like Asuma may have more tasks, and with the village allowance, the couple may have 1 or 2 million silver taels in total. However, this is also under the premise of not eating or drinking. If the usual food and drink expenses are deducted, it is good to have 1 million silver taels left. If you want to buy a clay pot, you need at least 3 years of savings. I am afraid that many people will see this plain, old, and slightly old clay pot. It is difficult to have the courage to take out 3 years of savings to exchange for an unknown clay pot. Of course, Sarutobi Asuma, as one of the 12 guardian ninjas, is still a person who is offered a bounty of 35 million taels by the black market. It is 5 million silver taels higher than the land of the fire temple. However, if Asuma is asked to pay with his head, it is even more impossible. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Chinyu's mind. Looking at the 3 clay pots on the shelf, it is obviously a difficult problem to sell them. Master Chinyu, are these the things you want to sell? Zirihong obviously caught Chinyu's sight. When she saw the 3 earthen jars on the shelf, her expression was obviously stagnant. In their eyes, Chinyu was a mysterious person. The things sold in the small shop were a bit cool. It was not a ninja tool shop, but at least it was a scroll shop. 3 slightly old earthen jars appeared in such a big shop. The gap was a bit too big. Hong, don't be rude like Mirai. Sarutobi Asuma said hurriedly. Today, since it is the first day of the preparation for Lord Chinyu's new store, as former colleagues, we still have to support him. At this point, Asuma took out his wallet and said, Lord Chinyu, how much is this earthen jar? I want all of them. Chapter 1298 The Biggest Black Shop. Lord Chinyu, how much is this earthen jar? I want all of them. Listening to Asuma's heroic tone, Chin-yu touched his nose helplessly. If he knew that he was going to sell these 3 earthen jars at a sky-high price of 10 million taels. I don't know what his expression was. However, this time Asma also helped Chin-yu find a suitable store location, and Chin-yu still planned to be roundabout and give him some face. Ahem, Asma, let's count it. This earthen jar is very expensive, and you don't need to take care of my business like this. I'm not used to it. Chin-yu coughed dryly and spoke directly. Asma was stunned for a moment. Not used to it? Would the fearless Uchiha Chin-yu be unaccustomed to it? This made Asuma feel a sense of satisfaction from winning the fight instantly. At least, in that era, the frustration and suffering he had to endure made him feel like he had let out a grudge. Thinking of this, Asuma could no longer hold back his temper and said with a sullen face. Master Chin-yu, you are too distant. We haven't seen each other for so long, and it's the first day of your new store opening. We are old acquaintances and we must support you with all our strength. We should give money and strength. What's more, we still have some savings over the years. Hong and I are elite jonins after all. Although we can't compare to Master Chin-yu, at least our wallets are expanding. Master Chin-yu, just give us a price. I'll buy it as a small gift for Hong and Mirai. As an elite jonin of Konohagakure, he is also the grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage. Asuma certainly knows how valuable Chin-yu, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, is. Not to mention the rewards that Akatsuki received after disappearing for more than 20 years and becoming a mercenary group. Therefore, in front of an invisible rich man, Asuma still didn't dare to act rashly. Master Chin-yu, it's rare that we are the first to see your shop, so please fulfill Asuma's kindness. Anyway, I need a ceramic pot for growing flowers, and your earthen pot looks very good. Ziri Hong also spoke up. Regardless of Asuma's current intentions, she still wants to be the first customer just for the sake of the past relationship. Looking at the two people with eager faces, Chin-yu touched his nose helplessly, sighed, and said, Okay, I'll give you a price, you can choose whether to buy it or not, this is a good thing. As he spoke, Chin-yu raised a finger. 10,000 taels? This is nothing, I'll buy it. Sarutobi Asuma waved his hand and took out his bank card directly. The current Konoha ninja village has long kept pace with the times and is no longer an era of using coins. No, it's 10 million taels. Chin-yu said helplessly. 1. 10 million ryo. Sarutobi Asuma almost choked to death. The bank card in his hand fell directly to the ground. Zahikurane, who was standing by, was even more confused. No. It should be said that everyone present was no exception. In their eyes, 10 million ryo was simply an astronomical figure. However, now they have to use an astronomical figure to buy 3 shabby earthenware jars. This is simply crazy. No. It should be said that this is the biggest black shop they have ever seen. Ahem, Lord Chin-yu, this joke doesn't seem to be funny. Sarutobi Asuma coughed dryly, and also noticed his own loss of composure, and hurriedly picked up the bank card and said. Zahikurane and others on the side also nodded in agreement. No. I'm serious, this is not an ordinary earthenware jar. Chin-yu shook his head and said. These earthen jars are all good things in my collection. The value inside is definitely enough for 10 million taels, and if you are lucky, it will be worth more than the money. Of course, I don't mean to play with you on purpose. These earthen jars of mine are for those who are destined to get them, and those who are not destined to get them will pass by. So, don't take it too seriously. Chin-yu already knew about the reaction of Sarutobi Asuma and the others. In fact, when Chin-yu said this price, his face was also embarrassed. However, he must stick to his boasting. This is Chin-yu's motto. So, of course Chin-yu has to decorate the reserve price of 10 million taels. What did Lord Chin-yu collect? Sarutobi Asuma looked at the 3 earthen jars with a bitter face. Or he quietly took back the bank card. Now, what he wants to do most is to smoke a cigarette to calm down. 10 million taels to buy 3 earthen jars. If this kind of thing gets out, I'm afraid that someone will not call him a rich second generation. Instead, he will be called a fool. Sarutobi Asuma can't afford to lose this face. Sir Chin-yu, I'm sorry, we. Ziri Hong saw Sarutobi Asuma's dilemma and quickly spoke up to help. As a good wife, she should always and accurately create a way out for her man. Okay, Hong, what's the point of being so polite? Chin-yu smiled and patted her shoulder. These 3 earthenware jars are just the beginning. The ones behind may be more expensive. What's more, I said that these things will be obtained by those who are destined to get them. By the way, the horn I gave to Mirai just now is also made of earthenware jars. This thing is worth 3 million taels? Can I not want it? Or change it for money? Sarutobi Mirai was stunned, looking at the small horn in his hand, his face full of disbelief. Future, what are you talking about? This is the intention of Sir Qin Yu, you should return it. Ziri Hong said with a red face. She felt that her little heart couldn't bear Qin Yu's opening words of millions. No need, just use it as publicity. If it is used well, you can attract some customers to me. Qin Yu pushed the horn back and said. Okay, it's getting late, you should leave first. I have other things to do, so I won't see you off. After saying this, Qin Yu turned and went into the back of the store. Some things are not good to say too much. At the same time, Qin Yu also felt his cheeks getting a little hot. He didn't even know what was in the earthen jar, but he asked for 10 million directly. In this situation, even Qin Yu couldn't help but say that he was running a black shop. However, since the system's requirements were like this, Qin Yu could only go to the end of the black road. Okay, let's go back and report first. It's late. Let's not tell anyone about what happened today. Sarutobi Asuma said helplessly. He didn't want people outside to know about this farce. Well, you should also take Sumire and the others back in the future. Yui Kurane nodded in agreement. However, you must remember that everything you saw today is a secret. No one can tell anyone. Keeping secrets is the most basic rule for any ninja. Okay, Asuma and I will leave first. After saying this, Hong and Asuma turned around and left. Sarutobi Mirai looked back at the black shop and left quickly with Sumire and the other 2. Chapter 1299 People Who Fall in Love at First Sight. In this situation, even Qin Yu couldn't help but say that he would open a black shop himself. However, since the system's requirements are like this, Qin Yu can only go to the end of the black road. Okay, let's go back and report first. It's late. Let's not tell anyone about what happened today. Sarutobi Asuma said helplessly. He didn't want people outside to know about this farce. Well, in the future, you should also take Sumire and the others back. Yui Kurane nodded in agreement. However, you must remember that everything you saw today is a secret. No one can tell anyone. Keeping a secret is the most basic rule for any ninja. Okay, Asuma and I will leave first. After saying this, Hong and Asuma turned around and left. Sarutobi Mirai looked back at the black shop and left quickly with Sumire and the other 2. Mirai, we are here. Thank you for your guidance today. Sarutobi Mirai took Sumire and the other 2 back to the training ground. She was going to hand over to Hinata Hanabi here. At the same time, she had to apply eye drops to Sumire and the other 2 so that they could not spread what happened today. However, the time before the connection was obviously too short. It was still early, and Hinata Hanabi hadn't arrived yet. Mikaku, you said this horn is worth 3 million, is it fake or real? Izuno Wasabi suddenly said. As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted everyone's attention, and fell on the horn hanging on Sarutobi Mirai's waist. 3 million is an astronomical figure for Sarutobi Asuma. Not to mention these little guys who have just set foot on the road of ninja. However, in their eyes, a horn worth 3 million. This should definitely not be an ordinary thing. Which Uchiha Lord has very strong strength. I feel that it may be possible. Kanole also said timidly. Class leader, what do you think? Jianjin was stunned, and did not expect that this kind of question would come back to him. Thinking of the secret hidden in her heart, she paused and said, if I were to guess, would this horn produce strange music or something when blown? I've seen similar things in those movies. At the end, Jinjin's cheeks also turned red. She obviously thought it was impossible. At least, in their eyes, there was no other way to summon something except the summoning technique. Moreover, to complete the summoning technique, many conditions are required. It's not as simple as blowing the horn lightly. Okay, you guys should not discuss this issue, especially in front of Teacher Hanabi, otherwise leaking the secret will violate the ninja's confidentiality rules and you will be punished. Sarutobi Mirai sighed. However, I think this thing should also be an excuse for that guy to line up his black shop. Who would give something worth 3 million to someone they met for the first time? 3 million taels, in the prosperous Konoha ninja village now, can buy 2 nice houses. In Sarutobi Mirai's eyes, it was also a sky-high price. Mirai, you are wrong. I heard that some people will give valuable things to others when they fall in love at first sight. Izuno Wasabi said with a smile. Sarutobi Mirai was startled, and soon heard the laughter of others. Then, with a slightly red face, she glared and shouted, "You little brats are really little brats. I will teach you a lesson today." Puff! A dignified sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Sarutobi Mirai's face changed suddenly, and he quickly pretended to pounce forward and pushed the 3 people away. Bang bang bang! 7 or 8 kunao figures were inserted diagonally into the ground. At the same time, the sound of burning was sizzling. Detonating talisman? Hurry up! Sarutobi Mirai turned over and grabbed the 3 people, and ran away quickly to the front. Boom! The thunderous explosion sounded, and the air wave swept like a tide, knocking Sarutobi Mirai and the other 4 out and smashing into the bushes. The surging blood in his body made Sarutobi Mirai groan, and his face turned pale, and he shouted in a hurry. "Be careful, the enemy is serious, just now they are trying to kill us." The sudden attack just now was completely beyond Sarutobi Mirai's cognition. If she hadn't been in a state of mental tension after experiencing Chinyu's elusive attack mode, she had adapted to the nerve arc of reacting in an instant. I'm afraid she couldn't react to the attack just now, and was directly blown up and seriously injured. "Mirai teacher, who do you think it will be?" Izuno Wasabi was the first to lose his temper. For the 3 girls who had only performed ordinary tasks, the scene of life and death just now made them completely exhausted. "No, it's impossible." Sarutobi Mirai looked around vigilantly and said. "Which adult is unreliable, but his strength is obvious. If he really wants to take action, he can kill us in an instant. Besides, he has a good relationship with my parents and will not do such a thing afterwards." After seeing Chinyu's strength with his own eyes and experiencing the shadow of death in his hands, Sarutobi Mirai believes that Uchiha Chinyu does not need to take action at all. Just release the murderous aura and they will become fish on the sticky board. "Okay, be careful, now we don't know where the enemy comes from, all of you cheer up and fight at any time." Sarutobi Mirai came back to his senses and shouted in a deep voice. "You must remember that you are a ninja, but don't be too nervous. Just treat this as training. The training ground we are in is not far from the center of the village. The explosion just now will soon alert others. And Teacher Hanabi has agreed with us to meet here. As long as we hold on for a while, she will be able to arrive. As for those who secretly attacked the enemy of Konoha village, we will catch them all in one fell swoop. This is an A-level mission, and the reward is at least 100,000 taels." When thinking of Chinyu's 10 million earthenware jar, Sarutobi Mirai obviously had the habit of a miser. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded behind him without any warning. Sarutobi Mirai's spine was cold and the whole person was hairy. She was joking just now, intending to ease the pressure in the field. But it doesn't mean that she was distracted. It can be said that she has been watching the battlefield. It's a pity that she never thought that the other party would attack from behind without anyone noticing. And the posture of the sneak attack was very tricky. "Run away!" Sarutobi Mirai roared, completely giving up the idea of fighting. He took out the chakra knife with his backhand and blocked it directly. Bang! A crisp metal collision sound was heard. So hard. Fei Wei couldn't help but scream, but the scene in front of her made her face change suddenly. Looking at the person in front of her, she showed an expression of disbelief. Chapter 1300 Black Attacker. Black Hunter. Sarutobi Mirai's face changed suddenly. Looking at the puppets covered in black cloaks coming towards her, she was full of disbelief. If I remember correctly, these were the monsters that appeared and attacked Konoha Ninja Village a year and a half ago. Crack, crack, crack. The puppet's joints echoed, and it opened its mouth and spit out a large piece of silver light. Sarutobi Mirai's face changed drastically, and she forcibly raised the chakra in her body. Wind Escape Chakra Mode. Bang! The blue chakra quickly emerged from her body, forming a layer of Wind Escape Chakra coat on the surface of her body. At the same time, Sarutobi Mirai's physical acuity suddenly increased, and the chakra knife in his hand chopped directly behind him. Bang! The poison needle that was attacking him was knocked away. At the same time, his body suddenly turned, like a dragon, and his right foot swept directly at the attacking puppet. Bang! The puppet was knocked away. At the same time, the chakra knife in Sarutobi Mirai's hand flew out directly. Boom! The puppet that was knocked away was directly nailed. The powerful wind escape chakra even shattered half of the puppet's body. It collapsed directly on the ground. Mirai teacher, be careful behind you! Izuno Wasabi shouted. Sarutobi Mirai's face changed slightly, and he turned around hurriedly. These puppets did not have the breath of a human, and their movements were erratic, and they could not be captured at all for a while. Most importantly, the number and variety of puppets were beyond everyone's expectations. The attack a year and a half ago caught the Konohagakure off guard. Bang! The soil underground was directly broken, and a huge puppet centipede of more than 10 meters in length broke out of the ground. Its bloody mouth opened, and inside it hung sharp teeth like sharks, biting directly at Mirai. At the same time, the dense long legs of sharp blades flashed with cold light, and also came with a death embrace. At this close distance, Sarutobi Mirai had nowhere to hide. Most importantly, the puppet that was originally smashed by Sarutobi Mirai, after half of its body was broken, still reassembled and continued to chase her. The posture of attacking from front and back made Izuno Wasabi and others pale. 8 diagrams 64 palms. Buzz! The huge 8 diagrams formation diagram spread directly under his feet. The next moment, before Sarutobi Mirai could react, the punches that broke through the air poured down like a storm. Bang bang bang! The huge centipede was hit hard all of a sudden. Under the huge impact force, even the special material used to make the puppet was shattered and flew backwards. At the same time, the puppet that was reassembled on the other side was no exception. Along with the debris flying down, it flew across the sky like a kite with a broken string. Bang! The two puppets slammed heavily on the ground, raising a large amount of dust. Sarutobi Mirai's expression froze, and suddenly woke up, and quickly pulled away to Izuno Wasabi and others. Mirai teacher, are you okay? What's going on? Izuno Wasabi's face changed and asked anxiously. In her eyes, this is the Konoha ninja village, and it is also the chief existence among the 5 major countries. Now it has been attacked. This is too much beyond everyone's expectations. We'll talk about this later. Be careful. This is probably just the beginning. Sarutobi Mirai remembered what she heard from Sarutobi Asuma a year and a half ago, and her face suddenly turned pale. Soon, she caught a fast approaching figure and landed in front of her. Hanabi, are you injured? Sarutobi Mirai's expression changed. The appearing Hanabi had a bloody wound on her arm. This is the little genius of the Hyuga family. At the same time, she also possesses the powerful defensive ninjutsu of Kaden. People never thought that she would be injured. What level of opponent did Hanabi face just now? I'm fine, but now the entire Konoha has been secretly invaded by the other party. Fortunately, the 7th, 5th, and 6th generations are all in the village. Give them some time and they should be able to solve it soon. Hyuga Hanabi said lightly. A pair of white eyes suddenly glared down, blue veins spread quickly, and the next moment his face turned pale. Hanabi, what happened? Sarutobi Mirai is not a fool. He noticed something wrong in an instant and asked anxiously. Mirai, this time the other party may be well prepared. You take Wasabi and the others away, I will cover your rear, otherwise we will all die. Hyuga Mirai shouted urgently. Kaka, you want to escape, it's too late. Scarlet eyes quickly lit up around. Soon, the first thing that came into view was a puppet of various shapes. Spiders, centipedes, venomous snakes, birds of prey, etc., all kinds of them, simply densely packed. Among them, the leader's puppet was undoubtedly larger in size. It was a puppet spider that was 7 or 8 meters long. What is going on? How can these puppets enter our Konoha village without anyone noticing? Sarutobi Mirai's face changed. Konoha village has a huge perception barrier, and ordinary outsiders will be discovered instantly once they approach. No, it seems that the barrier of our Konoha village has been restrained. This morning, a guy appeared and was able to enter without anyone noticing. Hinata Hanabi said in a deep voice. Thinking of the scenes of being taught this morning, my scalp is still numb. At the same time, looking at the densely packed and constantly approaching puppets in front of me, I think of the relationship between the two. Could it be that all this was caused by that guy? Hanabi, is the guy you are talking about an outrageously powerful boy? Sarutobi Mirai's expression stagnated, but he couldn't help but speak. If it weren't for Sarutobi Asuma's gag order, Mirai was going to mention Uchiha Chinyu's name. Future, have you met him too? Hinata Hanabi was stunned. He didn't do anything to you, did he? What do you mean by doing something to me? It sounds weird. Sarutobi Mirai rolled his eyes and said. I just suffered a lot at the hands of this very strong guy, but that guy is a weirdo who runs a very shabby black shop. He also said that he would give me a very expensive horn, saying that if I was in danger, I could blow it and save my life. As he spoke, Sarutobi Mirai patted the horn hanging on his waist. When his eyes met with Hinata Hanabi's, his expression could not help but stagnate. Hanabi, you don't really believe that this horn can save people, right? Sarutobi Mirai couldn't help asking. Hinata Hanabi's face also flashed a trace of hesitation, but after taking a deep breath, she remembered what Hinata Hayashi said and said, Mirai, I heard that guy is very powerful. Powerful enough to exceed people's expectations. Besides, even the previous Hokage are afraid of him. I suspect that what he has should not be ordinary stuff.